Every day, we close our eyes and pretend we're standing on top of the world, looking down on a playground of everything we've ever wanted. Then we open our eyes and realise it's where we live and where you'll want to be. This is Rockhampton. So, where do we start? It depends on who you ask. Some will tell you that if your fishing cast is big enough, you could catch a barra from your hotel balcony. A mum or dad will say it's a cooling swim and bike rides in the early morning fresh air, and crocodiles and garden picnics. Not together, obviously. Others will say it's the silence, in our caves, in our bushland, that moment just before your drink is poured. Some say a must is a selfie with a cow. Oh, and there's those who wax lyrically about Rockhampton's iconic heritage, frontier town to bustling river port to gold rush city. And of special significance, the cultural heart of our city that beats to the sounds of the traditional custodians of the land, the Dalrymple people. All to come together to represent the foundation that Rockhampton and Queensland was built on. Strength, character, personality. No matter what your age, whatever the occasion, fireside or 5-star, feeling the grass between your toes or the fresh mountain air on your face. You'll never be bored, because we never are. Open your eyes to Rockhampton.
Yo, Sam, I'm really keen to go on a mate's trip.
Bro, I'm keen as. Love to go fishing, mountain bike riding, maybe some caving.
Oh yeah, could do some sunrises, hiking, maybe even the rodeo and some helicopter rides. It'd be sick.
As long as we go to some pubs and breweries, count me in.
I think I know the perfect place.
Bag the barrel, baby. Let's go.
Very good morning and welcome to Finals Day here at the 2023 Queensland Junior State Cup, live from Rockhampton. A huge day of touch football action coming your way, live and free on KO Sports. Scott McAllister and Simone Hepburn with you for our opening match, and it will be a 12 boys fixture between the Gold Coast and Brisbane Metro. Their last round game before they head into finals a little bit later on, Simone, and the two top teams in their pool coming up against each other first up.
Yeah, I think the other pool that are going to be contesting finals is the Palm Beach versus Rocky game happening at the same time. So I think if either of these teams win, they still progress to the crossover semis. So this is the last round to see who's going to take the ascendancy heading through to semi-finals this afternoon and on to the big dance this afternoon. Yeah,
all to play for. So, yeah, whoever wins this game will definitely get a bit of momentum going in. Positioning going into the finals is important. If you finish top of the pool, you'll have a better draw going into that quarterfinal a little bit later on today. You had a little chat with the three referees post-game as well. We'll give them a bit of a shout-out.
Yeah, so we've got on the field, I believe, is Lockie Manning from Rocky, and far side away from us, I can see Jack Gibson from Dalby, and close side is Carlin Manning from Toowoomba, and their first time on the live stream today, so they're a little bit nervous.
Shout out, they'll do a great job like all the referees have done throughout this week, and it's the Gold Coast who have the first possession here in this 12 boys fixture this morning. This is in the Challenge Division as well, in the top tier in the 12 boys. Gold Coast got a little set piece here. We've had the link from the far right side sweep all the way around the back. They play the short ball through the middle. Not a little bad option. They had options to play short or go out the back as well, but they came out guns blazing. A little mistake here from Brisbane, and yeah, slippery conditions. There's a bit of dew like we've seen in all the first time slots at the Queensland Junior State Cup, so they'll have to adjust to that, both teams. Gold Coast now at the run, and you can see again punching through a lovely hole, but again slippery football. So both teams just a little early jitters to start this game.
Yeah, even though it's going to be nice and warm in Rocky today, it's a little bit chilly this morning, and there's probably some slippery, wet conditions out there for these 12-year-old boys. We see another slip drop turnover there as they punch forward again. A couple of subs coming. I love the zinc on these boys. They've got some funny face.
There's a few jokers out there with the white and the red lips, so having good fun out here, and a lot of the kids do throughout the tournament.
The coaches tell me these boys haven't met each other before, so they're still feeling each other out and finding out where their opportunities might be, testing each other, testing their game plans, see how they come up.
So Brisbane now heading down their side of the field. They'll just be looking to potentially just hold the ball for 6 touches. They had a couple of mistakes on their first 2 sets. That's good work to pick up an extra couple of metres as the changes make their way onto the field. This is their last touch as they roll over the halfway line and head out on the left-hand side. Just come out of the hands forward. Might have even been late as well. I'm going to touch and pass signalled.
So the coaches for Gold Coast, we've got Daly Harper, and for BMTA is Darren Holder, assistant coach Jay Gartner. And I know these coaches put in a lot of hours with these boys. As a coach myself, there's a lot of time that they commit to development of these younger players, a lot of skills and a lot of strategy they're picking up at 12. So we appreciate all the coaches and efforts that have come in today.
So Brisbane now, this is probably their best set so far in terms of field position after a mistake in the middle of the field from the Gold Coast. They're in 7 metre zone now. They pick up, they look out the back and just out in front of the outstretched arms. The ball hits the deck. But they got down the right end of the field in that set, Brisbane. Now they've got to try to hold the Gold Coast down here as well.
Gold Coast trying to punch their way out of their red zone and coming to their sub box with a subset. And you see the others, nice pass around the back. Others sweeping on around the back now. Setting up.
It's young Harper who plays it. They pick up. They got numbers.
Nice ball.
And taking off as the touch been made. Claiming it and makes it.
Calling it.
Yeah, great cover
save.
defence. That was Thomas McElwain in the number 76.
Looked like they might have been away there, and a great defensive touch from Brisbane.
As now the Mustangs make some changes. Gold Coast have done a pretty good job to hold them down still in their end of the field. As they just get over the halfway line, and it's going to be a late penalty on the 5th. So a relieving one here for the Mustangs. Full set of 6 to work with. They'll get themselves into a position to attack down on the Gold Coast line in a few touches. Nice and direct to start. They come out to the left-hand side. There's plenty of Gold Coast defenders.
Kobe Davis with a little save on the inside there, number 4. He's been involved a fair bit today already.
Show and go, and on the 5th touch, and caught in possession, Hudson Holder. Hands the ball back to the Gold Coast. As now they put the ball through the hands. Good pressure coming from midfield from Brisbane. They've managed to stop the flow of the Gold Coast. A little bit cleaner this time around. Nice footwork, looping ball over the top and just over the fingertips there of Oliver Watson.
And they made the halfway. They're out of trouble for a minute, but here comes the Mustangs now with their fresh subs coming on. See what they can do as they enter their green zone now.
McElwain, again, tricky, slippery football.
Yeah.
Just on the way down to play that one, slipping out of the hands. Referees again make a good call. No half in place here for the Coast.
Yeah, this first time slot of the morning is really important to have your ball possession with these conditions, and maybe shortening the passes and less of a ball movement, more running game maybe.
Skipping across. Oh, they had the numbers. There was a little bit of a 2-on-1 potentially, just slipping as well as they came in.
Got to take your opportunities when they come. If someone slips or drops, both teams have the same conditions to play with, so really it's whoever's going to make the most of their opportunities now.
And Brisbane come up with another little error. As they're making their way to the interchange area. This is a good opportunity now for the Gold Coast. They have a sweeper coming around the back. They go away from the sweeper, go short side footwork, getting in between. I think there hasn't been a touch made.
Someone's called it.
Yeah, they do make the call.
Someone there.
Ref's
on the spot. He can see what's happening a little bit closer than us. Out to the link, and the sweeper goes. Whoa!
There to make the touch again. So a couple of big defensive plays for Brisbane on their line. After coming up with a mistake in their last possession. They need to be a little bit cleaner this time around. The boys from Brisbane, first 2 touches are pretty good. They've got to continue to punch forward to try to get those changes out onto the park. 4 direct straight runs. Now they look to come across field. Last touch, no half in place. They get across there now and they'll shut the set down and push the pass. And penalty here to the Gold Coast, which will be right on the halfway line. Really tight contest between these two teams, isn't it, Simone? No one really able to get on top at the moment.
Yeah, I think Gold Coast has put probably a few more plays on the line, a few options they're trying out. I would probably say they have a bit of a ascendancy at the moment. Maybe a bit more field position. Ball possession. Let's see what they've got here on the heading into the 7-metre line. Nice half run. Way,
oh, yeah.
There it is.
Beautiful try. Kobe Davis goes over. Nice little set piece in the middle.
Yeah, they've had a couple of set plays that haven't come off, and finally one has crack through there. Payson Harper with the setup there with the little black cap in the centre field with Kobe, a little combination they've got happening there. They're staying on to defend their try.
The Gold Coast take the early lead here in the 12 boys. Final round game against Brisbane. 1-0 in favour of the Coast. Another little mistake there from Brisbane. So making their way downfield. The Coast now.
Nice energy and intensity with Gold Coast. They're really pushing hard there with their structure. Seem to be communicating well and rolling on as a nice unit there.
They earned themselves the penalty as well. Some more pressure here on Brisbane defensively. Gold Coast are going to get themselves into another spot on the field to be able to have a crack here at the Mustangs. Ooh, little slip. And put back up onto their feet.
It's Kobe and Levi and Tayshan Taylor in the middle there, looking for their combinations.
Sweeper comes around. They turn it back on the inside.
Ooh,
little ball over the top.
What
Did a great job to send it out. Still work to do. Puts some brakes on. Footwork comes back in field. Great scramble defence from Brisbane. They looked in 6s and 7s there. Short ball.
Again.
And great defence.
Some great ball skills there, side to side, shifting the ball, making the defence work, but Mustangs have managed to hold them out. Credit to their line defence. They're spending a bit of time there and they're working hard to keep them out.
Another mistake, unfortunately. There's been a few in the first half here for Brisbane, particularly coming out of their end of the field. A little bit of space on the right. Ooh, it's a flat ball back on the inside. We play on now. It's McKesey with the ball. There's still a bit of space out here. Yeah,
Tayshan
have a little
Taylor,
look up.
draw
Stops
pass.
up. Oh, does the splits. A little groan from the crowd, as well as us up here in the commentary box. He's back up to his feet.
Elijah Jacobs on the wing there. Doesn't even flinch with doing the splits. Here we go. Tika down low for the slide dive. Ref's called a touch there. Nice effort.
Still touches to set up. Have one last final crack. Here it is on the 5th and final touch. They were just making a change at the same time on the 5th, so they were a player down. And Brisbane's defence holds out yet again.
Eden Amani, McKesey, number 7 there in the middle, working hard.
And again, just from acting half. So they've struggled with the wet football. Again, these dewy conditions making it tough in the first time slot. But yeah, Brisbane in the play the ball and in that acting half position, they've found it tough.
Here comes their 3 fresh legs, 4 fresh legs. A couple of repeat sets on your line. Mustangs are going to have to step up here if they want to hold them out. There's a lot of defence they're doing. To the corner, the step back. Or what about this one? Ref is clearing this one.
Yeah, good call as well. It was right in front. The Gold Coast, a little bit of work to get their second try on the board, but they do. And it was a lovely finish as well. Nice low dive.
Try scorer Harlan Tarangi out there in the link. He's got himself muddy now and wet, and I'm sure the boys don't mind a bit of a slip and slide in the mud. The dew probably helps with those slide dives. Doesn't help with the ball handling, but makes a slide dive pretty fun.
And another drop ball coming into play the ball from Brisbane. Might have to get the grippy spray on the hands at half time. Tricky conditions, and this time it's the Gold Coast who spill the footy. Let's see if Brisbane can get themselves downfield. And someone's got to punch forward, last touch. They pick up, have a look down the right-hand side. Slide defence there from the Coast. Gold Coast now Off the restart, second touch, and they come across field.
Completing their subset, getting their 4 fresh legs on nice and tidy. Bring it to the centre field. Well-structured team, this Gold Coast team. Well coached, well disciplined. I think they're... Here he goes. Ooh.
Looking for offside. The referee's happy with where Brisbane were positioned. Well, that's good meters.
Nice step. Was he touched before? He dropped it and he's getting the penalty. They have to play the penalty. That's a half-time hooter you've heard. They have to play this final touch out. See what Brisbane can do. There it is. That's half-time.
Yeah, so a pretty tight contest here in the 12 boys, but it is Gold Coast who go into the halftime break with a 2-try lead. We'll take a quick break ourselves and be back here with the second half, live from the Queensland Junior State Cup. Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup. Both teams just still in their halftime huddles here in the under-12 boys division. You can see Gold Coast on screen and getting their last-minute instructions from their coaching staff. They've got the lead in this final round game of the 12 boys division. They're currently up 2-0 over Brisbane. And it was a tight contest there in the first half, wasn't it, Simone? And the conditions are playing effect, particularly probably more so for Brisbane. They've struggled a few times, a couple of errors in the play of the ball, either getting the ball down on the grass cleanly or picking it up from half. So if they can tidy up that little error and get themselves down in good field position, they might be able to get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, and I wonder if the sun's playing any effect on that ball possession, because looking towards the far side from where we are, you're looking straight into the sun. So it's a few conditions there that are tricky for the boys. First game in the morning, low sun coming into your eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've got all the conditions to play with here. And, we've got...
tournament experience that they come to these things for.
Exactly. Yep. You've got to play exactly what's in front. As we see Brisbane from the tap-off have a little trip, but they get straight up.
That's Archie Gartner, 23, with the ball now. One of their strong players for BMTA, setting up for a quickie, wants it back.
Oh, play on and putting it through. They're going to come back and say penalty here to Brisbane.
Unfortunately.
It almost opened up for them. Positive start, full set of 6 to work with. A bit of footwork in at the line. A strong start here for the Coast.
23 and 25, Archie Gardner, Hudson Holder. In the middle there, setting up for the sweeper play.
Here they come, early release. Running out of room out there on the left. Max Boyle gets caught in possession, plays it. Still a couple of touches to work with here for Brisbane. Last touch for them now. Long ball.
Nice.
And a nice dive in the finish, but equally good defence coming across. Mason Spark making the touch. Good footy from both teams.
Yeah, some nice movement from Mustangs there. They've definitely got their options opening up. They'll be happy with another repeat set and see if they can put the same pressure on Gold Coast that they had on them in the first half there.
A little inside ball. Didn't come out of the hands cleanly.
Nice tight defence from the Gold Coast link and winger there, ready to help their middles. Not afraid to throw it around in the wet and complete their plays. I like that confidence.
And it helps them get out of trouble as well. But now another loose ball. So, yeah, like you touched on, we saw that from Brisbane probably in the start. Now it's the Gold Coast that have come up with a couple of errors in their first couple of possessions here in the second half.
Yeah, the momentum has swung towards the MTA now, getting another shot at the Gold Coast try line on the 7 metre.
Attacking down the short side, they play on. Come back and play it.
Hudson Holder playing the ball back to Archer. And a turnover.
So Gold Coast managed to hold on. And we're trying to focus on holding on to the football here this time around as well. Good metres down the sideline.
Whoa. There it is again.
Yeah, we've seen them run that play when they've been trying to make their substitutions. A little pop-out play, then they shoot it back on the inside. When it's premeditated, the ball could have been held onto there. Sometimes they just push that pass. Get another loose one. So they haven't got out of their end of the field yet so far here in the second half.
Gilbert Barrett with the ball, dumping on the 7, the inside hitter. Was there a touch? Yep, he's called it. Archer and Hudson in the middle there, setting up again. Oi! Oh. Nice play.
Yeah, a little bit of space. Looked like the link just came infield as well.
Yeah, there was an option there. I think he could have held that a bit longer and run through the in goal. I think he was open a bit more. Brisbane sub there too. Middle attackers in defence there, and left the rest to cover the subset. They've got their fresh middles on.
Over the halfway line they go. The last touch for them. Little short ball, space, another little beautiful ball punching through the hole. Can they get there? It's got to dive in at the line. Has there been a touch made? No, there hasn't.
Celebrating.
Great response, and that was their
wheels.
first set where they held the football for the full 6 touches. And it just shows they've got attacking prowess to go down the other end and put points on, and that's exactly what they did.
It's little number 4, Kobe Davis. Through the middle. Now, if I'm correct, Kobe Davis has some touch playing family. I think he's out of the Shaw family.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Little future star there with a family of 3 generations of touch players ahead of him.
Yes, absolutely. A great touch football family. Supporting the sport for, it seems like, an age. I'm sure there might be a few of the family here in Rockhampton, if not watching back at home as well.
I hope I've got that right now.
A bit of pressure on your facts. We'll soon find out. If you start getting some pings in your phone in your pocket,
messages if I've marked that up.
We'll soon find out. Here he is with the first touch. Good metres.
Nice.
Getting away from the first defender.
Working to the box for their subset again.
And this time it's cleaner.
Yes, happy with that.
Taylor from half. They're getting good run coming out as Harper plays it, receives it back, flat from the acting half position. Good run into the line. Brisbane, they're on the back foot. Nice pick up and go here from half. Skipping away, the touch has been claimed. Good touch on the boot.
Nice run from number 6, Oliver Watson, but a great save from 24, Nico Kohler. I think Nico, man, I hope my facts are right. I think Nico was one of the fastest from the relay yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
His name came up somewhere in my intel.
In your deep research. Been up all night doing the facts today.
He used his speed to save that try. 24, Nico, well done.
Little mistake here, though, from Brisbane. Gives Gold Coast another golden opportunity. They've been dangerous when they've been down this end of the field. Tayshawn from half. A bit of footwork, could touch yet again. This time Archer Gardner making the touch for Brisbane.
Last touch for Gold Coast. They're coming to their box side. to finish it out here. Makes it a little bit harder for Brisbane now to work back towards their box, but I'm sure they can shift it and off they go.
Good start to their set. Just a little short ball off the hip, just gets the extra metres, and now they can flow off the back of it. And this will be the third touch, and they're over the halfway line. And I like that they've had their 6 players stay on the field. And ball's just holding there at the moment. Referee says play on. Brisbane, they've got to continue to play on as well. Last touch for them. Ooh, it's flat out of the hands, possibly forward.
There you go.
Yeah, and they just probably got themselves rattled when they were probably looking for that penalty, and they stopped. And all the momentum kind of stopped for them now.
But a direct set without subbing got them from end to end. So I appreciate the effort there. That is a strategy, obviously, of the MTA. Not to go to their box, but go direct. Almost paid off. Comes a subset for Gold Coast. Bump around the back. Nice option.
Yeah, it's risk and reward, though, for them, isn't it? Because now that same 6 have to defend another set.
24 take. Tufangi took a good option there. I appreciate their eyes up touch. Sweepers coming around the back.
Short's the option. Oh, yeah.
A little hole for a little guy. And he's in again. KB Davis. Is that his second or third? I think.
Yeah, at least 2. At least 2.
Having a good game. Good combinations there. Running the sweeper, drawing the defence, but heading back the other way.
Yeah, it was a lovely little short ball back on the inside, wasn't it? Little
Hold.
Pump. Great dive.
Great vision options there for the ball player. And his runners are alive and ready. Now, Kobe's got a muddy shirt and happy to keep diving on that too, I'm sure.
I'm sure the parents have probably washed that every single night. I think he likes the low game. Might freshen it back up as well just before we get into finals today.
Last shot for Brisbane. Now they need to defend.
The Gold Coast have been much better after those early jitters in the first period of the second half. About 3 or 4 sets in a row where they turned the ball back over, but ever since they got their first try in the second half, they've been clinical from that point on.
Yeah, they've locked into their strategy now, and they're connecting well together. Ball possession's been good. Throwing the ball away, penalty there. They're going to bring it out and take 10 from there. The ref will ask you just to hand the ball back to the nearest player. If you throw it anywhere else, you'll get penalised. There. These refs are doing a good job, Scotty.
They've been fantastic. Yeah, I don't know why they were so nervous being on the live stream because they've done a great job.
They said they have ref 7 or 8 games already. And, been reffing for a couple of years. So we appreciate all our junior refs coming out and supporting and loving our game.
Yeah, it's an important fact. Well, the players get quite a few games in through the tournament. The referees as well usually go above and beyond the amount of games that the players do. Like we said, 7 or 8 games, and it's only the start of day 3. So the referees are doing an amazing job. Over 200 referees here supporting the Junior State Cup again this year. Gold Coast on the attack yet again. And Davis from half, who scored a couple of tries. Now he's directing traffic. He might have a little crack from half himself. Referee's going to bowl a penalty. Brisbane not moving forward off their line.
Kobe Davis and Eden Amani Makasi in 7 in the 2 middle spots. Setting up in the link. 68 Harlan.
Oh, touch has been claimed as lovely footwork.
Oh, ref is having a look. And he's happy. Harlan Tarangi with the try for Gold Coast. Taking them to, what are we up to? 5-0.
Yeah, really kicked on with it here in the second half. And you'll just see the footwork here. As soon as he gets the ball off the left. Low, attacks the line. Wuss.
Saw his hole. Love it. He wants to get some mud on his yellow shirt too.
Yeah, the boys are into it now.
Mustangs got a little bit of work to do now to try and claw some points back. But as we said at the start of the commentary, both these teams finished top of the ladder, so they do progress to the next stage. So BMTA will have another bite at a semi to try and make the big final at the end of the day. Another offside penalty for Gold Coast. They've got to make 2 feet behind the line. The ref's right in position watching their little feet. If they can make 2 behind the line, otherwise he will find you and ping you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that gives Brisbane another set of 6 at the line.
And just sliding across field at the moment.
25 and 23 back in the middle for Mustangs, getting ready for their strike together. Those 2 middles, Archer Gardner, Hudson Holder, working with their length to try and set up. Liam Cowley in 21 getting involved in that attack as well. Here comes this subset. We've seen this set a few times around the back, and the little pop. Tayshan Taylor's been consistent in controlling that subset in this side link. Here he goes. Oh, what do we call that one, Scotty? Flat?
Flat is generous.
Flat as a pancake. Tayshan Taylor, the flick out the back. Last touch, they don't mind. Give it a flick, have a go. I tell my players, do whatever you want on the last touch, as long as it's not an intercept.
That's fair advice. Now Brisbane making some changes.
Here they come around the back, reaching the halfway. Couple of touches in hand, last touch in hand. Release. Last.
Good running though from them. They found a little bit of space down the left-hand side. If it was a quick, short, flat ball,
you can
might have been able to creep down that sideline.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those tries this week. Sneaky ones, and that's the hooter.
Yeah, great win there for Gold Coast, taking the top position here in their pool, and beating the previously undefeated Brisbane. So it's a good win going into finals.
Yeah, I was going to say some confidence heading into their semi now. It'd be interesting to see who won against Gold Coast and Rocky and the other 12 boys, top of the table final clash, because that will determine the harder and easier semis for all those teams. So good luck, boys. We look forward to hearing how you go.
Yeah, exactly. Gold Coast looking good so far here in the 12 boys. We've got 12 girls action coming up next. Brisbane Metro taking on Redlands. We'll also head down on field for the post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. And we'll be back with more live action very shortly. Stay with us.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I want to see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Welcome to a post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. It is finals day at the Junior State Cup here in Rockhampton. A beautiful day as well. Sun is out. And Simone joins me, and you might have just heard her commentating through the last game. Good morning.
Good morning. That was a fun game.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And how was the face paint?
Oh, yeah, they're fun. The Gold Coast boys always come with some entertainment, so happy to see them on field one.
People might have been lucky enough to catch the chat we had with them yesterday. It was quite entertaining. Yeah, it was good. So we were wanting to talk to you as well about your father, Paul Eggers, first life member for Touch Football Queensland. Can you tell us a bit about him and this trophy?
Yeah, he was part of the founding fathers of Queensland Touch and Australian Touch, and he helped begin this tournament. That's the Junior State Cup 27 years later. So he was here in the beginning, and he's actually here today, and he's going to present a trophy for you guys later today.
Wow, that's quite the history there. And I do believe your daughter is here playing as well. So you've got at least 3 generations here this weekend?
Yeah, she's under 12s, and I'm coaching, and he's here in support and to Yeah, to see how far the sport has come since the beginning just blows him away. He's 82 now, and he loves coming down and seeing what's become of touch from the early days.
You must be proud as well, looking back on that and realising your dad helped get all of this started.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. There's a few people still around that were here in the beginning, and he's just stoked to walk around and still to see what's become of it.
Yeah, that's amazing. And are there any games in particular you're looking forward to today?
I'm coming back to help commentate in the 14 girls, which will be fun. The 16. I like watching all the girls' games and the boys, of course. But, the girls' game is what interests me the most. And the 14 girls, 16 girls, 18 girls, I'll be tuning in.
Absolutely. Well, looking forward to hearing more from you today, Simone. Thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to presenting the trophy later on today. The finals do continue with a Junior State Cup right here in Rocky. Back to you.
Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup. 12 girls action about to take place. Brisbane Metro taking on Redlands. It's in the top challenge division. These two teams sitting first and third in their pool. Redlands on top at the moment. Corey Russell is with me in commentary. Another little Redlands v BMTA game. They're always pretty spicy when the two teams come up against each other, Corey.
Yes, always, mate. A little crosstown rivalry. Always good to get them out of the way early. Mate, we did one yesterday, and BMTA got a number on Redlands in the 14 boys, I believe it was. You and me commentated that one. So hopefully, being a very biased Redlands person, let's hope Redlands get one back today. Yeah,
we'll see how we go. Like I said, though, it is while Redlands are on top, it is quite close here in Pool B. They've had 4 wins and a draw. Toowoomba currently sits second there, also on 4 wins and a draw, so only 4 and against separating them. And Brisbane, 3 wins, a draw and a loss, so they're thereabouts as well. Coming into finals, last round game for them, all jockeying for positions. It's important to finish as high up as you can to give yourself a favourable draw going into finals a little bit later on this morning. See how Brisbane go. First possession for them. They kickstart this under-12 girls. Fixture, a little bit of space, nice slide defence from Redlands coming across, and they'll get the football for the first time in the game.
You know that both teams straight away are going to be switched on. Both coaches on both sides are very animated early on. You know exactly what you're going to get from both these sides. So, Scotty, I think we got ourselves a bit of a cracker here early on at Rockhampton.
Yeah, like the previous game, still tricky conditions. A nice layer of dew still across the field. You'll see the spray flicking up off the boots and off the football for the girls. So they'll have to adjust to that early stages. Starting to warm up, though. The sun is peeking through. Temperature's starting to rise already. Looking at about a high of 22 today, which is fairly generous. 28 on the first day, about 25 degrees yesterday. So if conditions stay like this, they're going to be perfect for finals football here on day 3 at the Queensland Junior State Cup. Brisbane back on the run, 5th and final touch for them now. Almost getting on the outside of Redlands, and touch has been made.
Good start from both teams here, Redlands and BMTA. You can tell that even being so early in the morning that the girls are ready to play. They're ready to go.
Down the sideline, Redlands girls, they get their changes onto the park. Just shy of the halfway line. They float out of the box nicely. And this is the last touch, and they play it just on the halfway. And the ball is spewed out. But yeah, this is a really tight contest to start this one. Both teams just sort of are playing it almost in the midfield at the moment. Brisbane probably have the slight upper hand in terms of getting downfield. Redlands haven't really gotten too far downfield as of yet.
BMTA certainly winning the field possession at the moment. Probably BMTA coaches would like to see some points on the board with the amount of field possession and the amount of possession that they've had early on, as we see a little fumble in the ruck here from BMTA.
So this might be the opportunity for Redlands just to get themselves downfield. In 2 touches, they haven't made too much territory gain. The third, they're going across the face. Summer Green plays the ball, heads over to the interchange area for a breather. Nice little pop ball. They put it through the hands. There's space out here for them on the right-hand side. Another lovely little ball. They're streaking down the sideline. Do they have the toe to get there? Yes, they do. Referees on the spot and give the all clear. That's a pretty good team try there from Redlands to open up the scoring.
Look at this, coming out of the box. They've just gone straight through the hands. The numbers are on. The drawing passing from the girls there was phenomenal. You could just see the amount of skill that they possess to get that ball from their side of the field at that sub-box and to get the ball all the way over to the winger to go through the hands, and the winger stretches down the sideline. That's a great team try from Redlands.
Yeah, and the number 3 there, Ariane Pahia scoring for Redlands. Good finish. In slippery conditions, almost came out of the fingertips as she was looking to get that ball down on the ground, but gets it down perfectly to get the opening try on the board. Penalty here to Brisbane. So there's a good opportunity here from the restart and off the back of a penalty to get themselves into strike zone here and attack. Full 6 touches to work with. Redlands are comfortable in defence on the first 2. Sweeper coming from the far side of the field, had work to do to get over there. Oh, the winger, I think, did a little bat on play to the referee. Might have just come out of the hands with the slippery dew on the ball. And this helps Redlands as they're going down their side of the field. Good metres on the second touch. Send direct down the sideline.
Just looking down at the BMTA coaching box, I reckon they would have the angriest coaches at the Junior State Cup with Wayne Grant and Swain Ravelli down there.
There's a lot
they never look happy, do they?
No, there's
never
a lot
satisfied.
of hands on hips. A lot of hands on hips. They might be in the mentoring role. Who knows? We'll see. But no, very stoic in their position at the moment in the box. Great metres coming out of the end of the field as they roll over the halfway line. And a good clean play the ball, which they get. They've got numbers in space out on the right-hand side, picking up and gassing from half, running away. Eloise Nelson, she puts it back on the inside. Well, we've seen 2 pretty good tries here to open this one up, and that's a cracker from Brisbane to lock up the scoring at 1 apiece.
Eloise just picks the ball up and just absolutely gasses everyone on the field, doesn't she? Picks the ball up from the middle of the field and just thinks, pin the ears back, gets into the in-goal. Nice patience, waits for a teammate to join her and just finds her perfectly. So 1-1, Scotty, we've got ourselves a good contest on our hands here.
Absolutely. Like we said, 2 of the top teams here in the 12 girls division. Redlands looking to hit back. So go the dummy off the switch. They come in, players in motion, left foot, players offside, retrieving. And Redlands hit straight back to reclaim the lead.
Tamaka Kelly going over there. What a nice little move here. I'm sure the Redlands coach would be ecstatic with that one. They would have been working on that one for about 3 months. Switches back into the middle. They drive in. Tamaka Kelly goes at the line. And I mentioned the fact that BMTA probably got the angriest coaches. I think Redlands would be maybe second on that list. Tamaka Kelly's dad is the coach of that side, and he still wouldn't be happy with it.
Hard taskmasters out here. But you can tell, but the experience that they've got in their coaching boxes, both teams, is definitely rubbing off on these young ladies playing in this fixture, the skill level in which they have. That was a great try, wasn't it? Bang off the left foot at the offside player, and shouldn't she hit that left foot, got down low and finished it off nicely. But yeah, the try, we can't discredit the one that Brisbane scored. Really good football from both teams here in this game. You've got a feeling both teams, regardless of who wins this fixture, they're going to have a say in the finals a little bit later on today.
Yes, BMTA doing a really good job of putting Redlands under a lot of pressure during their ruck set at the moment. They are winning the field possession battle at the moment. It just needs to start translating on the scoreboard for them.
Space to work with down the left-hand side. They're making changes. Nice run coming out of the box. They've got their interchange plays, but they're just not quite in position. But they're going to get themselves a penalty and deepen the touch count. So it's a relieving one there for Brisbane.
I also think relieving for Redlands there. BMTA were rolling into the line perfectly then. They had numbers to the right. As we see a little bit of a Punisher platform, they attack the link, but ball to ground.
Yeah, risky play early. They still had touches to work with, but there was players still retrieving back to the line there from Redlands. So they make their way over towards the interchange area, and you can see the changes coming around behind the ball. And it is behind that 10-metre line, and they force the pass as they were trying to get themselves out of the end of the field.
Again, BMTA putting a lot of pressure on Redlands during the subset. That was the 5th touch, and they didn't even get to the halfway line. BMTA doing a really good job of putting the Redlands girls under a lot of pressure, and they're reaping the rewards at the moment in the field territory battle.
Brisbane come out to this left-hand side again. They'll take their time now. There's an interchange player still making her way onto the field. Samina Henny coming around the back. They look to check down the right-hand side and over the fingertips of Eloise Singer. Tough ball to take. They couldn't capitalise on the field.
Redlands have been very good defensively, haven't they, on the line? They've scrambled well, and they've got each other's backs, you can tell. This is a better subset from Redlands.
And again, though, just the execution and passing is just letting them down here in the first half. So first touch, and they're in Redlands' end of the field. They're playing a little bit laterally on the first few touches. Now they look to get a little bit more direct towards the back end of the set. Redlands coming up out of the line to put pressure on. We don't want to give this young lady too much space to work with. Eloise Nealon, here she is, ball in hand, tries to get in between defenders, and that is the last touch of the set.
Looking very dangerous, isn't she? Every time she gets the ball, she has a lot of time on her hands, Eloise. She's playing some pretty good touch at the moment.
Here she comes to make the touch. Now getting it done in defence as well. Redlands keeping their 6 players on the field. I like this option, particularly when they have struggled the last few sets to get downfield. Well, that is the last touch for them, and again, turning the ball over on the halfway line. So Brisbane right on top. Although Redlands are on top on the scoreboard at the moment, 2-1 in their favour. Brisbane are on top in terms of territory, but that turnover is going to help Redlands. They've got to capitalise and try to get themselves back down the other end of the field here. And they might have to focus on reducing their errors. Again, they haven't really made any metres. They head straight over towards their interchange area. Touch has been made. Nice touch as well. Stretching out, Madison Butterworth making the touch. Space here, putting the foot down as well, getting away from defenders. Wow, what a try. Khan Vivia. Oh, she's showed the speed there, just getting in between the defence, and Redlands, they go up by 2.
Not a lot happening on the 5th play there. The dummy half has just picked up, gone into the line, and she's hit a very good link hole, and it's created the option for a half to hit her. And I tell you what, the pace she showed to get through that little gap, she took off.
So Redlands push away now in the first half. 3-1 on the scoreboard here in the 12 girls. Last round game before heading into finals a little bit later on this morning. Redlands looking to sew up. Oh, great little ball off the hip there. And good work to get it down on the deck as well. Ooh, and the ball turns away. Out of the hands. It was a good lead up from the restart. And Redlands over the halfway.
I'd like to see that move that Redlands put on for their first try, where they went through the hands coming out of the sub box. They've done it once and they scored off it once, but they haven't gone back to it again. Being the fact that they might not have had the opportunity to do that again, but I'd really like them to see run that move again as they get a penalty and a repeat set on the line here.
Good chance for Redlands to strike before the halftime break and really put the pressure on Brisbane. As we see the ball spew out, they turn it over. So good job from Brisbane to force that mistake. After getting pressure from Redlands after the penalty was given away. Through the hands they go and try to get themselves out of their end of the field. Down the sideline as the changes will come on. Nice and direct down the left-hand side. Nice touch. Good running, almost getting on the outside of the defender. Olivia in the number 11 there for Redlands comes across and makes a touch. Just shy there of their own 10-metre line. Getting changes on here for Redlands. Another penalty. So it's back-to-back penalties there for Brisbane for being offside. They'll have to adjust that. Make sure that they're back with the referees. I don't want to give too many penalties away because Redlands have been dangerous when they've gotten down to the attacking zone of the field. And a penalty again. A little bit of hard contact this time as the hooter sounds in the background. One last final play as Redlands put it through the hands. They'll turn the ball over. Both teams will head to their interchange areas for half-time. Pretty quality first half there, Corey, but Redlands go into the break up 3-1.
They do. They go to the break 3-1, but I tell you what, the skill set of these young ladies out here in the under 12s division is second to none. These you can tell how much time and effort the coaches have put into their skills and the development, and they're reaping the rewards at the moment. These young ladies out here are absolutely killing it. It's good to watch.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the second half action here in the 12 girls. Like I said, Redlands currently up 3-1 over Brisbane.
Did you know that one Australian is diagnosed with melanoma every 30 minutes? Even incidental sun exposure can lead to skin cancer all year round. So, if you're grabbing a coffee on your way to work, hanging out the washing, or just getting a little practice in, it all adds up. That's why it's important to check your skin regularly.
And if you notice any changes, talk to your GP.
Don't let your guard down this winter. Slip, slop, slap, seek, slide.
Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup, second match of day 3. Under 12 girls, and you can see the Brisbane Metro coaching staff. They've got a fair mentor like you touched on, and the current Australian Women's Open coach in there teaching the next generation. That's Swain Ravelli on screen. But fair coaches on the other side like you touched on before. Australian Men's Open representative Adam Pride mentoring. You've been mentoring or coaching the 18 boys as well. So, yeah, it's great to see so many good coaches giving back to the next generation here at the Junior State Cup.
I don't think I've ever seen a under 12 girls be taller than coaches. On both sides, but on both sides, I'm not just giving it to Swaino. Both sides, but
call of the tournament.
I haven't been hit with the tall stick.
Yeah, you're not one to throw stones, and there's a couple of daggers coming up from the Brisbane box. They might have heard some of the comments there. I wouldn't be surprised if they've got a little earpiece coming in, listening into some of these comments, but one of your best, C. Russell, will mark the time there, 9:55.
is just he's looking up at the sub box, and he sort of took his hat off to redo his hair. I don't know if I'd rub that hair too much because it doesn't look like there's much on top of his head at the moment.
Yeah, I'd be wasting my time if I was doing that, and I can speak from experience. Nice ball off the fingertips there. Positive start, though, coming out of the halftime break there from Redlands. Even though it doesn't come off, that's not a bad little option play for him.
Again, Tamika Kelly coming around on a sweeper. Gee, she looks dangerous when she gets that ball moving, doesn't she? Coming around the back.
That's a great little extra ball there for Brisbane. Ooh, that one was just a little bit looping. And just had a little bit of a look around to see where the support players were. Got a call from the right-hand side. It can happen when you're making changes towards your interchange. There's players going all over the place. And it forces a little mistake there from Brisbane. Redlands back on the attack. And they have a little look down the right-hand side. There's a bit of room to work with. They come across and make the touch there on Tamika Kelly, who's been busy. Short side play. And I'm going to squeeze down there
Not the worst place to turn the ball over, though. You saw in the first half, BMTA controlled field territory really well, but Redlands have been able to flip that on them early in this second half.
They just need a good, clean set. Here, Brisbane. Redlands are coming up out of the line. They try and put pressure on and keep Brisbane downfield, which they've done a pretty good job of so far. Oh, here we go, out in open space. That's a touchman claim, yes. They come back and say the touch was on. Wow. Eloise kneeling yet again.
That's the platform for BMTA, isn't it? Get her outside of her link and give her the ball in early situations like that and just let her go to work because, gee, she's by far and away the quickest player on the field at the moment. The leg speed is crazy.
Summer Green goes forward for Redlands. Will get herself into the acting half. Sent it out to the right-hand side. Bella Rose Park takes a run forward. And that was the last touch.
Not much doing in that set for Redlands there. I don't know if they'll be too happy with the end of that set.
Yeah, almost looked like they might have lost the touch count potentially. So Brisbane got to capitalise. They've had a couple of errors in their first couple of sets, and again, having to wait to hold the ball and making changes around behind the 10-metre line. They try and pick up and go. And touch has been made. Acting half court in possession. Redlands well on top here to start the second half.
It's been a story of two halves, hasn't it, with the field territory sort of battle. The MTA haven't really been able to get out of their own half to start this second half.
Redlands got to try to make the most of these opportunities. We're already at the 7-metre line. And still making changes. Players still getting into position. Last touch. And still haven't got their full complement into position at the moment as they try to put the ball through their hands. 6 touches made. Brisbane go direct on the first touch. And they put it through their hands. Nice meters down the side. They needed that because they've struggled to get to the interchange area over the first few sets here in the second half. Much better here for Brisbane as they roll over the halfway line. Pick up and go through the hands. And a late penalty. That all stems off a really good set, their best set there of the second half for sure.
By far and away their best set of 6, and they reap the rewards at the back end then by earning themselves a penalty. Whole set on the line now here, BMTA. They can't let this game get away from them too far, so they'll be wanting to put points on the board pretty soon.
There's Capri Ruri. His ball in hand, sends it out to the left-hand side. Olivia Hughes. Ooh, just an incorrect play of the ball, unfortunately, for Brisbane. When you're trying to get yourself back into the game, you're down by 2 tries. You're going to take those opportunities. At least put some pressure on the Redlands defence. And although, while we say that, Redlands have come up with an error.
Putting themselves under a little bit of pressure here, Redlands, giving BMTA a full set of 6 again on the line. They defended the last one pretty well. Let's see how they do this one.
Nice little pop-out ball. They send it out to the winger. He comes back and plays it. That's Eloise Singer wearing number 60 here for Brisbane. Brisbane put the ball through the hands yet again. Sophia Ravelli sends the ball out. She'll get herself into acting half. Redlands got to move forward off the line. Ruri plays it. Ravelli from half. Goes back to Ruri. They come back in field. Nothing doing.
Line defence from Redlands in both halves at the moment have been very solid, haven't they? They've been able to defend their line with great purpose, and they've really locked that defence down.
Redlands will just be looking to complete their set here after the last couple of mistakes as they try to roll their way downfield. It's been cleaner for them this time around. Last touch. They pick up and go. Through the hands for good defence there from Brisbane.
BMTA getting back on top in that field territory sort of battle. The last 5 minutes they've sort of had the best of it.
They came up with a little mistake, but Redlands play has been called offside.
Bit of a bailout there, to be honest. BMTA just flat straight dropping the ball. Not under a lot of pressure, but penalty going towards their way.
Ball late at the line, they say play on. And across the face they go, out to the left-hand side. As they come back and play it. And bring it back in field. Eloise Nealon plays it and receives it back, and she got some space to work with. Goes right foot, almost skips in between another defender. Good cover defence and diving effort to shut that play down.
Redlands need to put the ball down BMTA's end here. They need to start getting out of their own end a little bit better.
Again, the changes flowing around behind the 10-metre line. Another mistake here from Redlands. They're just leaving the door open slightly. It's just whether Brisbane can capitalise. They need to be the next to score. All of a sudden, if they can, there's got to be a chance to potentially lock this game up. They've got to get down the other end and put some creative options on, because there hasn't been much going for them so far. Here, when they've had these opportunities, Nealon has to go back to the mark to play it. What can they come up with? Samina Hemi now has a look, goes back inside. And they're going to turn the ball over. I think they might have known. Well, I was about to say, I thought they might have known that there was a penalty coming. Not too sure if that was the case or not. But again, it's another relieving one for them. More pressure here for Redlands.
They've got to go to Eloise. She's their player. She's the one that looks most dangerous when she gets the ball in her hands. She's the one that sort of take control of this set of six and have a couple of attacking plays herself.
And she's swept around the back. They're on the back foot here, Brisbane. They've got all their players stacked together here on the right-hand side, which means Redlands can just send their defence over. And they're going to turn it over. Not much doing. Again, like you said, just need someone to take control of that situation. And Redlands now going direct on their first few touches. Straight through the middle. And that's a good option for them, where they've struggled getting going forward. And again, almost looked like if it wasn't drop, wasn't square, either way.
Making it hard for themselves at the moment, aren't they? The Redlands 12 girls are just leaving that, like you said, leaving the door open for BMTA to really start taking control of this game.
And it's an area when you're starting to keep one eye on finals, and I'm sure they're not getting one step ahead of themselves, but they're the things in the big games that you need to be well on top of. You come across a good quality competition like the Brisbane team are. Eventually, the weight of possession just becomes too much, and you start leaking points. They're managing to hold on, though, here at the moment. Full set of six is what they need. Brisbane now starting to be physical in the touches. Continuing to put pressure on Redlands. Oh. And over the mark. Oh, it is falling apart for them a little bit. They've still just got that comfort of knowing that they're up by 2 tries on the scoreboard. Can they hold on? Can Brisbane crack them? Get their second try on the board.
They'll get a whole set on the line here. BMTA look best when they start moving the ball around. And when I mean that, I mean they're sweepers at the moment. They look very good when they get the ball moving. So anything live like this, where it's a little bit of an out ball, if it's a sweeper platform, that's where they look their most dangerous.
Butterworth from half. They go down short side, diving in nice and early. Referees are just having a little chat here together. It's pretty close. Penalty. And it's the second penalty in the 7-metre zone as well.
One more penalty, they'll have someone set to the side and they'll have to defend with 5. So really having to work hard here, the Redlands girls, as the ball goes to ground and they go and get another penalty towards Redlands. It's going to be a touch and pass.
Yeah, but they showed a little bit of intent. They at least had a little bit of running there to try to get on the outside, but just pushing that pass. Again, with still touches to come. Ooh, it's close to being over the mark. Again, Redlands have been camped down this end, so their players have just run off straight to the interchange area, and that just leaves the existing players on the field exposed. Now a bit of space. Good work coming out of the box, but again, an unclean play the ball. He was right, and have a look at the space, and the intention was good to get the ball cleanly down on the deck, but falling apart, and the amount of defence continues here for Redlands.
It does get frustrating at times, though, Scotty, when you have this weight of possession and this weight of field territory. If you can't put points on the board, it does start getting frustrated. So for BMTA's mentality, they need to put one on soon. Otherwise, they're just going to keep getting frustrated at each other.
At least they finished their full set there. Had a little bit of running, some ball work. Redlands again floating with going over the mark. Now this is better. Good clean play the ball. They'll go off the back, and for the first time in what seems like an age, they're at least in Brisbane's end of the field. This has been a great set for them. Even if they just put it through the hands and finish it off. Has a touch been made? Yes, it has. We came out of the hands forward regardless there.
Better set, though, from Redlands. There was just 3 of them that just decided to tuck the ball under the wing and just take them forward. And the coach will be very happy with how that set transpired.
Brisbane now trying to get themselves back downfield. And back to where they've spent the majority here of the second half. Redlands now smelling blood in the water. And trying to get themselves back on top as the clock starts to wind down here in the second half. Nice little show and go in between defenders. Tries to kick away and coming across and cover defence. Tamika Kelly. Well, been good in attack. Had to make a big touch there. Because yet again, always kneeling, finding some space.
There's your player, though, the Eloise for BMTA. She looks the most dangerous when she gets the ball in her hand.
Hooter sounds in the background. Brisbane come up and make the touch, and it was a pretty tight contest there in the second half, but the early tries to Redlands were enough for them to hold on. The final score 3-1. Quite an entertaining game between the two teams. As we roll on to our next fixture, Joshua will come up in a commentary for the Brisbane Metro 14 girls taking on at Townsville Green. We'll also head down on field for the post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Stay with us, plenty more action to come here from the Queensland Junior State Cup final stage.
It only takes 10 minutes in the Queensland sun to permanently damage your skin. Even in winter, even on cloudy days, you're still at risk from harmful UV rays. That's why Queensland has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world. It's important to check your skin regularly, and if you notice any changes, talk to your GP about a skin check. Don't let your guard down this winter.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Good morning. Here we are with another post-game interview. Interview fueled by Guzmani and Gomez. I'm here with Scotty McAllister, the voice behind the games that you're hearing up in the live stream. So, Scotty, just thought I'd bring you in nice and early this morning, finals day. I mean, I don't need to say much more, right?
Yeah, it's exciting. You can just tell walking around, it just goes up another level on finals day. It's we say it's sheep stations for a lot of these teams, but they've been training for months, 3-4 months leading up into this, and this is the event that they've been training for. So, yeah, they all want to make it to the big dance later on today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you say, it's not life or death, it's just touch, but to a lot of people, myself included, touch is life.
It is,
my
yeah.
life does, have a lot of touch football in it. And like you said, these guys have been training for a really long time. And this is for our junior kids is the pinnacle. So for them, 12 girls, this kind of is their life. They're playing with their best friends. So, it does mean a lot to a lot of people, doesn't it?
Yeah. Even for some of the smaller clubs that come up and they might not be in finals, everyone will still hang around. I think that's the beauty of having it up in Rocky. Everyone will be here for the finals. And that'll just give them inspiration for next year. They'll be already starting to think about next year's Junior State Cup.
Yeah, that's right, especially in the younger age brackets. They know they're coming. They know they're coming back. So we got plenty more action. We're really keen. You'll hear our voices, no doubt, throughout the day.
Here we are on field 1 on day 3 of the Junior State Cup, and we have our first finals game of the day here on the main field. It is BMTA up against Townsville in the 14 girls. It will be a quarter final in the championship division, and BMTA are ready to rock and roll. Townsville just waiting to take the field, and I'm joined by Jamin in the commentary box. Jamin, day 3, finals are here. We're ready to rock and roll.
Let's do this.
So, Townsville will be running from left to right to start off the match. There goes the hooter. And we're underway in the quarterfinals of the 14 girls. Townsville with first use of possession. BMTA start off defending, and they'll get an early reprieve here. So look to come back the other way. Rolling over the 10. And now some subs getting on the park. They look to get the pendulum swinging in their direction to start off this quarterfinal. It's win or go home at the Junior State Cup, and BMTA looking to try and spread the ball and create an extra number on the right-hand edge. They then sing it back towards the left.
Good first set there by Brisbane.
So an early try will help either side's cause in this match. Townsville just going sideways as they want to be punching down the middle of the field. Here's a nice run. And then just a soft ball out of half. This will open the door for BMTA. A fresh set starting inside Townsville's half. So look to come down this centre third of the field. They do have numbers. They decide to hold on to the ball. The pass wasn't thrown. And they still come as they look to come out towards this left-hand side. It was a long looping pass. They just quite haven't clicked into gear yet. BMTA on the attacking front. They've had a couple of opportunities on the line.
They've had good roll coming out of the box too. If they keep that up, I'm sure they'll get some points on the board.
So they're able to pick up plenty of momentum through that middle part of their set. Just looking to ice it off at the moment. Now Townsville, they'll be looking to come back with a vengeance as they ruck it out of their own half, and the BMTA defence up and at them. Just quite not getting it right from half at the moment.
It'll be a late pass there at halfway.
So turnovers just hurting Townsville. BMTA mounting pressure. And they've favoured this left-hand side. It's been the open side on a number of occasions, and they've tried to exploit Townsville's defence. And BMTA go through the hands. They might have an extra number on the right. They opt to head down the centre third or swaying to the left. And the penalty will go the way of Townsville.
It was good use of the ball there by Brisbane. I think they just needed to get that strike dump down to get Townsville back on their line and attack the line.
That's a great pass.
Meters.
Opening some space, and as you said, Jamin, handy meters. And once again, almost in the exact same spot as the last set. Townsville just can't quite jump over halfway. BMTA get welcome possession.
What can they do here on the line? Brisbane. Fade out for a Rooster play.
It's a fantastic opportunity for them. And the ball stays alive with a bit of luck. Here's the last touch. It's a long ball. Townsville have the numbers. And then they try and find a way back on the inside.
Great defence there by Townsville.
Townsville's defence is very resolute at the moment. They may be putting themselves under a little bit of pressure. However, they are turning BMTA away, not giving them an inch. It's just the attack at the moment for Townsville. Now, this is a little better. They do jump over halfway as their set comes to an end. Missing their mark on the last. And now BMTA coming very lateral. Racing over towards the sub box. They're starting to find their pattern of play here, BMTA.
Overlap.
And they do have the overlap. The pass goes immediate to the wing. And Townsville do well to make the touch.
Diving touch there.
Elliot Moss looking to get around Townsville. They may have some extra numbers here. BMTA work it through the hands. It was just a little high and wide. That was a good play there, Jamin.
Yeah, that one's called a hard middles. So you go into the middle and you just at the last second as your middle pops up, you just bounce and create that overlap. Very well done there by Brisbane.
So they've managed to create an overlap on either side of the field. Catching Townsville out. Yet to concede a try though, Townsville, which is the important thing in this quarter-final. And now they'll have to lean on their defence once again. They've done plenty of defending, especially deep inside their own half.
Brisbane are obviously very well coached, very structured, as you can see, as you saw coming out of the box a couple of times there. Just got to piece together this attack and get over the line.
Well, this will help. Penalty blown. Townsville not moving up at a reasonable pace.
Punish play.
They come back towards the right. Here's their chance, BMTA and Townsville.
Again, great cover defence.
It's brilliant stuff at the moment. It's a real battle between attack and defence. BMTA trying to just sneak their way over. Townsville flood numbers. It's a green wall at the moment.
Sweeper play.
Here they go, BMTA. The box like it. And the touch was made, so the try won't count. And they just run out of steam with a ball going to ground there.
Brisbane applying the pressure here. Trying to keep Townsville on their own end.
They certainly are. A lot of intensity off their line. It's Townsville's turn with the ball. BMTA just turning the screws defensively. And all their hard work is rewarded. That little play there comes unstuck for Townsville. BMTA jumping over halfway. Nice ball back on the inside, and then they look to have a bit of flamboyance in their attack. Touch past the call.
Good position for Townsville here.
They get a little bit of a head start.
Good meters
in this set. As they look to have a crack at BMTA, this will be one of their best opportunities of the half. Here's the last touch. What have they got?
They've only got 5 on the field, Townsville.
Yeah, so the sub a little late to get there.
Penalty for throwing the ball away there. I'm sure that wasn't intentional.
Intended. BMTA won't be complaining, of course. Picking up an extra few metres from where the penalty was, the turnover was originally supposed to take place. And both teams now, with their attack, it's just not firing. What are you seeing here, Jamin? How can either side really make the most of their opportunities?
I think for Townsville, just getting out of their own end, and Brisbane just have to execute their end of sets. I'm sure once Townsville get down Brisbane's end, it'll be interesting.
Here they go. Here's a little bit of space.
Ooh, great touch.
Fantastic touch. The try was looking more and more likely as the play went on. However, a touch was made on that far side. So we're still locked up here. And that pass.
I think for both teams as well, minimising these errors coming out of their own end.
Yeah, errors have been a major point in this one. Both sides not helping their cause.
Just pushing that extra pass, I think.
As we see an awkward fall here. She's back to her feet. That was Annie Dixon. And now here come Townsville. The last touch. BMTA's defence. Solid once again. And now it'll be their turn to bring it out from starting from the 7. They reach the 10. And a penalty blown here. So we talk about Townsville just wanting to get down BMTA's end. They'll get an opportunity here if they make the most of these early touches. It's a great little pass back on the inside, finding some extra space. And then they look to come towards this right-hand side. They just couldn't mount the pressure. There, Townsville, they had an opportunity. BMTA back with the ball.
Good hands. Overlap.
Fantastic hands. They decide to throw the dummy and continue the play.
That one will be late.
The penalty will be blown. But it was Elizabeth Hanna making the break. A bit of deception with the ball there. She broke the line. Townsville did well to recover in defence and force the pass. And as you said, the pass did come a touch late. Now Townsville, can they create something here? They step inside the 7. The last touch is here, jumping from half. And there's no room on that right-hand side.
It's been good defence from both teams.
This defence has been the character of this match. Look at a bit tricky coming out of the sub-box. And the pass just a little touch in front.
It is hard for wingers. to try and find their play if no one's chatting, so that might have been the case there. They've got to go to half a couple of times, so.
So we do have a 0-0 scoreline. If it does remain this way, considering we still have a second half to play and the rest of this first, we will head into a drop-off as it is the quarterfinals for the 14 girls. And now a penalty for Townsville. So they'll be looking to finish off this half on a positive note. A try will help their cause and really set them up for the second half.
Rooster play.
So BMTA turning them away for the moment.
Punish play on the link.
Here they go, Townsville. Is there any space there? Trying to sneak underneath. And BMTA's defence once again making the touch.
Very good height there off the line from Lily Clutton there.
And both sides will reassess here at halftime. 0-0 the score. A second 14 minutes to decide the winner of this quarterfinal in the 14 girls. Will be back after the break.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Day 3 of the Junior State Cup in Rockhampton, and half-time of the 14 girls. BMTA up against Townsville. The score's locked up at 0-0. And the second 14 minutes awaits here on field 1. I'm joined by Jamin in the commentary. Jamin, the first half, opportunities for both sides. They just couldn't capitalise on the occasions that they were presented with. How did you make it? What did you make of the first half?
Yeah, it's fairly even at the moment. I think you can tell that Brisbane are very structured coming off the box. They're creating overlaps just through the hands. Like don't even need to dump to create that overlap. Once Townsville gets down there and as well, it'll be interesting to see if they can put some points on the board over BMTA. But yeah, fairly even at the moment.
So it is the first final on field 1. As I mentioned, if scores stay locked up, whether it's 0-0, 1-0, 2-0, whatever it may be, we will head to a drop-off to decide the winner. As the referees will get us underway, both teams swapping ends. And BMTA this time to start us off. They'll be attacking the Vendor City end as they have an early chance here. 6 more waved on. So a handy start to this half for BMTA. So they come down the centre third. Townsville's defence very strong in the middle. Another strong touch. So they're holding BMTA at bay here. Very hard for them to get things moving.
Sweeper. Clutton around the back.
And now a long ball. Having to get on one knee to collect that one. Pulling it into her grasp. And the set is still alive for BMTA. Now the last touch. Here's a long ball. The opportunity is there for BMTA. The ball just a little bit behind and it goes to ground.
Right idea though, right idea.
Credit to Townsville's defence once again. Answering all the questions thrown at them. And now BMTA really fronting up in their defensive set as they jump from half. Townsville caught with it on the last.
Brisbane will look for subs here.
They won't reach the sub box, as they'll have to turn their attention to defending this one. Townsville on the run. That's a nice little pass. They really come out of the gates at the start of their sets, just looking to put some polish on things. BMTA number up well. The Townsville get over. No, they don't.
Great touch there. I feel like if she was on the 7 metre line there, it would have been good to see.
Now here's the last. Sweeping around is Townsville.
Pace
trying
to burn.
Go around BMTA. As you said, there was a bit of pace there, but BMTA hold on. There's plenty of excitement starting to build here around Field 1. It is finals day. The stakes continue to rise. The deeper you go into the competition. And now BMTA finding some space. Here's Moss. Does she have the speed? Yes, she does. BMTA have the first try of the quarterfinal. And it's Alia Moss going over.
It's a great set there from Brisbane. They've started in their the furthest corner and finished in the other one. So great set there by Brisbane. They'll be very happy with that. Turn around and defend this one here. Important set.
So we have our first try. And Townsville looking to return serve. Maybe the floodgates have now opened for both teams as we open the account.
The refs are onto things. It's finals day. The refs are onto it.
Of course, as sharp as ever, the referees. They have to be switched on just like the players. And
good hands.
Fantastic hands there from BMTA.
You see a drive here.
They jump out from half. Trying to break free of the line. They halt things and then come back towards the right.
Good use of the footy there for Brisbane. Just great defence from Townsville.
So Townsville now chasing the game.
Play through.
That's handy as they pull back. The touches keep on coming for Townsville. Up over halfway. And now they're going to be waiting for a half to arrive. They got there in time, but the BMTA defence on top of things. And touch pass is called. So BMTA alert and awake. Townsville not quite getting it right out of the sub box. BMTA making their moves.
You'll
forward.
see the little pop out here again.
They
And
have
again.
the numbers.
Oh,
Moss
it's great
once again
footy.
for the corner, and she's got a double. The bench go up here, and it's 2-0 to BMTA.
Time was key for Brisbane. They've been trying really hard to create that overlap coming off the box. It's known as a fly or just an overlap, so you'll see the latcher, the link will come on. So as we see in the replay here, just a little pop out from the middles. The late pop out, and it's just nice, simple through the hands. Very good from Brisbane.
So Moss, everything she touches turning to gold at the moment. 2 tries in the quarterfinal for BMTA. Out there on that wing. She's looked threatening all match. Now they're starting to put things together. The Brisbane-based team. So turnover here. Townsville coming back the other way. They won't be going down without a fight. Start on the 10. Rolling away towards the right-hand side. Near their sub box. They'll make one change. And drop ball there. Here BMTA go, rolling it right on the sideline.
Winger's done well not to step out there.
She got very close. Stayed in the field of play.
Drive there.
Now the last. The arm up from the referee. Trying to pick a gap between the link and middle there. Here come Townsville now, finding some space as they do at the beginning of each set. They're able to get a bit of a roll on, which is linking that up with the last few touches.
Here we go, down the sideline. Is he bowling there?
And that will be the last touch, the sixth touch. So we're into the last quarter of the match, of this quarter final. And BMTA, yes, just opening the door here for Townsville. So it's their turn to get going. Little dummy, and then we'll take the touch. Smart option in the end. And wrapping around, floating in and out of the attack. As they come again towards the right-hand side, they'll double up. BMTA read the shots. Again, just late getting the full complement on the park, Townsville. They almost arrived on time. Here come BMTA.
Here we go again.
They're starting to find their rhythm.
See a middle drive here.
Now the last. Here they go from half. I don't think the touch was made. It's all clear. And BMTA kick out to a 3-try lead.
Was that number 1, Taylor?
Yes, it was. Taylor Vandenborn.
Yeah.
You see here on the replay. Just picking from half. And she stayed alive. Just beating the link. And diving over for BMTA's 3rd try.
Great play again. End to end again.
So all 3 tries for BMTA coming in the second half, as it was 0-0 at half time.
Sweeper play.
Now Townsville, can they get back in it? They need a try or two here to swing things their way, Townsville. Not long remaining in the quarter-final.
Good hands.
They've managed to pick apart this Townsville defence, BMTA. Plenty of strike. This is the last touch again. Running out of room. Flicking it back. And they may have the numbers. As Townsville recover, but it was a great little play there from BMTA. Quite flamboyant, a bit of flair. And it just didn't come off in the end.
Brisbane seem to have control of this game at the moment.
Yeah, Brisbane try and manage things towards the end. They don't have to chase the game. And this will help their cause as they'll get a fresh set starting from halfway, and immediately they swing it towards the right.
There's fresh legs come on here.
They're not in any rush. BMTA.
See the little pop out again.
As the ball finds Moss. And Townsville will push up as BMTA try and catch him here. It's a nice ball back on the inside.
Great play there.
The referees are happy with it. And as you mentioned, Jamin, fantastic play, 4-0 the score.
So I'm just watching the replay here. Martin Habib gets the ball in the middle, just has a nice simple quickie, steps back and hits her teammate short. Good hole.
So the time ticking here in the second half. Townsville back on the attack. They've had some opportunities. It's just been finishing them off. And maybe they'll be able to make something here. They start on the 7, skipping away. Some lovely footwork, but BMTA cover up. And they look to sneak down the right-hand side, the short side once more.
Be a late pass there in the end. See if Brisbane can go end to end here. It's good meters on the first.
They're starting to find their rhythm, Brisbane, as the things heat up in the 14 girls and across the carnival. This is the championship division. BMTA.
Again, overlap.
As you said, created the overlap. They've done that time and time again. And that will sound us out as BMTA run away with things in the quarterfinal against Townsville. They'll progress to the semi-final. And we have plenty more coming your way, including the post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez.
Welcome to another post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. My name is Pinky. I've got some girls here who've been enjoying their touch footy games from Townsville. How are we feeling?
Good, really good.
So things have wrapped up for you. What adventures await you in Rockhampton this afternoon? What are the plans?
We might be going to the shops or the zoo.
Right.
I think I'm going to watch like the finals of other teams.
And how do you feel about how things went for you in the last couple of days at the Junior State Cup?
Pretty good, but yeah, pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, it was really fun.
So how long have you been playing touch footy for, and what tips would you have for an old lady like me to get started?
I've been playing for 2 years and probably know how to catch the ball and pass.
That's a good tip. Okay, and pass. Anyone else?
I've been playing for 4 years now, and I reckon that tips for an old lady would be catch and pass too, because if you can't catch and pass, you can't play touch.
Yeah, I really have a lot of work to do. Anyone else got tips?
I've been playing for about 6 years and probably like just the basics.
Yep. And I've heard a lot about making lots of friends through touch footy. Is that one of the best parts of this sport?
Yeah, probably. You have to have friends to be able to play like happily and things.
And did you all meet through touch footy or school?
Yeah.
Yep. Excellent. Now, did you want to do some quick shout outs up on the KO screen to everybody?
I'd like to thank my mum and dad for always being here and watching me and supporting me.
Great.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum and dad for watching me, and probably Sarah and Matt for bringing me here to Rockhampton to play.
Shout out to our coaches for like making us team.
I'd shout out to all the teams to have a big challenge.
Beautiful, well done. That was Mabata, Elka, Millie and Karis from Townsville playing touch footy here at the Junior State Cup. Thanks for joining us, girls. Have a great time in Rockhampton. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Townsville girls joining Pinky in the GYG post-game interview as BMTA running away with the 14 girls quarter-final in the championship division, 4-0. Alia Moss scoring 2 of them. She had a day out, and now we're into the 18 girls. It is a quarter-final here between Gold Coast and Redlands. I'm joined by Katie in the commentary box. Katie, what can we expect from these two outfits?
A very, very good, I'm assuming, tight game, going by past results and how they would have been heading into this tournament and what they would have been holding back, some tactics in the lead up to games like this. Sometimes you don't want to give too much away in the games prior to finals, but finals day is here, so now the magic plays, the secret plays, all the little secret weapons start to come out. So we see some interesting footy on finals day, and this should be no different. 18 girls, they're very, very skillful, really knowledgeable, and the experience that 18-year-olds can have in the game of touch, given they probably all played since they were 5 or 6, so that experience at 18s is definitely there. So we should see some really good footy, I'm assuming, Josh.
So it was a great buzz around the ground for the game prior in the 14 girls, and field 1 was starting to heat up as we catch a lot of the finals games here on the main field. Thank you for your company and joining us over the 3 days. And we're ready to go here. Redlands will start us off. They'll be running from left to right. Gold Coast in the yellow. And I believe the siren has sounded, so we're just waiting for play to get underway here as the referees take a moment. And judging by our clock, 2 minutes has ticked over in the first half.
Yeah, I'm not sure the hold up here, Josh, but I think they might need to get started. They might be looking at the big screen, so we've had a few issues with the timer. So they may be looking at that.
So we are just waiting. The referees will now have a chat as we're just taking a time to sort things out. Apologies for the delay on field 1. A bit of a slow start, but I'm sure it's about to get fast. Redlands start us off. Over the 10 they go. And I'm sure both teams will be looking to make up for lost time immediately from the start. So Redlands here on the last. They'll look for a pass towards the right-hand side. It just wasn't quite on. Gold Coast defence very strong to start off this quarterfinal.
Yeah, they will look for a really good... they won't really need their subset here. Hopefully they can just get it up the park nice and hard and really start their game. Given a minute or two short, they'll really want to start strong and start quickly, I suppose, easing into the game. Even if it's 14-minute halves, Josh, is hard to sort of ease in quarterfinals. You want to hit the ground running and make sure that you're the first on the board. And usually in an 18s bracket, the midfield is Oh, she's away.
There's a break here.
Show and go.
Gold Coast will have the first try, and they get off to a very fast start. Summer Robinson goes over, and they hit a 1-0 lead.
Something out of nothing. Usually on a fifth and last play, I always say it's like the black ball on a pool table. You can get every single ball in straight away, and the black ball you just freak out a little bit, and sometimes on the fifth to last play in a game of touch, your defence can sort of start assuming and something out of nothing. So that's a little bonus for the Gold Coast, but they've definitely started well.
Yes, getting the pendulum swinging right in their direction. Gold Coast. Now Redlands will be looking to return serve as they hunt down the middle third. Gold Coast shooting out. They try to use the ball to get around this defence. They swing towards the left. It's a chance here for Redlands, and they equalise 1-1 the score.
That's a great hit back by Redlands. Just a nice, simple little sweep play, beating the defender on the out and getting their first try. So just feeling each other out, the two teams, keeping it nice and simple, and sometimes simple is better.
So quite the different start here in the 18 girls compared to the game prior. We went the first half scoreless. It was a grind in the midfield. However, these two teams finding the line early on in the piece. Now the referee will just take a moment as we get things reset. And I think we're just questioning the time at the moment.
Yeah, still a little bit of confusion. I think maybe getting into quarterfinals and when you're, I suppose, monitoring 22 fields around the venue, maybe there's some confusion there with who started and what games haven't.
So it looks as though both teams will head over towards the sub box, and the two coaches will join in the middle of the field as they question things. The players don't look too phased. As we just take a breather here on field one. It's been quite the start to day 3. Plenty of action. Plenty of tries. Things have heated up, and we'll just take a quick break here as we sort things out, and we'll return here on field 1 very shortly.
Did you know that one Australian is diagnosed with melanoma every 30 minutes? Even incidental sun exposure can lead to skin cancer all year round. So, if you're grabbing a coffee on your way to work, hanging out the washing, or just getting a little practice in, it all adds up. That's why it's important to check your skin regularly.
And if you notice any changes, talk to your GP.
Don't let your guard down this winter. Slip, slop, slap, seek, slide. It only takes 10 minutes in the Queensland sun to permanently damage your skin. Even in winter, even on cloudy days, you're still at risk from harmful UV rays. That's why Queensland has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world. It's important to check your skin regularly, and if you notice any changes, talk to your GP about a skin check. Don't let your guard down this winter.
So thank you for bearing with us. It's quite the peculiar start for this 18s quarter-final. The siren was sounding in the background, as you may have heard, but due to the finals landscape, we have had to introduce drop-offs, of course, to decide winners throughout the carnival, and with over 20 fields here at the Junior State Cup, it's quite hard to manage, as you can imagine. All the staff doing their absolute best to keep on top of things. And to be fair, despite the minor delay, they've got things up and running very quickly again. So hats off to them all. And the 1-1 scoreline will be scratched off. We're starting this game all over, 0-0 the score. It's not very often both sides get a good look in game-like situations at the opposition and then get to recount their processes and go again, but this is exactly what's happening here. So Redlands will get us underway for the official start of this match, and Gold Coast hold them out, just much like the first set of the opener.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We were just talking about, have they changed a bit of a game plan now that they've seen each other for a couple of minutes, but it'll stay roughly the same, I'd say, Josh. They'll just stick to their plan and stick to their process. 1-1 at the end of what was the first game. Let's go with that. And, start back at 0-0. So nothing would have changed, but really good defensive set there from the Gold Coast, and great drive set, and see if they can sort of finish something off to reward themselves for the hard work they just did on the try line then. Young Maddie Doring put a huge effort in there on the line in the middle defence and put a dive in and saved that try, and her team have sort of rewarded that by rucking it out and winning that midfield battle. So it's going to be a tussle. We saw that from the first little stint. And Gold Coast here hopefully will get themselves down to that try line and cement, 4 or 5 touches down there and see if they can get over the line and get the first one again on the board.
So this is take 2, as Katie made mention, and Summer Robinson was the try scorer for Gold Coast in the, take 1 you could say, and here she is on the left-hand side. They decide to go the other way, Gold Coast, and the touch was made. Redlands hold them out. So here's the last as they look to fire a shot. Gold Coast just getting things a little mixed up, overrunning the pass, and it's Redlands who turn them away on this occasion. However, this will be a golden opportunity for Gold Coast to start off this match.
Yeah, so they've still got some strike out there, Gold Coast, to attack with. You like to get your attacking weapons on when you've got a fresh set on the line. They look to have a few different sort of moves up their sleeves. They know what they want to achieve, and just fiddling around with the ball, making sure they're getting the defenders where they want to be and getting the right people on the job.
And that's a lovely pass. And now Gold Coast,
we've got a forward pass here. Forward pass, I think there, Josh, but well set up. So that's what you want to do when you line attack. What you sort of hold it up. You make sure the defenders are in the position that you need them to be so you can take full advantage. So that's what they did there, the Gold Coast. Unfortunate they didn't get the try in the end. But Redlands will really need to work hard here and get to their sub-box. They've given over a little bit of cheap ball, and they won't be real happy with that. They just need to get to the edge, get to their sub-box and get some fresh legs on and start to sort of get up the field and give themselves a chance. So really good pressure defence here by the Gold Coast, not allowing them to do that. So win the midfield, win the game is a statement that a lot will use, and it makes a lot of sense. So
Charlie Sealer-Pata thought she had the first try of the game. The pass ruled forward, and Gold Coast once again knocking on the door. So they'll be looking to create a moment here as they come towards the left-hand side. They have the numbers. But great defence there from Redlands, getting across in time. The referee just ensuring the roll ball took place on the mark. Now here's the last touch, picking up from half. They look for this left-hand side, and it won't be called again. So they almost crack open this Redlands defence.
Well, I can tell you now, with the 3 lady referees we have out there, nothing will be missed in this game, Josh. We've got probably nearly 3 of the most experienced female referees we have in the country. These 3 ladies work really, really well together, and, you know, they won't miss a beat. And beautiful ladies, beautiful women, and very, very good at their job.
So they're right on song here in this quarterfinal as they pick up another indiscretion from Gold Coast. And it's great to see as the professionalism here at the Junior State Cup is top tier, ensuring it's a well-run carnival for all. And Redlands just struggling to get out of their own end at the moment.
That's the fresh legs we were talking about before, Josh. Just they really need to get it to their sub-box. Just take those hard yards and, you know, stick your hand up and take one for the team, literally, and get yourself to that sub-box. And sometimes just get it in hand and just head straight out that way, purely just to get the fresh legs on. You know, so you can get the ball up the end of the field at least and have the fresh legs to defend another set and start trying to regain some momentum.
So Gold Coast trying to put the icing on the cake here as they've had quite a large build-up. They've had plenty of attempts on this Redlands line. Now they'll park up towards the right, shipping it out from half. And the touch is made, so they'll head back to the 7, looking to almost restart the set as they try and find some momentum here towards the back end. Now it's the last touch. They fire another long pass and the ball going to ground, so they're threatening out this left-hand side. It just hasn't come together yet.
Yeah, they're coming back to what they know and to what is working. No tries on the scoreboard as such, but it's still working and it's still opening up for them. So taking them one side, trying to bring all the defenders across and coming back to the other.
And now Redlands holding their breath at the moment as we see a slow roll ball. They'll just be wanting to get out of their own end and get some fresh legs on the field. As they do get up to that 10 mark, Gold Coast defence very quick off their line. And they look to create something here, Redlands, but Gold Coast managed to keep them at bay. And they'll turn the ball over inside Redlands half. So this is a very strong start from Gold Coast.
Yeah, they're just winning all the little things at the moment, Josh. They're winning the roll ball battle, you know, which is really important to win that battle and really bend your back, get to the side and get a really clean roll ball. So especially when you need your fresh legs and, like we were saying before, you just need that go forward and stick your hand up. Ooh. No, they're still taking on the links there, Josh. But yeah, what we're saying, just winning those really little tiny things that are only such a small part of the game, but so large and make a big difference.
Yeah, they're favouring this left-hand side. However, they swing it towards the right. It was a lovely floated pass.
Yeah. Now they tuck back in and snuck one back in, but ball went to ground. So these are the moments here where they need to really stay nice and low, really good footwork, stay low instead of getting stood up in the roll ball. So that's where Gold Coast are winning this battle at the moment, and that's why they're able to keep them to their own half, just by winning that roll ball and putting the pressure on and preventing Redlands of getting to that sub-box and getting their fresh legs on. So full credit to the Gold Coast girls at the moment. They're doing all the little things right.
Now, Gold Coast start on the 7. They try and sneak underneath. And Redlands do well to make the stop.
Yeah, that one was close. Roll ball on the 7's always hard to stop. A great little dive. So Redlands did really, really well to just get a touch on that one. But again, Fiona Quinn out there, she won't miss a beat.
And now they come towards the left. They're not going to need the support. Summer Robinson goes over. Gold Coast get on the board.
Definitely someone to watch there, Summer Robinson. I'm sure she's had a fantastic carnival in all the lead-up games to here. She's definitely one out there that they'll want to do their line attack, and you can see why. She can open them up. She's got wheels, and she's got a dive on her, and she's quite tall, so she's got a nice long reach on her, and they'll definitely bring them back.
So now Redlands coming back the other way with the ball, as they'll be looking to get on the board. They haven't found a try yet. And Gold Coast, some resolute defending. And now here come Gold Coast as they go through the hands towards this sub box. Just jumping up over the 10. Trying to gain some momentum as they come from this touchline. A nice little dart in and away. Here's the last touch. They're going to pick it up and run, and the touch is called. So Sophie Smith it was, jumping from half, and Redlands do a tremendous job to keep them out. So Redlands here with a little error, just opening the door once again for Gold Coast. They'll be looking to drive things home here, the yellow and blue, as they look to turn some pressure into some more points. Now wallering around the 7. Now they try and jump underneath once more. The sub box thinks they've scored, but the referees have a different idea. So too Redlands. Again, this left-hand side is where they lean to. And now the 6 touches made, so Redlands do well to hold on. And
the scoreline, Josh, considering the ball possession and field possession that they've had, Redlands are doing well. To have the game at 1-0 is, they will take a positive to that. Their line defence, they're really getting those 50-50 calls, getting down nice and low and preventing a lot of the attempted tries from Gold Coast. So I'm sure if they can just get over this halfway and really get that subset happening, maybe change a few things up, and they may at half-time. That's usually what happens. Adam Pride over there on the Redlands side, he's a very, very smart man in the touch football world. So no doubt he's got a few things up his sleeve to throw in there at half-time to hopefully just fix that part of their game up. And I'm sure, they'll give themselves every chance to really get back in this game. Gold Coast, however, will be wanting to really capitalise on the possession that they've had and the field possession that they've had. They'll feel like they should be more than 1-0 up. Yeah, so just really great defence from Redlands. So, they're doing an incredible job at defending their lines. If they can just hold out to half-time, have a bit of a breather and regroup, we might see a different second half.
For those of you who were lucky enough to tune in when Adam Pride was up here in the commentary box throughout the telecast, it was great to pick his brain as he was sharing his knowledge and expertise on the game, and that Redland team in very good hands. So half-time not too far away. Roughly around a minute 30 remaining in the match. Redlands coming strong here. The last touch is up, but they'll try and make something of it. And Robinson, again, she's had a big hand in both defence and attack for Gold Coast. She does very well there to hold Redlands out. And now they'll look to pick across towards this left-hand side of the field for them. Right near their sub box. Trying to pick up some momentum as they jump over halfway. Claim of a touch. The referee didn't see it, and now they'll let the ball sing. It's opening up for Gold Coast. Do they have another try on their hands? They sure do. They jump out to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, well done. Just recycle of the football. Never say die, taking space, all running the right holes, backing each other up. So right across the park, the support play was there, and catch, pass, release. This is what we play for. Nice early ball there. She understood the positioning of the field and what was needed there. If she had kept running to that corner, may have got caught. So body positioning and the timing of her pass was spot on.
Yeah, fantastic play there from Zara Ricardo. And it was Tali Growth who got on the board. So Gold Coast up 2-0 here at halftime in the 18 girls quarterfinal. We'll be back after the break for all the second half action on field 1. Don't go anywhere. Lucky enough to be here at the Junior State Cup, chilling out at Vendor City at the moment. A massive shout out to you all as you sit back, relax, enjoying the live stream, selecting the number of food options around the ground and soaking in this final day of the Junior State Cup here on day 3. And if you haven't made the most of your opportunity around the ground, make sure you get down here and take a look around. All the activations, all the friendly faces, and all the fantastic touch that is getting played.
Josh, just talking Vendor City, if anyone's over there that knows my coffee order over at Livestream, small skinny cap extra shot, would be amazing.
So, while Katie waits for her coffee order to arrive, we have a game on our hands here. 2-0 the score to Gold Coast up against Redlands in the 18 girls. This is the quarterfinal match on field 1. And the siren has sounded, so we've just got that ticked off as both teams make their way back onto the field. What did you make of that first half there, Katie? Gold Coast in some control. They found the try line. A good start for them.
Yeah, 100% in control of that first half. But, it is definitely a game of two halves. And the beauty of the half-time, I suppose, for the teams that are down on the scoreboard is that you can most certainly make some really quick and easy changes, and hopefully Redlands have done that, and they really need to win this roll ball battle and pull Gold Coast up, and then on the return when they have the ball, turn it around and win that battle themselves. And when you get stood up, it's only half a second, but half a second in touch footy is a lot. So I'm sure Pridey over the Redlands box would have made some nice changes and hopefully can get his girls up and about. Wow. And his next comment might be, just stay a little bit tighter, girls. Yeah, so well done by the Gold Coast, really well set up. They attempted a lot of this sort of thing in the first half, and we call it a bit of conditioning and getting them on the out. So, the first half we had, Summer taking them on the out. She's got pace, she's got wheels, so she's getting them on the outside. This time she props and steps back in and dishes off, and very, very well set up and constructed try.
So that's a third there for Gold Coast, and they pick up a turnover here, so both sides of the ball getting it done for them in defence and attack. And we have a penalty going their way also. They'll get the rub of the green on that occasion. Redlands with some defending to do to try and hold on in this game. Gold Coast marching up the field, picking apart that middle, and now they'll roll it out towards the right as they have numbers on the left. What are they trying to set up here? They come towards the short side, however.
Yeah, roll ball not square, I believe there, picked up from referee Bree. So little things like that, in 18s, you would like to think that those sort of things are out of their game, but the game is so fast that sometimes you need to take as much advantage as possible So this is a better intent from Redlands in, getting up their side box, straight up the line, just go forward, girls, go hard, stick your hand up and get those legs on. Unfortunately not able to sort of finish off their set, but that can come as long as they can get to their sub box and get their legs on and start to really pick up that part of their game. Then the finishing off usually will come later.
Now it's Gold Coast back with the ball as they get some new legs on the park. Here's a nice lofted pass towards the middle as they look to set a platform on the last. A little bit of a trick play there from Gold Coast as they pull out something that they've been hiding.
Yeah, well, this is the time to bring it out. Let's see if this works. Let's throw this in, girls, see if this works, and we might, pull it out again if we make the GF. But yeah, nice and pretty. Someone's down. No, she's good. She's good.
So Redlands eating into the Gold Coast half at the moment, up over halfway as they're climbing through the gears.
This is better.
It's a lovely pass towards the link. The Gold Coast wing just jamming up, but it was better signs there from Redlands.
Yeah, definitely. They got over halfway. They got a great little roll ball there at the end and, gave themselves a chance, and finishing the ball on the other side of Gold Coast sub box. So hopefully make it a little bit more hard for them to get their fresh legs on and kind of return the favour of what the Gold Coast have been doing to them. So if they can make some, nice big touch here, nice big strong touch.
Robinson.
Great touch. That was very dangerous. Without opening that middle space up on fifth and last was what I was about to say, and it nearly happened, but really great defensive touch. So, and a relieving penalty, very relieving penalty. So a set from here, you'd like to see them just drive it very, very hard, head down, go forward, get it to the line and give themselves a chance to have one or two really good cracks at the line.
Yeah, it's not completely done for Redlands. There's plenty of time left in this match, so if they can get things moving, they're still well and truly in it, as they are the team on the attack. Gold Coast just sitting in defence, trying to turn them away. Redlands, can they open the door for a try? Here's the last touch. It was a solid touch, pushing them back. And now Redlands trying to create something from nothing.
Not giving the ball back. I believe that penalty would be for that. So fifth and last, she ran through, got touch, and when someone's standing on the mark, the opposition, and it's their ball, you've got to give it back to them. You don't have to be nice about it, but you can't throw it away. Can't throw it away, definitely. So, like we've been saying, there's nothing that you'll get over these three referees that we have out on the field at the moment, 3 level 6 referees. So they're on it. No doubt we'll see them on field 1 coming up, later on in the day when the grand finals start, because they really are so great at their craft and keep the girls, in check and keep the game running really well. And we've talked a lot this weekend about ref-spect. So, we want that shown to all of our referees, and these ladies demand it purely just by, their knowledge and the way that they communicate with the players. It's really nice to see.
And just going back to that little penalty there, it's the small things that will matter as the games get tighter and we count down towards the grand finals. This is the quarterfinal of the 18 girls, quarterfinal number 2. And Gold Coast ahead at the moment, looking for another one to add to their list. As they approach the 7, here's the last touch. Robinson jumping from half. And play on is called. So they'll roll over for a try, but the referees will pull it back. And a penalty is eventually called.
Yeah, offside penalty there. So it could have gone either way, I think, that penalty, from what we could see from up in the box. But no, Redlands offside, which is, forces the opposition to pass or make an error that they wouldn't normal.
And now they sneak underneath. Sophie Smith it is, who makes no mistake. And that's a fantastic try from Gold Coast, finishing off their good work.
They got there in the end, that's right. They were denied one that they thought was a try on the wing, but showing a bit of resilience. And, okay, well, what's next? What's our last sort of static play that we can run through? And they've done well. So they really have. They've scored a couple through the middle or got through the middle and once you can turn the middles around or confuse the two middle defenders, then usually the whole team of defence gets that little bit of confusion amongst them. So you've really got to be rock solid in your two middles. But, credit to Gold Coast and their skill that they've got there on the line and all the different options that they've got and strike weapons that they've got. But you'd really like to see Redlands get themselves on the board. They'd be really happy with, getting a couple. And it doesn't take long to get some tries in a game of touch. So Redlands, they shouldn't feel like they're out of it. They defend really well, and if they can get this midfield pressure defence here and really stop Gold Coast coming to their sub-box right now to get those fresh legs on, so get up and jam and pressure them here, and hopefully, maybe force an error and give themselves a crack at the line.
As they can try and turn things on with their defence. However, Gold Coast finds some wriggle room on this right-hand side, right near the sub-box. They got up and close. They still have the ball as they hover over that 10. Now on the last touch. Have an appetite to go forward, and Redlands do well to catch him from half. So they'll be glad to have the ball back in hand, Redlands.
There we go, that's better.
They're eating up plenty of metres. And now they'll switch it back towards the middle, finding some momentum. The play is still alive. And they're picking up metres as they go along. Now the last touch. And it just comes unstuck there right at the end. But much better signs there from Redlands, getting forward, penetrating that Gold Coast defence. And while we say that, Gold Coast now back on the attack with a chance of their own. Into the final 5 minutes of this quarterfinal. Gold Coast with the lead. But we see a turnover here, so a change of possession. And they'll be called all the way to the 10 as 7 on is the call. Just getting things mixed up on that subset for Gold Coast.
Yeah, the referees don't miss those things anymore when they do their interchange, from the sideline to the on-field referee. When they're doing those sort of things, they're still watching. I don't know how they do it. They really do have eyes in the back of their heads, but they're really onto those sort of things at the moment. And the subset being so prevalent in a lot of people's games, and it really does make a big difference. So when you're talking only a metre, or someone's only a step away, and someone comes on that a little bit early, when you're talking 1 metre, you put that into context down on the try line, and that 1 metre makes a massive difference. So, as frustrating and hard as it can be when you do get pulled up on something like that, when you're talking 1 metre on a try line, it is a big difference. So it really should still be a big difference when you're talking a subset and you're subbing properly as well. So referees are onto it, and we've just got to be better as players to get it right.
So now it's the last touch. They jump from half, Gold Coast, and team up right there when it mattered. There's another try, so that's 5. And it was fantastic play, catching the defence out from half and making the most of their opportunity.
Yeah, great little, great dump there. Great strike dump to allow Matty Doring to run from half and have a clear space and take the right option. The right option was actually just presented, and that was purely by the good work and the good strike dump, getting on the ball on the ground, nice and clean. Really easy pick up for someone with a bit of pace to run through, and a nice, nice easy try for Gold Coast.
So the try will go to Isabel Fish, but the accolades to her teammates as they laid the foundation. And now Redlands coming back the other way, trying to find something in their attack. It'd be good to see a few tries scored for them as they get down towards this 7. And they hold it up in the middle. Now wrapping around, trying to catch the Gold Coast defence out. And a penalty is blown. So offside the call. And they did catch him out. They just couldn't quite find the line.
Yeah, a bit of patience here from Redlands. Yeah, really, they really need to sort of set something up. You can see they're looking, they go, okay, where do we need them? What are we doing? What are we running? Where do we need our defenders to be? And that's great talking defence. That's great defence from Gold Coast. They're up and in and putting the pressure and really forcing them to make that pass and forcing them to make a decision very quickly.
So Gold Coast are a force to be reckoned with as they jump through the stages here in the 18 girls division. They've had a sound game both in attack and defence, as that one not going their way. But for the vast majority, they've put on a fantastic show on field one. I dare say they'll be back here in the pointy end of the competition as Redlands have the ball as they try and break down this Gold Coast defence. It's been quite hard, quite the challenge. Now Redlands pick it up. They come towards the right. Here's a nice pass. But Gold Coast once again get across in time, cut down the space and make the stop.
Gold Coast will be really happy with this defence, being up by 5 tries and, I think we're nearly under a minute to go, I believe. They're really happy with that defensive effort of, not just going, it doesn't matter, it's okay, we'll just let that one go. They really pushed hard and defended really well and tucked in nice and tight and prevented Redlands from getting on the board. So the Gold Coast will be really, really happy just purely by the effort, let alone the score.
So the performance will bring much delight. Now Redlands here with the ball. As the siren sounds and Gold Coast march on, they'll progress from this quarterfinal. It's a 5-0 win, and we have plenty more coming your way here on Field 1. Don't go anywhere, including the post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. And we'll see you very shortly.
Did you know that one Australian is diagnosed with melanoma every 30 minutes? Even incidental sun exposure can lead to skin cancer all year round. So, if you're grabbing a coffee on your way to work, hanging out the washing, or just getting a little practice in, it all adds up. That's why it's important to check your skin regularly.
And if you notice any changes, talk to your GP.
Don't let your guard down this winter. Slip, slop, slap, seek, slide. It only takes 10 minutes in the Queensland sun to permanently damage your skin. Even in winter, even on cloudy days, you're still at risk from harmful UV rays. That's why Queensland has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world. It's important to check your skin regularly, and if you notice any changes, talk to your GP about a skin check. Don't let your guard down this winter.
Interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. I'm Pinky joining you. Let's go, girls. Come on. Michaela's team, they've just wrapped up their game, as you might have just watched. And Michaela's here to be the spokesperson right now. That was a quarter-final. Yes. So you've just won 5-0. Yes. How are you feeling?
Excited.
Yeah, excited. That was a great game. And how did you feel about your performance today and all this vitamin D with the sun in Rocky this morning?
It's good. It's very hot up here, but
yeah, it is actually. So what does this mean for you girls now?
We're into the semis and we'll probably play Rocky, which will be a bit of a tough one for us.
Playing Rocky today, look out. What are you enjoying the most about the Junior State Cup? Because of course this is day 3, finals day.
Yeah. I love the atmosphere, everybody around. It's just a good, all around.
And any shout outs for the team members today or family and friends?
Shout out to the girls.
Excellent work. How long have you been playing touch footy for?
Since under 10s. So,
yeah. And what makes you keep playing?
So, welcome back to field one. As we've had this match start here between Redlands and Toowoomba. And Redlands with the ball to start off this game as they are inside the 7. They look to rip it and finding a gap between the link and the wing. So that's the first try going the way of Redlands. 1-0 the score. I'm joined by Carly Banks in the commentary box. Carly, how's it going?
Yeah, fantastic start to this game. Nice little sweeper play there from the Redlands boys, and great put down by link Xander Butler. So 1-0.
So off to a quick start there, Redlands, and Toowoomba will now cart it into halfway as they look to return serve. They had a thrilling game up against Townsville yesterday here on field one. Now they're back on the main field once again and just looking for the ref's call, so it's offside. Penalty going the way of Toowoomba.
Yeah, repeat set here, and watch for number 1, Blaze Prendergast, Australian under-18 boys captain, to figure prominently here for Toowoomba. Really, really good player who controls the game really well.
So here he is jumping from half, and a little juggle that may have costed Toowoomba the try, and Redlands were able to make the touch in the process. So a half chance there for Toowoomba. And you see that man once again ripping it towards the wing. And it's all clear, so Toowoomba hit back immediately, 1-0 the score.
Yeah, nice little play there from Blaze Prendergast. Took his time, was very patient with the use of the footy, and he found Australian 18 boys winger Sammy Shepherd dotting down in the corner for a very important touchdown for the Toowoomba Twisters.
So we could be set for a shootout here. Both sides on song in their attack. As Redlands are back with it. And they're loading up on this right-hand side. Toowoomba read it very well. Here's the last touch. Redlands jumping from half, and Toowoomba make the stop, so they'll get things moving right away, wasting absolutely no time getting back on the front foot.
Yeah, it's a really nice transition here from the Twisters, but the Redlands boys have been pretty good in this midfield in the opening stages of this game, so they just need to maintain the intensity here at the back end of this set.
So here's the last touch, picking up where they left off, Toowoomba, and they pick up another one. A beautiful moment there for Ronan Delaney, and they hit the front Toowoomba.
Yeah, another one of the Australian under-18 boys there, Bailey Deacon, co-captain of the Australian 18 boys. Fantastic little squirt out of there from acting half. Great vision, to find Delaney dotting down. So really important here for Redlands now, Josh, to steady the ship and get back into this contest.
Yeah, you're right. They just need to step the flow here. They're back with it, Redlands. After hitting the front, they now find themselves behind. And an interception there from Toowoomba, decided to take the touch. As they steady things here.
Yeah, Delaney with a very, very important play there. That was a really, really nice link ball from Kai forward, putting a lot of pressure there on the Toowoomba defence, but it was equal to the task.
So they're very quick. This Toowoomba team rolling through the gears, and Prendergast looking to go long, but a subtle pass.
Yeah, very good play there again from Prendergast, just summing up his options, and I'm sure that little play out the back, either the passive or that link ball, will be there a little bit later on, and I'm sure he noted that very well. Very intelligent player.
So they'll be on the defensive front now, Toowoomba. It's Redlands rolling through. Here's the last, trying to pick up a little play through the middle and find some space towards that left-hand edge.
Yeah, some really good enterprising play there by Kai Smith. He's a talented player with a good set of wheels, good feet, and a really nice touch brain. So I expect him to feature prominently for Redlands as this game wears on.
So once again, it's Toowoomba coming past this sub-box, picking up momentum. That's a lovely bit of trickery between the two middles. And now, do they have the space? They do. They just couldn't quite find the pass. However, the penalty is blown, so they'll get a fresh set starting on the 7.
Yeah, great call from the referee there, realising that the Muddies hadn't made the line in time, and played on and then gave him the penalty.
And now they swing it towards the right. And going from sideline to sideline there, Toowoomba. Redlands cover up well, and now they just mix things up, coming out of their own end.
Yeah, there was a reprieve there for the Twisters. Coach Jacob Madden would be wanting the boys to just be really patient in this use of this repeat set. So Bailey Deacon with ball in hand. Let's look for him to feature prominently here.
Now they go towards the right. Great job there to hold on to the ball. As they'll roll it from the 7. Redlands pushing up, taking their boxes in defence. As Toowoomba look to double their lead. Here's a ball, finding the wing.
Yeah, little play, we call it the mitter, and really, really well run there. The boys rehearsed that well, but super well read there by the Redlands defence. So fantastic work over there in the Redlands coaching box as well. The boys are very evenly matched in this contest.
So now this is the last, and they'll chance their hand towards the left. It dwindles out for Toowoomba. As you mentioned, very evenly matched here, Carly. Both teams throwing a lot at either side. At that stage of the game, it was Redlands turning away Toowoomba's attack.
Yes, it's really, really good press defence at the moment from the Twisters. It hasn't been a great set. Adam Pride and Corey Russell over there in that Redlands coaching box wouldn't be too impressed with that at the moment, and would probably want the boys to, do better with their sets.
So now Toowoomba jumped over halfway as they look to get going. Up 2-1. Lovely ball back on the inside. They're going to pick up from the 7. Here's a long pass, launching it towards the right, and they just stay in the field of play to pick up another.
Yeah, the combination again. Blaze Brennergast, probably not enough superlatives to describe what he is at the moment. He's definitely one of the best young players in Australian touch, and that long ball to Sammy Shepherd running a beautiful J line and dotting down proves why he's one of the best players in his age, in his position on the wing as well.
So now Redlands will be looking to stay in the fight here as Toowoomba are just starting to pull away. 3-1 the score. Here's a perfect opportunity to get back on the board.
Unlucky, that was the right play from Kyron forward, a nice little ML platform, and there's some space here on this wing. Toowoomba had their spacings a little bit mixed up there. They're a little bit compressed, so that would be encouraging for the Redlands box over there, and they will definitely be putting that one in the back pocket, I'm thinking, Josh, for further in the game.
We see that as both teams get down to either side of the field. They just test things out and keep it in the memory bank for next time. As Toowoomba, they've looked very dangerous. They've been on fire in attack, and they're jumping from half again. The link was open almost.
Yeah, I think Bailey Deacon would like to have that one again there, Josh. I think he could have almost gone himself there and sort of skirted through that hole. But yeah, nice little play. They're picking up a few extras through that middle third, and I think Redlands need to stay up a little bit and flatline a little bit late in the count, and that might cut off that little avenue because Toowoomba are getting such a good roll coming into the back end of the set.
You're right, Toowoomba on song in attack, and now Redlands looking to do the same, as it's a nice dummy, selling the ball, and it was a great little moment there. It's all clear, and Redlands now back in it.
Yeah, that man Kai Smith that we mentioned earlier, he's deceptive with the footy in his hands, and Toowoomba would be disappointed in that touchdown in terms of people moving up and just getting their man, but luck's a fortune, and fantastic work there from Kai Smith to keep the Redlands back in touch in this game, Josh.
So this is round 7 of the 18 boys. We have had a few quarterfinals played here on field 1 throughout day 3, and these guys are getting geared up for their finals, starting very soon. But for now, still in the rounds. And Toowoomba trying to make something happen. They return serve immediately. It's another try going their way.
Yeah, beautiful little set piece. Did mean that the timing was a little bit off with that last pass, but everything else worked like clockwork. They're running through their catalogue of plays and just feeling comfortable coming into the finals, as you mentioned, Josh. So, really, really nice to watch such good free-flowing touch coming into the business end of the comp.
Yeah, so we see on the replay, Toowoomba grabbing their 4th. And we have less than 5 minutes remaining in the first half. We'll get to start from halfway. So they don't need any invitation. However, they'll grab one here and look to make the most of it. It's Prendergast sussing out this Redlands defence. Here they go. Prendergast from half. And the touch was made there.
Yeah, really, really good read there defensively from Jack Johnson. He did a magic job there because that isn't an easy play to defend.
Prendergast, fleet-footed,
Yeah,
and then the
penalty.
roll ball just a bit messy, but as you said, a penalty going the way of Toowoomba.
Yeah, and it was 100% the right play from Xander Butler to make there because with Faze, Toowoomba were going to score for all money. So, yeah, smart play in the end.
And now Redlands aiming up in defence here. As we see the spectators behind the try line, enthralled by this one. Very quick touch being played on field one. Both teams going at it. And Prendergast, here he is at half. Now whipping it towards the right-hand side. The winger open. That's their fifth.
That's it. Sammy Shepherd will definitely be shouting Blaze Prendergast a few soft drinks after this game. Great effort from Blaze again just to sum things up. And I think Redlands could benefit from trying to cut the field a little bit off and not allow Blaze to drag the middle so far off centre because it's just open slather there for him. So I'm sure the coaching box have got some really smart people over in that Redlands box and they'll be well aware of that and be interesting to see what modifications happen at half time.
Now Redlands coming back with the ball as they get things restarted. And just an opportunity goes begging there. Toowoomba.
Yeah, it's really
hold out.
Important here that Redlands dig in, in the shadows of half time and not concede too many more points here, mate. And this is good. This is good for them here. If they get one here, it gives them a little bit of hope, just to steady the ship a little bit coming into half time. So yeah, couldn't have happened at a better time for the Muddies.
So they can turn the deficit from 3-2 here. If they can find the line, as you mentioned, right now would be the perfect opportunity to find the board. They start from the 7, trying to go through their hands and then the ball goes to ground. So the attack not quite clicking at the moment for Redlands.
Yeah, they'd have been disappointed with that effort. They really would have wanted to make them pay a little bit there. But here we go, Toowoomba on the march again.
So some physicality there in the touch as the two Redland players converge. And now Toowoomba.
Yeah. Bit of a clunky set here from Toowoomba. This back end will need to be a little bit better here, and that's a better drive and a kick through for McNolan.
And play on is waved by the referee. Did they get the try? It was a long ball towards this left-hand side, right on the siren. They sure did. That's their 6, so a fantastic way for Toowoomba to round out this first half. We're heading to an ad break, but we'll be back shortly for the second half action here on Field 1. Welcome back to day 3 of the Junior State Cup here in Rockhampton, and the sun is shining. It's perfect weather, setting the scene for the final day of the carnival. I'm joined by Carly Banks in the commentary box. Carly, a scintillating first half there from Toowoomba in this 18s match against Redlands.
Yeah, they've definitely set the tone here. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the second half. I can see the Redlands box over there and Corey Russell laying down the law over there. So I'm sure we'll see a much better effort defensively from Redlands. It's the Muddies' way, so they'll lift themselves for this second half. The challenge for Toowoomba will be to maintain the rage. But when you've got Blaze Prendergast and Bailey Deacon in such great form, Mac Nolan, Australian under-18s, mixed player as well, who put on that last try before half-time. It's an imposing lineup that the Twisters have come up with, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in the second half, Josh.
Yeah, so they're coming into these finals in some good form here, Toowoomba. And now Redlands, we're looking to get back on the board and turn the tide, as they've had plenty of defending to do. Toowoomba coming in waves. They find themselves down on the scoreboard. The penalty here will help. So they'll get a fresh set, starting right on the 7. Redlands coming through the middle and just slipping over. So looking to launch there, but just didn't quite turn for him. And now Redlands lay it off. They've got bodies in motion, swinging towards the right, shaping towards the centre.
Yeah, he's been one of their best. Kai Ford's been probing and been asking a lot of questions. That time he pulled out the dive. It's more his passing game that's featured, but yeah, a very wholehearted player. Xander Butler on the sweep.
And now they try to jump underneath, but the touch was made, so Toowoomba's defence just as good as their attack, and both are humming at the moment. As they come towards this upset, picking up some metres. Driving forward, Redlands trying to turn the game with a bit of physicality in their defence. As the last touches here, Toowoomba running downhill and then they lose their footing.
Yeah, we've seen the players slipping and sliding around a little bit today, haven't we, Josh? It was quite dewy this morning as well, and yeah, it'll be perfect conditions a little bit later when it's completely dried out for finals. How good's that going to be?
100%, despite the players going to ground here in the recent phases, walking out there on field 1. It's been an immaculate condition despite all the rain early in the week. The ground staff have done a tremendous job to keep it alive and well. And as you mentioned, Carly, it's going to be a carpet-like field for the finals, as there's a long ball. Redlands doing well to try and keep that ball off the deck. What'd you like there from Redlands? They look to threaten.
Yeah, Campbell Rolfe, he's a really good ball player, and he's one of the guys that has to get the football in his hands a lot more for Redlands. That's a beautiful left to right that he threw there, and yeah, really love to see him get a little bit more involved in this second half.
So Toowoomba back on the march. Their last set was very fast, and here they go. Prendergast breaking from half. Look at the speed on him as he teams up with a teammate. And the ball going to ground. So an opportunity there wasted for Toowoomba.
Yeah, Mac Nolan won't be happy with himself dropping the lollies on that one, but fantastic effort there from Blaze Prendergast. Great read. He noticed the two people up at the ruck, picked up and went. And another masterclass effort there from Blaze Prendergast.
So he's been right in the thick of things, Blaze Prendergast. Quite dangerous when he has the ball, and in defence as well, as Redlands try and make something work here down that right-hand channel. Didn't quite work out for him, and Toowoomba will start inside their own half, whizzing it over towards this right-hand side. So I'll pick up some subs. They look to go through the middle here. Here's the last touch, and they complete their set of 6. So Redlands do a tremendous job to hold them out.
Yeah, they do. The game's at a bit of a stalemate at the moment, just ebbing and flowing, and neither team really grabbing a hold, of this second half. So if I'm that Redlands box, I'll be wanting them to complete. And yeah, Toowoomba are working really hard to keep in there. That's 4 before halfway, and that's a really good effort. So it's these last couple of touches off the back end that'll determine what happens in this set.
So now Redlands look to go through the hands.
6 to go, yeah.
6 more touches coming the way of Redlands. We see Toowoomba get a hand on things.
And that man Kai Ford's out there again, looking to control things and work with Smith.
So Redlands Picked off there as they look to come towards this left-hand edge. Now they'll roll towards the middle, coming back towards the left, and the interception is picked up.
How's the hands? Fantastic work there from Madden to get the intercept and pass in the same motion. We're being treated to a great skill level out here in the boys 18s division, Josh.
Yes, it is fantastic to watch. I'm sure from a neutral perspective, it's amazing to see these two teams go at it. Just seeing the skills on show and the flair and flamboyance on display as Toowoomba getting out of their own end in some style. As Redlands now marching back down the field. They'll hunt through the centre third. Now the last touch, rolling it from left to right, and that won't be taken off them. Redlands hit the board.
And there he is, that man Campbell Rolfe. We mentioned him earlier, him needing to get himself involved, and on cue, the long ball to the winger. And yeah, that's a fantastic hit back there from the Muddies. And be interesting to see what Toowoomba do in response here, Josh.
So the scoreline sitting at 6-3. There's still just under 8 minutes remaining in the match. And it's still anyone's game. If Redlands come out and come back, they could make things interesting at the back end. However, Toowoomba will have something to say about that. As they keep the play alive, Prendergast eventually takes the touch.
Probably a little counties play for Blasey. Yeah, he's just looking, setting up. He's still got a, yep, that's 5. Last touch. Interesting to see what play they pull here.
So they'll start from the 7, and they can't quite make something work. Redlands pick up the touch and will cart it out of their own end.
Yeah, very important there. An intercept, so the 0 count, so they've got an extra touch there to work down the field. So it'll be interesting to see what Redlands do with this 6. This is a very, very important set in terms of the context of the game, Josh. Yeah, good pick up from the referee. Just a little bobble off the Redlands player's foot, and the right call in terms of a turnover there.
So just as you stress the importance of that set for Redlands, it comes undone.
Yeah, on the mock again. I need to be quiet.
And Toowoomba singing the ball towards the right-hand side. Their ball movement has been emphatic in this match. It's been great to watch. And now they just hold things up towards the left. They'll take the touch as they fire it back towards the centre third. What can they create here? Toowoomba. They break from half. The support's there. And we'll just wait for the call. It will be the last touch heading back to the 7.
What a sensational touch. Xander Butler take a bow. That was a pretty difficult play to contend with, and he's done magically well there. Great defence.
Did a fantastic job for his side. So the effort still there for Redlands. However, a penalty going the way of Toowoomba.
And Toowoomba with all their big guns out there at the moment. It'd be interesting to see what they put together on this set of 6.
So now into the 7. And Redlands hold out through the middle. They have a commanding lead at the moment, Toowoomba, and they'll be looking to add to that. They find the middle and then...
Nice little out ball, fantastic out ball, and then Mac Nolan, renowned for that left foot step, comes back and takes the space between the two middles to enhance that lead for the Toowoomba Twisters.
So Toowoomba in charge at the moment as we take a look at the replay. Carly talking us through the minds there of Toowoomba and what they came up with. As Redlands get things going here again in the second half. They'll try and find the line as here's a long pass towards the left wing, and they do get over.
Yeah, that ML platform has been very, very good for the Redlands Muddies, and that man Kai forward with a nice right to left long ball, finding the winger, nice little line to finish off, and yeah, the Redlands are still firing salvos, and I love this. They've been super competitive in this game, and I think their team will be well proud of the way that they're conducting themselves here.
Yeah, so it's Daniel Wong with the try. It seems as though Redlands have had the chances and they've been able to find the line it's come and gone in waves. They haven't quite put together a full performance here against Toowoomba. As they make the stop here. Just under 4 minutes remaining in this second half. Toowoomba right where they want to be on the attack. And a juggle in the link. Did they get there in the end?
Yeah, correct call from the referee. Just that little bobble again delayed the put down.
So now, here come Toowoomba. Now they find it, and it works out for them this time.
Yeah, fantastic little ball playing effort there from Brock Sankey. That sinker pass has become one of the real features of our sport in the last 12 months, and perfect timing, nice set piece from the Toowoomba combination, and that'll please Coach Jacob Madden no end.
So the Toowoomba lads coming over to get a well-earned break and a rest as they get some air back in those lungs. We see the crowd starting to build up here around field one. We're getting down towards the pointy end of the Junior State Cup, and Redlands at the pointy end of the field.
Yeah, unlucky play there, but Campbell Rolfe still asking questions right to the death of this game, and good to see the Muddies fighting hard to get themselves, another try here if they can. Here we go, down the short side. Nice work from McNolan.
So Toowoomba picking up plenty of space. The speed there will outdo the Redlands defence, and they go from coast to coast, Toowoomba, picking up another try.
Yeah, fantastic finish from Jaden Campbell, but you put that one down to McNolan. Great transition from Bailey Deacon and himself, getting on the quick ball and streaking away to that sideline to extend the lead again for Toowoomba.
So Redlands just floating out of the match there, and Toowoomba making the most of it as they caught him short. And Toowoomba will certainly be happy with this performance, as it's been quite stunning on both sides of the ball. Redlands now with the ball as they're lined up on the 7. Jumping inside that passage of the field, and the ball goes to ground once again. So there's promising signs towards that right-hand side. They just can't make it stick. Yeah,
through that link channel, the Redlands boys have been right in terms of where they've wanted to place their attack. Just the execution's been a little off, but another good tactical move there from the Redlands players.
Potentially that has been the difference. Execution here in this one. Round 7 of the 18 boys. And Toowoomba keep the ball alive, play on. What a try. That is absolutely stunning from Toowoomba. Poetry in motion.
It's the Harlem Globetrotters. They're turning on the show now. Ronan Delaney, great work with McNolan, combined in a lovely passage of play there to give Sammy Shepherd another try. I wish I had $1 for every try that Sam Shepherd scores. I think I'd be a very rich woman, mate.
So Sam Shepherd just strolling over the line. One for the highlight reel, that. And now Redlands back on the attack. Toowoomba have aimed up in defence. They haven't dropped their guard one bit.
And the big fella Kai Ford nearly got one himself there. He was shaping to throw that long ball again, and went with a different option. But he's tried his heart out today for the Redlands Muddies.
Now Redlands, they've had some success down this left-hand sideline with Wong, but he'll be numbered up from the Toowoomba defence. And immediately they let the ball fly. They want another one here if possible, but the intercept from Redlands. And a little moment for them to hang their hat on.
Kapua Pokai, well done, mate. There's a try there for the Redlands Muddies to finish it off, and I think that's a deserved try there for the Muddies to close out this game. But what a comprehensive performance from Toowoomba as well, coming into finals, really looking the goods at this stage of the tournament, Josh.
Without a doubt, a great way to end. A little reward there for Redlands. Toowoomba, too good. So we're done here on field 1 for this match. Plenty more coming your way, including the post-game interview thanks to our good friends at Guzmani Gomez. But don't go anywhere. All the finals action coming up very shortly here on field 1 at the day 3 of the Junior State Cup in Rockhampton.
Welcome to another post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. My name is Pinky and we are joined with Troy Morgan, the chairman of Queensland Touch Football. How are we feeling in the sunshine finals day at the Junior State Cup?
Unbelievable, Pinky. The Rockies really turned the weather on for us here. It's just an amazing day, and I just finished watching last round game, the 18 boys, and it certainly is finals day today. The intensity has certainly come up a notch.
Intensity is definitely a word I would have used as well, and to me that seemed, as someone who's not huge on my touch footy, I'm learning a lot this weekend. Were they some pretty high scores? It just kept happening.
It just kept happening in that game. It's I just think the Toowoomba team then just realised it is finals day and they really ramped up that intensity.
Yeah, so what have you been enjoying about being on the fields here in Rocky?
It's just great to see the kids back out on the fields. It's bringing the whole of the state together, and it's just such a great feeling. It's even watching the under-10s play in a playoff compared to semi-finals. It's just so great to see.
I'm looking forward to, we've got 2 presentations to do later today with huge amount of recipients as well who will be involved in that.
Yeah, so many presentations to do throughout the day to get through them all. Obviously with 220 teams, there's going to be a fair few finals today, and just the smiles on the faces. As I said before, watching a 9th versus 10th playoff, and those under-10s were having as much fun as those 18 boys were then.
So with all the young ones here enjoying touch footy, how do you feel about the future of the game?
When you look at a carnival like this, it's really strong, and it really flows through with the vision of Queensland Touch Football: unite, inspire, grow, and you just see every team living that this week. And from our QTF team right through to the coaches and the referees, it's just been amazing.
Well, thanks so much for your time. We've got more finals footy to get to, and we'll be back again shortly. Thanks to Guzmani Gomez.
Thanks, Pinky.
Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup. We've got semi-final action about to take place here. 14 girls, Brisbane Metro taking on Redlands. Spectators making their way off the field. Harry Griffin's with me in commentary. And finals action. It's not a touch football event, finals day, without a big tunnel out on the field. And we see the spectators starting to make their way off, but it's all on the line here. Winner goes through to the grand final later on today, and unfortunately the loser goes home, H.
You can feel the buzz and the excitement and the atmosphere around the grounds at the moment, so I'm sure the girls will be itching to get out there and put in a good performance.
So Brisbane Metro have the first possession here in this opening semi-final. Both teams no doubt looking to start strong. Brisbane have the opportunity to score first. And from the tap-off, little play that they look to run there. Good defence though from Redlands. They hold out and get the first job done. They go nice and direct through the middle of Brisbane. Good metres.
Great start to the set.
Over the halfway line they go. 5th and final touch for them. Pick up and go. Nice short ball, little bat on off the fingertips. So that's a good response, and they got downfield nicely there. I like how they went straight through the middle.
Promising start for the Redlands. Yeah, from end to end straight away. Set the tone. See if they can put a bit of pressure on the Brizzy girls coming out of their end here and force an error. Great interchange of passing.
Big dive to make the touch. And Brisbane have responded nicely. They've gotten themselves downfield and getting into a position to potentially attack. Nice defence. They put it through the hands. They'll come back.
Great pass.
And so Brisbane making their way through to the semi-final. With a 4-0 victory over Townsville in the quarterfinal a little bit early this morning. They finished top of their pool. And they've only let in 3 tries since the division split off into the championship round. For Redlands, they had a tougher quarterfinal victory this morning, 4-3, only the 1 try in it against Toowoomba. They finished top of the Pool C. They've only let 2 tries in since splitting off into the championship division as well. So both teams that look like they've been honing in and backing their defence. So this will make for a pretty tight contest, I think, in the scoreline. Redlands, 5th and final. Last play for them now. They pick up and go. Nice footwork off the left foot, in between defenders, into the in-goal area. Just needs support and finds it. Wow, what a start.
Feet from Kelly there. Sharp off the left foot.
Wow, that was a electric try there for Redlands. Let's have a look. Even the ref couldn't stop her from getting through. Alicia Kelly Number 8 setting it alight here and opening up the scoring in the 14 girls. Nice work from the tap-off here from Brisbane. It's got a good feel about this game, doesn't it?
It's exciting already. The crowd went up. Nothing like a sharp step or a big left foot to get the crowd excited, and especially so early into the game. And they're straight through here again. The Brisbane team, can they link up?
Oh, yes. Perfect response. The number 16, Aaliyah Moss, goes over for the try, and all of a sudden, scores locked up at 1 apiece, and just fantastic tries, the first 2 to open up the semi-final.
It's great skill level. Like the young girls out here, 14 girls, to be able to come up with some of the passes and the footwork and the stuff that they've had all week. It's crazy to think. I don't remember anyone when I was back playing that age being able to do any of the stuff that these kids are doing this year.
And the second semi-final that's taking place at the moment is between Rockhampton and Gold Coast, so the winner of that will progress through and take on the winner of our match here against Brisbane and Redlands. The game in the grand final will be live streamed later on, 12:45, so make sure you tune in.
Great shot there.
They hold out nicely there, Brisbane.
Good stop after points.
Now they need to get downfield. And this will help them. It's the penalty coming in on the side. A bit of heavy contact. They'll hold up the players. Now they tap and restart. It's great ball work from Brisbane. I love how they take it right to the line. Bit of space here and just getting the touch. Alicia Cully making the touch for Redlands. Great footy from Brisbane. They're taking it right to the defensive line. And they go a little bit straighter. Williams offloads just out of the fingertips there of Malia Ruri. Redlands now put it through the hands. First touch. Second touch for them now as they work their way to the box. Good run. Good contact as well on the touch.
Oh, great defence.
You probably need to unload there just to help get out of trouble. Straight through the middle. Gemma Schill does a great job. Beautiful ball laid in at the line, and the defence. Geez, they had some work to do there. Brisbane, they started their set defensively was really good. Redlands were struggling to get their fresh players on the box, but it was a great recovery through the middle.
Redlands would be very happy with that. It wasn't looking too good for a bit. They're sort of struggling to get out of their end, but just an awesome drive and swung the momentum back into their favour.
Yeah, and unlucky there for them. Brisbane didn't have an acting half in place, so shot up out of the line to try and put some pressure on and just take a little deflection off the fingertips.
Great hands. Just rolling up the field here, Brisbane. Subs will stream on. Let's see if they can keep this roll into the line.
Doing a good job so far. Show and go. They just got to go back on the fifth play that takes out a little bit of sting coming into fifth. Right
foot.
Beautiful footwork. They've got space and numbers out there on the left-hand side. They're going to say touch.
Oh, great touch.
Wow. Good play. I love on the back end just to make that 2-on-1. The ball player actually came in towards the defence and then shot it on the outside. It was great scramble defence from Redlands. All on the line, both teams know what's at stake here in this game.
Brisbane putting a lot of pressure on again here on this exit set. The girls struggling to get their subs on. That's fourth touch, not even at the 10-metre line yet, but another good drive on 4. Oh, unlucky.
That was great work there coming out of the in-change area, the 18, Bella Malcolm. Again, that's back-to-back sets where we saw Redlands struggle to get going forward, and that replacement player just coming up, someone just put the hand up and got them moving forward. Just an unclean pick up from acting half and penalty.
It's Mustangs just starting to win that midfield battle, just starting to sort of win that arm wrestle, and they're winning the field possession game at the moment, which if it goes on any longer, tries are bound to come, so I'm sure that's something Redlands will try and address and fix.
Taylor Vanderborn just losing footing. Here she is offloading yet again. We'll get herself into acting half. They come out to the right side of the field. Huge touch on the bootlaces. Chloe Radford getting it done there for Redlands. Sweep. They go away from the sweeper though. Almost slicing in. And again, great line defence. Shut that final play down. Now can Redlands be a little bit cleaner on their first couple of touches? This little pass, but again, Brisbane really coming up out of the line to put pressure on. You've got players offside in the middle, so that helps. They need a good clean play the ball. Just got to go back to the mark. And have one more opportunity to get a bit of a strike down, fifth and final. And Half has to take an extra couple of steps to get across, and they just lose their punch coming into the last touch of the set. And Brisbane's strong defence continues. It's getting them in good field position in territory. The tap, they're already down in Redlands' end of the field. Get hands on the football there, Sierra Tom.
Throwing the ball around really well, coming out of trouble, these Mustang girls. Redlands are trying to do the same thing and put a bit of pressure on this rucking coming off the line, but they're just doing such a great job of throwing the ball around. As we see a foot race down in the corner.
Yeah, I don't think the touch could come across, and Malia Ruri has gotten away nice and early as well. But like you said, it's the ball work early. They're happy to throw it, and just caught Redlands napping a little bit on their left-hand side defence. That's a great try
just
there
the
from Brisbane.
confidence to throw the ball around on first and second touch coming out of their own end is, it's just good to see. Good to see. It's good footy.
So Brisbane take the lead. 2 tries to 1.
We just got them for an overstep there, I think.
Brisbane head over towards the interchange area. After the mistake from the tap restart from Redlands. Brisbane again, here they are. They take it right to the line. It's good work though as the defence was coming up. They get the ball down on the deck. And no half in place.
Another one to work with.
Come down the short side and having to stretch. Another huge touch, but they're really having to work for it. We've seen Redlands have to go full stretch dives on a number of occasions.
And the Brisbane girls loading up here again. Oh, good ball.
This is better.
Much better.
Yeah, they've definitely struggled the last few sets.
Subs coming on.
Just shows if you can get the ball around that halfway line and get your changes coming around the back.
Ellie coming out of half again here with the left foot. Oh, good touch.
Now we've seen her come off that left already.
She's threatening.
Comes up out of the line here, makes the first touch for Redlands. Brisbane again.
Great hands again.
Margot Richardson comes back to play the ball. As Brisbane have a little stutter step coming into the line. Again, this time, probably just a little bit lateral coming across the face, and supporting players just a bit flat-footed. Sees the error.
Well-earned ball here from Redlands. They've done the work off the ball here to get it back and finally get a bit of field position rolling into the line. Great drive again from Kelly.
They'll be looking to set up on the final touch. Coming across the face. They'll potentially run out of room here on the left-hand side. Referee's going to bring them back. Touch and pass is the call. Brisbane.
Good pressure.
So back-to-back sets.
Starting to swing here.
Yeah, back-to-back sets. Errors from Brisbane.
The whole set on the line.
Oh, space
First
out
touch.
here. Oh, wingers coming in. Yeah, there's a few hands on heads. It's okay. They've still got more touches to work with. Look to set up. Lacey unloads. Gets herself back into half. Has a look. Short ball. Punching through the hole. Probably spilt it over the line. And we'll say forward pass. Brisbane need to hold the football. They've done a pretty good job so far throughout the game, but their last 2 sets haven't been clean. Again, just having to hold the ball up to get the ball down, and just gives an opportunity for the defensive line of Redlands to get up and put that pressure back on, but a good run coming into 5th. No half in place. Rosario Williams has to get on the skates to get across. Can't skip away from the diving defence yet again. Lexi MacArthur making the touch for Redlands, and they start their set again. Pretty good position.
Brisbane doing a good job here, but of just compressing the Redlands box and stealing. That's 3 touches they've made within 10 metres. They've done a really good job here.
Yeah, just holding things up. There's a little bit of contact there on Natalia Prito. She's got the knee strapped, so I might have just jolted that knee back. We'll keep an eye on her. Medical staff are just going to have a look at her. Hopefully she can get back out onto the field. Last touch now is...
Just going backwards here.
Yeah, and just fling it across. So that whole set, they started just on the other side of the halfway line.
Great drive.
Pretty much only made the 10 metres. Plays on the deck here for Redlands.
Still rolling into the line. That's only third.
Nice running. No touch
good
yet.
Footwork.
Beautiful work. And they just held off. Out here on the right-hand side, might have thought that the touch had been made. They continued on with the play, popped out, got the 2-on-1, and right before the halftime hooters, we have a look at the replay.
Just quick off the right, back off the left. Quarter length flat-footed, and then, drawn past with the wing, and it's a good finish in the corner. They'll love that going into half-time. That's a great little momentum booster after being camped on their line for a little bit there.
And a try scored by the number 16, Leo Moss, and that does put Brisbane in going into the halftime break with a handy margin. 3-1 is the score here in the 14 girls semi-final, and Brisbane Metro over Redlands. Will come back and be with all the second half action very shortly.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
It only takes 10 minutes in the Queensland sun to permanently damage your skin. Even in winter, even on cloudy days, you're still at risk from harmful UV rays. That's why Queensland has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world. It's important to check your skin regularly, and if you notice any changes, talk to your GP about a skin check. Don't let your guard down this winter.
Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup. We're at halftime here in the 14 Girls Championship semi-final. Brisbane went into the halftime break with a 3-try-1 lead over Redlands. You can see the coaching staff there for Redlands on screen. Their coach mentors Adam Pride giving some final instructions alongside Carly Little, their head coach. They're still in this game. It was a good start from them, 1-1 for a long period. It was just towards the back end of the first half that Brisbane started to get away from them. It's that ball work that they're doing in the run off the back of it, isn't it, Harry?
Yep, and if there's any coach down here that you're going to want to have in your corner that's going to be able to pick up and adjust those things for you, it'll be Adam Pride, Australian Open men's player for the last however many years, and just a smart man. And I'm sure he'll have a few things to say to the girls there, so I couldn't expect the different Redlands to come out here.
They do have the opening possession here in the second half. They'll be looking to strike. I just feel like they would definitely want to be the next ones to score in this game. Reduce that margin, put the pressure back onto Brisbane, know that they're within striking distance. Can they get it done here from the tap off? It was a bit of a Hail Mary pass, wasn't it?
Probably just sitting a bit wide there, the link, just not really getting through a hole, but promising signs. Straight down to the line, they got the drop on the 7 and just couldn't finish, but it's good signs for the Redlands girls.
Yeah, a little mistake in the play the ball.
Reset, they'll have another go here.
So another full set of 6 to work with.
Wouldn't be surprised if we saw the same play again.
As they put it through the hands this time. A little sweep around again.
Lucky.
Passes just not coming out of the hands cleanly at the moment.
Yeah, not afraid, only second touch and not afraid to throw the ball around and try and score off every play, which is a good sign. Brisbane
out, get good metres, but again, another full stretch diving And touch made
Just
down the
throwing the ball
sideline. It's a
around
one-on-one
again.
race. There's no one at home here for Redlands. They're stretching away. They come back inside. Did it come backwards?
Oh, it could have been forward. They might have missed one there.
Good footy from both teams. So Redlands, they look
Great
like they were
chase.
gone for all money. Pushing the pass. Got a couple of big touches to make. Can they hold on? And Brisbane, they were making changes at the same time coming into the last touch. So they only had 4 players in attack. Redlands can't switch off here. And they don't. They'll come back for a touch and pass.
Could be a big momentum
wasn't it?
shift there. It's a great chase down, and they did really well to hold them out then on their line. It should take a lot of confidence from that.
Doing the hard work here, Redlands. Second touch. It's a better run. Oh, again, the ideas have been right for them. And players just that fraction step behind, or the passes aren't really hitting the targets the way they need to at the moment. Space here for Brisbane. Smart Football gets it down on the deck. Lily Clutton.
Yeah, didn't overplay a hand there. Just beat one defender, got the girls down on the 7, and was just smart and took the touch when she needed to. Now she's straight through again. Oh.
Almost getting through.
I thought
she was half.
Dummy half there. Yeah. Sneaky, almost got away with it.
Need to be cleaner here, Redlands. And both teams love that little extra ball down the sideline.
Just an overstep. Just a couple of errors coming out of their end here. Just giving Brisbane plenty of cracks down on their line here. Especially in semi-final footy and in these short 15-minute halves. You need to make the most of every opportunity you got when you have the ball, and they're just sort of giving the ball away cheaply a couple of times here, so they want to fix that before they give Brisbane too many chances to kick ahead again. They've already got that 2-try buffer, so it'll be a big set here for the girls.
That's Lily Clutton with the ball. Redlands not moving forward. Need to be careful here. Taylor Vanderborn plays it, receives it back, pops out. A little bit of space on the right, puts the brakes on. They put it through the hands. Smart Football come up and make the touch. Now they go away from the short side, back into the middle of the field. Nothing there for them.
They get the drop on the 7 here. It's going to make both feet. Oh, it's a great dive.
Beautiful footwork. Taking on the line, just straightened up and then pushed off that right foot on the outside. Try scorer on screen, the number 41.
Just does a great job of getting the ball right where she wants it, right on the 7-metre line. The defender's going to make both feet on the try line and squares her up, a little kick, and then just a beautiful dive on the outside.
And the try scorer on screen, Tyler Orchard. Makes it a really big effort needed now for Redlands, down by 3. They need something to spark them here. Oh, again, just pushing those passes. Ball down on the deck there. That was a nice lead up for them. And sometimes when you got the scoreboard going against you, you push those extra passes, just looking for something.
Pressure coming in, and especially in semi-finals and big games where these are the games you come to the carnivals to play on the last day. And great hands. Oh,
I'll bring it back in the middle.
He's got him for a late pass. Really need a good set here, Redlands. They just need first 2 or 3 rucks. Someone's really just got to punch it forward and build a bit of momentum before they start trying to swing the ball. Just losing their way a little bit here. It's going to make it hard for the subs to come on and sweep in behind the play rather than subbing straight into it.
That's a better run. And still the last now. Just getting
Good
over
ball.
halfway.
Great ball.
Ooh. Might have been able to throw another one off the hip. It's hard when your body's angling back in the opposite direction. Brisbane, they've been relentless here in the second half. Haven't given Redlands any opportunities to get downfield.
Great drive. Subs streaming on.
Work to hold on to the football yet again. Violet Burke plays it. It's caught in possession again.
Touch.
Oh, footwork right into the in-goal area. Needs support again. Off the ball. Does a great job to get away from the Redlands defence. They were there to make the touch. Great wing work. Sees the Redlands, BMTA I should say, score their 5th try of the game. That was awesome work. As we can have a look on the replay.
Yeah, it did so well to get away from a player then. Always tough marking up man on when you're in the in-goal.
That was number 16, Aaliyah Moss, scoring another try for Brisbane.
Takes a set to 5-1 now.
And
just another costly error from the Redlands girls. They just haven't got it going this second half. They're just too many errors coming off their end.
So Brisbane have got 1 foot in the door to progress through to the grand final. As we mentioned,
straight show and go, straight through. Another great chase, but three bodies there chasing. The girls aren't giving up. They're putting up a good fight.
Players coming onto the field around the back. Good running coming out of the box. Touch is made. Matola Orchard comes back. Inside ball.
Oh, what a finish.
And they cannot
Slams
do
it
anything
down.
wrong here in the second. In 14 minutes, Brisbane really turning it on now.
Yeah, they've been pretty clinical coming out of their own end the whole game and just not giving up, putting the Redlands girls to the sword. They've tried really hard, these Redlands girls, but the Brisbane girls have just clicked this game and everything they've touched has come off, and just a great finish there again. Scored some really nice tries.
And as mentioned a little earlier, the second semi-finals taking place at the moment between Rockhampton and Gold Coast. The winner of that will more than likely take on Brisbane a little bit later on. The grand final will be live streamed on KO Sports 12:45. Make sure you stay with us for that game. And for Redlands, good campaign. Making a semi-final at a Junior State Cup is no mean feat in its own. They can definitely hold their head up high. The scoreline's going against them in this game, but it's a wonderful effort from them to get through to the semi-final.
Just still pushing on with the game here, the Brisbane girls. Plenty of running still in the legs.
Have another opportunity to score. Chadburn out
great
ball, and they're going to skip away again for the 7th try of the day. And Malia Ruri scores another one. And they're just getting themselves, their positioning has been unreal. The ball work just getting to players on the outside shoulders of defenders.
But yeah, they're building a lot of momentum to take into this grand final. I'd hate to be this other team that's won this next semi-final that are going to have to come up against these girls because they're running red hot at the moment.
A little bit messy in the play of the ball. A little bit too much there from Brisbane in the touch. Positive footy here from Redlands. A quick tap and they're going to get on with it. And looking for another try just to finish off their campaign. Alicia Kelly, who scored their first try, might be able to get there
it's
next.
A great dive.
You bet you can. And she's been the shining light for
it's a
Redlands
great
in this
finish.
game.
Very light on her feet, and like the Brisbane girls, just managed to get the ball right on the 7-metre line. It's so hard as a defender when you give them that 7 metres. You've got to get both feet behind the line. It's a long way to get back on side when you've got someone who is as sharp on her feet as Kelly is and does a good job of getting down low, sliding the ball from a metre out and beating the defender to the short side.
Brisbane again.
Great hands again.
Work off
just
the
didn't go to
fingertips.
hands. Redland straight on the ball here, not giving up.
Look to work themselves downfield.
Great drive. Followed up again. Kelly, great metres.
Over the halfway line they go. Great punch. This is positive footy here from Redlands.
This is what they have been missing for the first half of the game. Just this go forward and this drive.
5th and final touch. They've got numbers out here on the right-hand side. They sum it up nicely, and
just couldn't go to hands.
Just dips away. How unfortunate. What a great set. Like you said, Harry, they haven't really had too many of those opportunities or great sets. And you can just see what happens off the back of it. They almost score in the corner.
Yep. Yeah, that's where all the games are won, in the middle of the field. All the coaches will tell you. As we just see,
here we go.
Throwing a dummy. The leg speed straight through the middle. Again, a good chase by the Redlands girls. But Violet Burke, just with a turn of pace, throws the dummy, sells her middle and just takes off. Been very, very impressive performance.
Yeah, 8-2.
From this Mustang side.
Yeah, on the scoreboard now, Brisbane will progress through to the grand final in the 14 girls. And coming up next, we've got more semi-final action. It'll be 16 girls, Rockhampton. The home team will be taking on Brisbane in that one as well. Looking forward to that fixture. Stay tuned for us. Brisbane will get the penalty. They tap and restart. Playing through the middle, getting good meters on their first few touches. So they work their way towards the halfway line. Ooh, just getting in each other's way.
Oh.
Still half. They eventually dish off for the final touch. And good defence set from Redlands.
Set, yeah, great, better defensive set from Redlands there. Still pushing on with the game, still driving up their box. Great ball. Latching on at pace, both middles coming on with the ball. Kelly in at half again.
Brisbane defence all over the place to come and shut it down. They obviously know she's the danger player for Redlands. Hooter in the background. One last play here for Brisbane. Space down the right-hand side of the field.
Fast.
Diving efforts.
Great
and it's
touch.
Great work from Redlands. Right to the very Hooter. They fought until the death, but Brisbane far too good in this semi-final. They take the victory 8-2. And like we said, they take that form into the grand final. They're looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, that was a very, very dominant performance, especially through the middle of the field. Just out-rucked, and their ruck D on the Redlands exit sets was really, really good. So I'm sure whoever's playing this next game, that'll be something they would have identified, and we'll try and nullify that. But yeah, that was a pretty dominant performance from the Brisbane girls. I'll be really looking forward to this final.
The 16 girls semi-final coming up very shortly. Rockhampton taking on Brisbane in that one. We'll head downfield as well for the post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Make sure you stay with us. More live action coming your way.
It only takes 10 minutes in the Queensland sun to permanently damage your skin. Even in winter, even on cloudy days, you're still at risk from harmful UV rays. That's why Queensland has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world. It's important to check your skin regularly, and if you notice any changes, talk to your GP about a skin check. Don't let your guard down this winter.
Another post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. My name is Pinky and we are at the Junior State Cup. Catching up with Mason, Amelia and Campbell, siblings. Now give us a bit of the family backstory, guys. Mum and Dad, history of playing touch footy?
Yeah, Mum and Dad both used to play. Mum still does. Dad's, he's getting on, but no, he's still got it in him. Yeah, they both play, national champions. Dad's played for Australia and Mum's Queensland, so yeah.
So you were brought up as a touch footy family?
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah.
And so how long have you all been playing for?
It's probably 8 years for me.
You started under 12s and we both started in under 10s. Yeah.
And so where are we at with finals, guys? How did our teams fare?
My team got knocked out in the last round game, so unfortunately we couldn't go through.
Yeah, I just got knocked out in my quarters against Gold Coast, so yeah, we're out.
And I'm under 18s and we've gone through undefeated so far, so fingers crossed. We got our semi coming up soon.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also coach under 14s for Palm Beach.
Great.
And we got our semi next, so yeah.
Excellent. Do you want to do a quick shout out for your team?
Oh.
No?
No, I'm right.
Nah, shout out Levi Feen.
That's all right. Okay, well, we've got some more footy finals happening. Thanks for your time, guys. Have a great afternoon. Right back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pinky. Welcome back. And a live action about to get underway, and it is more semi-final action in the 16 girls this time. Brisbane Metro, who have the opening possession here in this game. We see a little mistake. Penalty's going to go towards them, taking on Rockhampton. Adam Pride is with me in commentary, all on the line here in the 16 girls to see who's going to progress through to the grand final.
Yeah, absolute blockbuster. Both teams filled with state players on each team. Nicola for Brisbane is going to be one to watch out for in attack, and you know, Rocky, a number of state players as well, players like Kelso and Vella.
So Brisbane continue on. Nice out ball, plenty of space. The perfect start for them here in the semi-final. They strike first and take the early lead.
Yeah, they got a little bit fortunate here getting the repeat set. It was a nice solid touch, could have gone either way, but they make the most of the opportunity and exploit a little bit of space down that left edge, and it's Nicola who throws out that long ball to the wing.
Rockhampton making their way through to the semi-final by finishing top of Pool B. After they split into the championship division, they went 3-0 from that spot. Brisbane finishing second with 2 wins and a loss in Pool A. Those are the heavyweights coming up against each other, and like we said, Brisbane strike early. Rockhampton now first possession for them as they go across field. Nice switching play, but equally good defence. As it is Charlie Nicole who makes the touch. Oh, beautiful switch in at the line, and even better finish. Wow, what an electric start. We saw that in the 14 girls before, where there was tries off the tap-off from both two teams. Exactly what happens here in the 16s.
Yeah, a little static fifth touch setup. Brisbane will be disappointed leaking this one in. Nice little switch play from the Rockhampton girls, and it was a nice foot speed, I think, from McCrowan for Rockhampton, who crossed over.
Well, what a start. 1 try each on the opening possessions for both of these two teams. Brisbane will be looking to hit back yet again as they look to get themselves set. Coming into the 7-metre line, attacking. Good defence. Heavy contact as well. More players pop back up to their feet. So Rocky hold out that time in defence. Let's see how they get out of the end of their field now as they make their way over towards the box.
Yeah, both these teams will have pretty structured plays off their line towards the sub-block. So first defensive set completed here for Rockhampton. You'll see that traditional wave coming on. A little bit of miscommunication between the middles there. One looking for a fly, the other one looking for just a middle strike dump.
It's a good field position here for Brisbane to start off their set. And on the first touch, they'll be able to get over towards their interchange area. A little bit messy, though, for them on the second. The interchange players now flowing around the back. Ooh, late ball at the line. Salia just getting it away. She'll get herself into acting half here as Nicola plays it. Receives a flat ball from half. Beautiful looping ball over the top, though. Sideline referee gives it all clear. On-field points to the spot. Brisbane get their second on the board.
Yeah, nice little play. They got a turnover at halfway, Brisbane, and they make the most of that half opportunity. They get down there in a couple of touches, get away with a little touch and pass call, but Nicola just shows some great skill. She squares up her middle, doesn't even look at the winger until the absolute last moment. It's a perfect right to left pass for a try.
So let's see how Rocky respond. They were able to score a try of their own after Brisbane scored the first one of the match. Looking to set. Nothing doing on the early touches. Back in field they come. Just making contact on the touch. Plays in motion. Footwork again coming across. And they turn the ball over. And Cadence getting caught in possession on the final touch there for Rockhampton.
Yeah, good defence from Nasalio in the middle there for the Mustangs. Just kind of held her space. They were trying to send a block play around the back. They're really close to this edge here, Brisbane, but managed to stay in play. She did a good job just keeping her eyes up, keeping her hips square, and a good touch. Sinamu now looking to go from half.
It's the final touch for them as they come back in field. Good defensive set there for Rockhampton. They'll tap after the penalty on their 10-metre line. They'll be looking to try and get themselves downfield. Molly Kelso going forward on the first touch. As you'll see some changes come on here for Rockhampton. And the second semi-final in the 16 girls taking place at this time as well as Palm Beach and taking on Gold Coast. The battle of the coast down there between those two teams looking to progress through to the grand final later on this afternoon. And not too much doing there on the back end of that set for Rockhampton.
A little bit of an arm wrestle here at the moment. We saw that explosive start, tries at each end. A little bit more into that grind at the moment. And it's carnival footy's different to obviously your week-to-week stuff. You've got girls are coming off probably 2 or 3 games at least a day. So a lot of impotence here on the coaches. It's a nice little direct line, but well defended from Rockhampton. A lot of importance here on the coaches, giving those messages, identifying weaknesses, and those fatigue and digging deep. It brings out a different style of play.
The two coaches, Damien Kelso in charge of the Rockhampton team, Jordan Dart leading the charges here for Brisbane, most experienced coaches.
Yeah, look at the ribbons just flying off the back of Jordan Dart's hat. He's got about 35 ribbons out the back there. Fresh off a win at the state championships with his first time coaching the Metropolitan East girls, which has a few of the BMTA Mustangs players who were down at that state championships as well.
Wraparound play and the touch, well, it had to be made. It was a bit of an air swing there, Imogen Murphy. It does make the touch though, that's all that matters. Potentially a little incorrect play. The ball sees Brisbane get back in possession.
Yeah, a little bit of space there, Rocky, that little rooster or that little wrap play and releasing it early. Be interested if they go back to it.
They're in trouble here. There's a looping ball across. Rocky pretty short in the middle. Brisbane do a good job to get themselves out of trouble. Last touch though, still shy at the halfway line. Nice little extra ball, and Kohler does a great job as well to feed it out. They're streaking down the left-hand side. Richter, has she got the toe to go the whole way? Big diving effort. Has the touch been claimed? Yes, it has. Wow. That was massive. Not much doing there in the lead-up, but just getting the ball on the outside of defenders. And a huge streak down the sideline from Indiana Richter, but the cover defence putting the body on the line. Great work from Rocky.
Yeah, absolutely unreal touch there. It would have been frustrating for Rocky to leak that. As you said, the first 3 touches, they were well and truly short of the 10-metre line. Brisbane actually only had 3 players on the field. It was a nice little kick to space from the Brisbane link, and then some silky hands through the middle from the BMTA Mustangs middles.
Fraker gets herself into half, has a look at the defensive line, just gets a little bit of air on the ball. And good communication from Brisbane to come and make the touch. Matilda Rogers, and letting her outside players to stay out, and she comes up and makes the touch. Rockhampton get pinged for not returning the ball back to Brisbane. And quick enough. Good pressure coming up from the middle there from Rocky. Again, it's just this little pop-out bump ball is getting Brisbane on the run. We saw that in the 14s and prior as well. It's definitely a familiar style of football that Brisbane go to. Well outside the 7. About 10 metres out of the line. They push the pass. And the ball hits the deck. It's definitely swung behind Brisbane now, hasn't it? They're up on the scoreboard, but Rocky, all of a sudden, the last couple of sets, really struggling to punch downfield.
Yeah, they're just caught in their own line a little bit. Rocky, the defender too, they were putting a lot of pressure just straight at the ball play. It'll be interesting to see a conversation happening between the Brisbane coaches about a plan to possibly exploit that. A little early pass may be the option.
Touch is made. Brisbane start their set on their 10-metre line, just in front.
Yeah, this is a danger set here for Rocky. Last time they had a turnover here, Brisbane, they went down and scored off a Nicola Quickie, and she's going to be sweeping on now for Brisbane.
Here she is, ball in hand. Decides to tuck it under the wing and get it down on the deck. Nasalio from half goes back to Nicola. She rips long again. This time doesn't come out of the hands cleanly.
Yeah, this time going the open side quicker, so splitting towards the onside middle. Still came back off that right foot, and pass adjudicated as forward from the officials.
Better start on the first touch here for Rockhampton. They're still making their changes behind the 10-metre line. They're at least working their way towards the halfway, which they'll just head over now. The inside ball, Barnes picks up. Has a little look up, tries to get in between two Brisbane defence, but back-to-back sets, so pretty much handed Brisbane the ball back in the exact same position.
Yeah, they need a circuit breaker here, Rocky. They need something to stop this midfield defence from the Mustangs. You're not going to win too many games turning it over at halfway.
Brisbane on the attack again. Tanamu plays it and receives it back. Look to set up coming into the fifth and final touch. Early ball from half, caught flat-footed. And there were, oh no, there might be a player short and offside. It's really unfortunate because it was a bit of a surprise play to rip early from a half and come out the right-hand side of the field down the short side because they were well numbered, and just a little bit of lack of discipline to hit the line there cost them another try.
Yeah, definitely that try is going to hurt Rocky. As you said, surprise from the early pass from the acting half, and it was just good awareness from the Mustangs link who identified the offside player and scored the try. 3-1 Brisbane.
All the pressure on Rocky now as the clock starts to wind down here in the first half. A little try before half-time is what they might need just to spark them back into this game. Strong start, and they're happy to throw the football around as Vella offloads and sends it back out to the right-hand side of the field. She'll receive it back now, wrap around play. And have a look at the line. Nice early release, and they're on the outside of the Brisbane defence. Again, final pass, but if you're going to see a ball hit the ground, at least they ask some questions there of the Brisbane defence.
100%. That move definitely has Brisbane stretched. We mentioned it a little earlier in commentary that the Rooster, with that little early pass, there is space with the tightness of the Mustangs defence. So I wouldn't be surprised Rocky keep going to that play.
Yeah, and the ball took a little bobble there, and it's good communication from the three referees. I think the on-field might have just been having a look at the defensive line, sideline referee, and lets them know. So it's amazing, after having a good set ball in hand, they then turned it into defence. They forced the error. This is a really important facet of the game here for them. Again, good field position. They need to capitalise here and get points.
No, they do. They need a little bit more urgency here to get to the 7. 2 touches. We've only gained about 3 metres. So from this spot, you should have at least 2 cracks at the line. So they're going to get one now. There's that Rooster again.
Have a look now, just taking on the line as a touch been made, and Salio gets it done.
Yeah, she's been good defensively for the Mustangs. And Salio, once again, that little Rooster early play is really stretching the Mustangs' defence.
Calavella plays it. Oh, couldn't pick it up cleanly from half there, Kelso. Unfortunately, it was a good opportunity for them. Almost cracked the defensive line of Brisbane. And here we go. Back-to-back sets. Brisbane have turned the ball back over. Can they get it done? Rockhampton, they'll take this opportunity to get some fresh players on the field. They switch the ball at the back, but it does cost them a couple of metres. Take some seconds off the clock here for Brisbane as well. They'll get themselves set. Farakala, left foot, right foot, jinking. Well numbered out there on the right-hand side of the field. Touch is made on Brooke Hill. It's Hill with ball in hand now. On the 7. Oh, had to reach for it. Still managed to get away from the defence. Pushing the pass. And Brisbane recover nicely. They pretty much just had to push forward and make the touch.
Yeah, they had that set under control there, the Mustangs. A little bit too lateral at times there, Rockhampton, but they're in a good spot here with good field position again. So they're hoping that's a genuine commentator's curse. That one, our relieving penalty for the Mustangs.
Yeah, a little bit too much contact there on the Brisbane attack was the reason for the penalty, and just a relieving one for them, because you can see Brisbane just rolling downfield quite nicely. The dangerous combination of Tanamu and Nicola here in the middle, skipping away off the right foot, attracts the defence, but good defence coming in, and we'll get the repeat set, and it was well read from Ella Williams.
Yeah, that it was. This set, Tanamu, Nicola, a good combination here, middle, as that's where they go. Nicola off the right, and that is down.
And it's electric footwork, isn't it? Right before the halftime hooter sounds in the background. Just a little bit of a dagger in the heart there of Rockhampton. They did a good job towards the back end of that first half to try and get themselves back into the game. They had a couple of cracks, couldn't come up with the points, but leaking a try going to the halftime break, it can be a bit deflating.
It can. Good game management there from the Mustangs. They knew the clock, they knew the urgency to get back when they got that repeat set. And the difference is they've taken the most of their chances. Rocky have stretched Brisbane with a couple of those Rooster plays. Difference is at the moment Mustangs are finishing.
And Rockhampton, they got a little bit of work to do to get themselves back into this game. Brisbane on top here in the semi-final of 16 girls. Halftime score, Brisbane 4 over Rockhampton 1. Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup. You can see Brisbane in their huddle getting their final instructions before heading back out for the second half here in the 16 girls semi-final. They're in front and in control at the moment, 4 tries to 1 over Rockhampton. Big ask, like we said, going into the halftime break, their priority for Rockhampton, but they've had a great tournament so far. They've been super impressive. They went undefeated coming into this point. They've got it in them if they can just get a little bit of possession and tack the line, and you feel like they need to be the first ones to strike here. Yeah, 100%. They need a good start here. We mentioned kind of the footy, the fitness, the fatigue, those different factors come in, and it's amazing what energy, you can bring. One try here can be the momentum a team needs just to force their way back in. And can they do it from the tap-off? Caleb Vella getting them going forward. Sandilands now has ball in hand. Nice little switch out the back, but the Brisbane defence just holds. Tanami comes up and makes the touch. They've got one to make. And Rockhampton, they'll finish it off in the corner with Vella. So they had a little set move off the tap off, but Brisbane were there to answer it. Yeah, a little ML play where the far link comes backdoor, trying to catch that middle, chasing in. Tanamu did a good job keeping a hip square, and Brisbane, a little bit of ball movement early, and now they've created space near their sub-box side. And flirting with the sideline as well, just getting the ball away, keeping the left foot infield. The changes now flowing on here for Brisbane. Pick up and go, and coming across for Ake, coming to make the touch, and almost punching through the hole there, Audrey Rayfield. Yeah, good set. Warring signs there for Rocky straight away. They did a good job moving the ball, and then it was a nice direct line out of half there from the Brisbane middle. I think that was Bray looking to run straight there. Better start to the set here. They've gotten over to their side of the field nicely, Rockhampton. The changes will come on in good position. And they need to flow off the back of it. Referee's just happy to say pick it up and play it again. A little bit of contact and the ball is bouncing around. Nice work from the referee just to let things play on. Last touch. And the sixth touch is made on Laney Jenkins. Yeah, really good touch there from, I think, Gabrielle Blade, playing in the link, playing nice and high, just negating that middle half run. And Brisbane now with a bit of flow out of their sub-box. Little pop out here could be on. Yeah, called it perfectly, and Kohler sees it through the hands. There's space out there. The cover defence is coming across. They send it back infield. Did it come out of the hands backwards? Referees are getting themselves into position. Beautiful team try there from Brisbane to get the scoring underway here in the second half. Gee whiz, that was impressive. Yeah, silky play. It comes from the defensive pressure at the last end of the set. Turnover on the 10-metre line. Brisbane to the box straight away with a bit of flow, 2 touches, and you could see it coming here from the box. We called Nicola with that little pop out and just silky hands. What probably the coach is the most happy about this try. 2 players from Brisbane chasing back on the inside, still chasing points. They're still hunger, so not content with that first option. So the margin extends now. 4 tries, 5-1 on the scoreboard. Again, this time they go away from the switcher, gets on the outside shoulder and will roll over and score. Well, she's probably looked the most likely here for Rockhampton, Cadence Foraker. And that was a nice little variation because they've gone to that play a couple of times where they've switched out the back, caught them flat-footed. Might even be the number 10, my apologies, Hannah McCronin. Oh, it is the 14, so yeah, lovely try there, and that's just what they need. They need to spark off the back of that. First time there, Scotty. Oh, mate, I doubted myself. The forward looks like a 0. I'm getting old in my age. As you said, though, that play, just a little bit of ball watching there. They caught out the Mustangs link, so nice job from Foraker there, finding space, using her foot speed to get to the line. Hopefully for Rocky, that might be the momentum they need. Important defensive set for them. There's nothing more deflating than when you feel like you're getting yourself back into the game. Beautiful left to right and a great defence. So they do the job and stuff that out. And they hold out after scoring down the other end. They've got to get downfield, and this is going to help. Good metres down the left-hand side of the field for them. Got to continue the momentum coming out of the box. And replacement players have done a pretty good job so far. Ooh, touch was just a little bit too high. Incidental. Yeah, I think it's a fair call. There's no intention. You see Tanamu there apologising. It was accidental. She's going to go for a sub, though. So replacement player will come on, but they are short here in numbers. There's a touch being made. Oh, wow, just getting it there. I think Nicola's claiming the touch there on Laney Jenkins. And that was the opportunity to strike as a replacement player was still making their way onto the field. They came out that way where there was a hole, almost getting it done.
Yeah, Matilda Rogers there for Brisbane, just making that touch, but danger signs here. A little bit of momentum here for the Redbacks.
Good quick play the ball. They pick up. Oh, probably just went the wrong way there. Went back into where the defence was. Might have been a little bit exposed on the open side.
Yeah, they definitely had numbers the other way. You can see Brisbane now sending almost that triple sweep. The winger coming as well from the far edge.
Clunky here coming out of the box. They managed to recover. Over the halfway line, Salio's been good, particularly coming out of the interchange area now as Nicola has a dart from half and Rockhampton players down on the deck, but they managed to get themselves over there to make the touch.
Yeah, great diving touch. They're on their feet there, the Rocky Middles, and digging deep for a team really nicely there was Jenkins. Nicola with a bit of foot speed looking to run nice and straight. It was danger signs.
Rockhampton players just making their way out onto the field. Frey Hansen plays the ball. We're all set into position now. Back in field, Barnes plays it. Last touch. Nice left foot looping over the top. Brisbane were there to make the touch.
Yeah, great defensive shape there for Brisbane. You can see everyone in nice and tight, everyone knowing their assignment.
Good ball work on the left-hand side of the field as they flirt with the sideline. Just shy of Rockhampton's 10-metre. Tanamu and back out on the park now. Fifth and final touch. They're on the back foot here a little bit. Oh, good touch. Having to come in there. Ellie Goodwin. Great defensive read from the winger.
Yeah, great touch. Also great line there. Matilda Rogers, a nice unders line outside in. So good footy all around from both teams.
And the ball was rolling around there. Almost looked like it took a foot. They'll have to come back to the mark. Wagon doing a good job to try to get them going forward, but did get touched and had to return. They go across the face. Last touch. Brisbane will be pretty happy with it, where they're going to start their set here. So they put the ball through the hands yet again. First touch, and then get all the way over to the interchange area. A little juggle. Rayfield will come over for a breather. Nicola feeds it and get herself sorted here and have a crack from half. Picks up, kicks off the right foot, short ball and punching through the hole beautifully. And Cameron Bray, that's good footy. And yeah, you touched on Charlie Nicola in the lead up to this game. She's just had her hands on everything today.
Yeah, that she has. The skill, the ball playing skill of this 16-year-old is absolutely outstanding. You can see she comes on here from acting half, and she actually squares the defender up, goes straight, and then it's just the acceleration to the corner. And a nice hole from Bray to finish. But Nicola, fresh off the under-18 school state championship, she actually, as a 16-year-old, took away the player of the final and the player of the tournament.
It's a fair effort. As Rockhampton come out. Oh, ball just out in front. They did have some room to move and work with out here on the right-hand side of the field. It's worthwhile chancing your hand. And down on the scoreboard. A few tries now. 6-2 in this semi-final. So worthwhile throwing the footy around. So Brisbane have 1 foot in the door to progress through to the grand final. Later on this afternoon, like we mentioned, the second semi-final taking place now as well, as we see Rayfield punching through the hole again. Desperation defence. They've definitely put their bodies on the line. Yeah, second semi-final, Palm Beach and Gold Coast. The winner of that one will look likely to take on Brisbane in the big grand final.
Yeah, Palm Beach upset Brisbane actually in the round game yesterday. So, you know, whoever gets through, if Gold Coast manage to knock Palm Beach off, we're going to have a very tight, entertaining final, that's for sure.
Another opportunity for points here for Brisbane. Tanamu has a look up, can't get away, nice touch. And Lenny Jenkins will come back for a penalty. And the sideline referees working with the on-field to indicate there was a forward pass in the lead up there. Good running on the first touch here from Rocky. As they play out the back. Replacement players coming on. Over the halfway line they go. Look for a clean play of the ball here, which is what they get. Have a look at the defensive line. Nice to play out the back, and they earn themselves a repeat set. That's good footy from Rocky.
Yeah, it's a nice little direct line. Ella Denny there for the Mustangs, coming in from her wing to knock that ball down. Had to be done.
So Hill sends it off. Players not moving forward here for Brisbane. Within the 7 metre zone, so they've got to keep pushing forward off their line. Even though Rockhampton in attack are outside of it. Brisbane defending in that 7 metre zone means they've got to get up off the line. Nice ball, bit of space, just held up a little bit. Gives Brisbane the opportunity to get their defenders to slide across and make the touch. Just shy of the 7 metre now. Off the right foot and juggled. Back-to-back penalties, so 2 in the 7 metre zone here.
Yeah, Brisbane have adjusted a little bit with that Rooster play. You can see sliding out nice and early. Ella Denny once again doing a good job on that far edge, but another repeat set now for Rocky.
Vella looks to attack down the short side. Can't get on the outside of the defence. Not much room to work with as they'll come back in field. Hill sends it in. Sophie Barnes plays it, steps out. Infield, they switch. Ooh, just probably caught in two minds then, whether to hold it, throw it. Getting the ball out, falls straight in the lap of one of the Brisbane defenders. Come out towards the interchange area as the clock starts to wind down. And interchange infringement here for Brisbane. Sideline official has picked that one up. So penalty here to Rockhampton. Can they finish their campaign off in style with another try? A fantastic effort to make it through to the semi-final here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. Of course, playing on their home turf. Brisbane far too good in this one. There's a good meters from Freya Hansen. Getting away from defence. Rocky looking to set up. Megan plays it. Last touch for them now. Plays probably short of the line here. Oh, it's a nice ball on the out. Played two unmarked Rockhampton players. Brisbane getting their hands on the football for another repeat set.
Yeah, chance here for Rocky. They're going to look at that Rooster option again. This time goes a little bit straighter. Nice defensive read there. I think that's Indy Richter on that far edge. Very good netballer, I believe, Richter. That might surprise you with the height on that far wing, Scotty.
Yeah, does look like a netballer. Good touch, diving effort. Rocky back midfield. Clean play the ball last. This plays offside. Come off the left foot. Good footy from both teams. Good defence. Nice touch made. But Rocky throwing some questions there and fighting to the very death.
Yeah, as you said, good job from both teams. It was once again Nasalio from the Mustangs. She's been really strong defensively. Fourth touch, you saw her push out nice and high. She's dictating to the attack through her defence, so making touches on her terms, and kind of negated that last play there for the Redbacks.
It was a rare mistake from Brisbane. A little bit of fatigue starting to set in, no doubt. They turned the ball over as they were coming out of their end of the field. Rocky, one last chance for points. The defence is still holding out here for Brisbane, and they force a mistake.
Yeah, danger here. They've got two subs coming off really early, so chance for Rocky to press, but Nicola skips to space.
Yeah, the hooter is imminent in this game. So working their way, play on is the call, so players offside. The touch is made, and that will do here for the 16 girls. Impressive performance from Brisbane. They're going to progress through to the grand final. Rockhampton gallant in defeat, but one of the top teams is going to make it through to the big dance a little bit later on.
Yeah, the stronger team definitely won on that occasion. The Mustangs coaching staff led by Jordan Art would be very happy with that performance. Obviously some strong performances out there. Nasalio really good in defence. Nicola dominant as always in attack, but they'd be really happy with how everyone in their team kind of chimed in that game. We had people, doing their jobs really well defensively. So Mustangs too strong for Rocky on this occasion. But Redbacks, as you said, home state cup, first ever state cup in Rockhampton. They should hold their heads up high. Undefeated till this game, and a semi-final in the Queensland Junior State Cup is not a achievement to be, feel disappointed about.
Yeah, and we'll see Brisbane up again in the next fixture. It'll be the 18 girls semi-final in this one. So Brisbane taking on Townsville. Fantastic effort for Townsville to progress through to the semi-final. They'll be taking on again another one of the heavyweights. We're going to take a quick break. We'll head down on field for the post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez, and semi-final action coming up in the 18 girls. Stay with us.
Welcome to another post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. My name is Pinky, and joining us is Zach, the GM from BMTA. We just watched them in motion playing on the fields there. How are you enjoying today?
Yeah, absolutely loving it. It's a great venue for the State Cup. We've got 20 teams who are up here for the weekend, and yeah, they've been loving it, and a few teams in the mix on Grand Finals Day. So yeah, couldn't ask for anything more.
Now, you have so many teams to organise to come up here. We thought we'd love to know a bit about the logistics and planning behind that, because it's a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of clubs are similar to us. We started our expressions of interest and coaching expressions of interest and stuff late last year. Trials in early January, then teams picked in February. Most of our teams have been training every week. We have all of our club teams train on a Sunday Arvo, which is pretty cool to have everyone together. So been doing that training since February. We've had a couple of lead-in events. A lot of the clubs in the southeast corner get together and play each other a couple of times in the lead into the event, which is really good. And then, obviously up here. So it's been a pretty long process, and a lot of work goes in behind the scenes, but it's all really rewarding when it comes together, and QTF are able to put on a great tournament like they have this weekend. How
are you finding Cyril Connell Fields and Norbridge Park in Rockhampton?
Yeah, really good. I've obviously been around to a few touch tournaments, but the venue here is unreal. The fields have been in great conditions despite the rain that they had earlier in the week. It's great to have all the fields so close together as well, which has been really good, and the tent city as well, with all of the affiliates getting really close together. So yeah, no, it's been really good. Allows the kids to go and watch other games easily because everything's so close. So yeah, no, the venue's fantastic, and we can't wait to come back in a couple of years' time.
Are you looking forward to presentations later on?
Yeah, we are. Like I said, we've got a few teams who are in and around it for Grand Finals Day today. So everyone around the club's pretty excited, and a lot of the teams are getting out and supporting other teams. So yeah, really looking forward to the final couple of rounds this afternoon, and hopefully have a couple of teams in the winner's circle at the end of the day.
Excellent. Well, we'll get you off back to enjoy the touch footy finals and all the fever that is out here and all the energy today. That is Zach, the GM of BMTA, and more footy finals coming up.
Yo, Sam, I'm really keen to go on a mate's trip.
Bro, I'm keen as. Love to go fishing, mountain bike riding, maybe some caving.
Oh yeah, could do some sunrises, hiking, maybe even the rodeo and some helicopter rides. Be sick.
As long as we go to some pubs and breweries, count me in.
I think I know the perfect place.
Barrow, baby. Let's go.
It's finals day of the Junior State Cup, and we have another one coming your way. Semi-final 1 of the 18 girls. BMTA up against Townsville. And Townsville just making their way onto the field as BMTA go through their last-minute routines before facing off here on field 1. And I'm joined alongside by Katie Geiger in the commentary box. Katie, it's going to be a tough task for Townsville, but a tremendous effort to make it this far.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. They're down to 10 players. Well, they started the competition with 10 players, Josh. So they, it's a bit hard starting a competition and playing 3 days with 10 players in an 18s division. But full credit to the girls and coaching staff at Townsville for, still bringing the girls along. They actually had to grab a couple of Mackay girls to fill that 10. A couple of these girls are only 16. Again, just to fill the team and make sure they're sort of coming. And a couple of the girls, it is their last JSC, so really good to still see them here. And they'll put on, they'll never give up. These North Queenslanders, they never give up, but they are definitely up against a red-hot BMTA team. So hopefully they can stick to it and keep the errors to a minimum and really try and, push BMTA all the way to the end.
Yeah, so Townsville will have the luxury of starting this game with the ball, having first crack in attack, and they'll come through the centre third as BMTA number up in defence. It's the last touch. Townsville shaped towards the left, and then they try to find some space over on the right. Some great defence there by the edge of BMTA, and they'll pick up a penalty here, touch past the signal from the referee.
So you'll see the go-to girls for Townsville and Talia Condon and Maddie Matthews in the middle there. So Nelly pulled it off. That's nice play. They just kept their eyes up, and a long ball to the winger from Maddie might have given them a bit more of an opportunity, but a really great start. And if they can really sort of keep the roll from BMTA to a minimum.
And BMTA breaking through here. Half gets it away to the number 22. That is Pia Murphy, and they have their first try.
So when we mentioned before about the red-hot BMTA team, they've got some absolute little superstars in this 18s team, and Rani Hagan picking up number 9 there from dummy half and going through. Well and truly one to watch. She's a beautiful girl, and she's very, very skillful on the touch field. So we'll see a lot of Rani, no doubt. She's got wheels. She can move, and once she gets into a space, she's really hard to mow down. So keep an eye for Rani Hagan, number 9.
So Townsville will have plenty on their hands, but they're here with the ball again. It wasn't a bad first set they had. Just a bit unlucky at the end of it. As they come towards their last touch, they once again go down the right-hand side, and then they try to backtrack in field. BMTA cover up. And can be quite tricky getting to this stage of the Junior State Cup when you do come undemand, as Townsville have, to continue to show up and turn up. But as we mentioned off air, Katie, and on air, a valiant effort to get here, to make it all the way to the semi-final, and I'm hoping the girls enjoy it as they deserve it. It's great to see them participating, and it can be easy to throw in the towel, but fantastic job by all.
Yeah, that's right. This is what you come for. You want to play in the games, whether you have the confidence of getting up or not. It makes no difference to make a semi-final in the under-18s division at Queensland Junior State Cup. Is definitely a feat in itself, and they just got to keep their confidence, keep their heads. They all know what they're doing, and just do all the really basic, simple things right. And regardless of results, they'll walk off the field happy.
Well, some would say they pulled off an upset in the quarterfinal, and they'll be looking to do the same here, no doubt, as that attack has a full stop on its mark. And now BMTA will come back the other way, and they can drive over the 10, getting some legs on the park.
It's good defence from Townsville. If they can keep this midfield up and stop that roll and stop this strike dump at the end for their speedsters.
Yes, Townsville have been aiming up, but it's BMTA that go through the hands, and they open up the space on this right-hand edge. That's a try for them, going the way of Olivia Georges-Moore.
Yeah, so that's the strike dump at the end there that you really sort of have to be mindful of, and really good pressure defence to keep them to that. But if it only takes one great dump, one great run to break the line. So little bit hard when you've got limited subs to really keep that spacing nice and tight, but it's definitely one thing to do and keep that pressure on that midfield to prevent something, you know, as easy as that, a strike dump and a run through. But well construction from BMTA there.
Now Townsville trying to get around BMTA. It has looked good on the attacking front, yet to come up with a try as they pick up some extra metres here. Now the last touch is called. The referee's arm in the air, trying to sneak around the side. It wasn't a bad idea. However, BMTA awake and aware to it all. And a penalty coming the way of Townsville. So this will be a fantastic opportunity for them to get on the board and try and wrestle back the lead that BMTA have extended to.
Yeah, there's nothing like a bit of scoreboard pressure too. So if Townsville can get themselves on the board and, you know, really sort of fix up that strike dump, last touch defensive effort, then BMTA start to feel that little bit of pressure. And it's a funny thing what it does to teams when you're looking at the scoreboard, or you feel you should be further ahead, or it's an even game. That does some funny things to some teams. So if Townsville can get one on the board here, they'll be really, really happy.
So they tried to sneak over there. However, the touch was made in the diving effort. Now a long ball misses its mark, and BMTA will have the ball in their grasp. Coming towards this sideline again, looking for some subs. They do have the luxury of getting fresh legs on the park consistently, BMTA, unlike their opposition. But another turnover, so they wouldn't be happy with the way they've started in attack despite the tries. Not quite clinical, bringing it out of their own end. And now an opportunity for Townsville, as we've made mention. And a penalty to go with it.
Maybe offside penalty there. So I was just about to mention BMTA doing some really great defence, working together, you know, hunting as a pack, all that sort of thing, and really limiting Townsville's opportunities. But they let themselves off the chain there and giving them another set of 6. So really great defence. They're really confident in their defence. The coaches for BMTA Mustangs are incredibly knowledgeable in this area, and you can really see they're confident in their defence and where they're going and what's happening. So you can see there, no dramas. They're just up and in, and they all know their job. They all know their space, and it'll take something pretty special from Townsville to get across, I think. But hopefully they can get themselves on the board in the first half and, like we said, really amp up that scoreboard pressure.
So that was the last play. And possession turned over as footwork here from BMTA, stepping back in field. Now we'll get it through the hands. And just a bit lack of communication there. Both looking at each other who was going to go to half. As they find an extra number again, BMTA. This time it's on the left-hand side. And they pick up their third.
There was a couple of names that we said at the beginning of the Superstars, and Rani was one of them, and she got the subset, really sort of kicked off there as she subbed on, and, Chloe Nicola there scoring that try. She's another one that's made some really great representative teams, making Australia and whatnot. They got 3 girls in the Aussie system in this BMTA side, so like we said, very talented team. They really know what they're doing, the experience that they've got, the cool, calm heads, and equally, they're very fast on their feet. So, they got the knowledge, they've got the pace, they've got the footwork, so they really are the whole package, and it really sort of stands out in big games. Again, really good defence, but a great effort there from Townsville to really sort of put them under some pressure. And again, the mixture of Condon and Maddie Matthews there is what's probably looking like they will get, Townsville on the board if they can just make those last-ditch options that they take, the right one. They'll be laughing.
So it's BMTA switching things up, coming out of their own end. Over the 10 they go. That's quite flamboyant attack. Plenty of spark as players in motion, and then they break away from half, trying to find some support. They're lining up here on the right-hand side. And that was another well-worked try from BMTA.
Absolutely. So we'll do another shout out. So 3 Aussie players like we've mentioned. So we've gone through 2 of them in Rani and Chloe, and now we get to Kate Hammond. So definitely some wheels there as she busts through, looks for some support, and away she goes. So players like that, you give them half an inch and they're going to take it, and then they're very hard to pull back. So it's really hard to contain the talent that they've got. But Townsville are doing well. They'll just, like I said, the old NQ girls, they won't give in. They won't die wonder, and they'll just keep going to the end, and no doubt with plenty of smiles on their faces too.
So BMTA off to a very fast start here in the first semi-final. And they've held Townsville out to begin with. The Townsville have looked likely as BMTA will claim the touch. The referee understands their protest, and they were offside, so a penalty going the way of Townsville.
Would have been a nice sneaky little try to get on the board. Young Macy, so that's one of the Mackay girls that have come to join Townsville to make up the numbers.
And now Townsville trying to spring an attack on their right-hand side. They'll get a penalty starting from the 7, so a fresh set coming their way. What can they serve up? As Townsville caught with the ball there. BMTA up off their line. They switch it towards the centre third, and they get another diving effort. It looks like the touch was made, so the last will head back to the 7. And now they'll be trying to generate something here as it's a long ball that's whipped out towards the left wing. And BMTA will welcome that as they're able to get things moving right near their sub box. They don't have to try and transfer the ball across field. So plenty of passing going on in that centre third. And here's a long ball ripped right out towards the left wing. There was a solid effort there from Townsville trying to get across field, but the referees wave another try on.
What a ball. This will look very nice on replay. Rani Hagan probably could have kept running herself there, I believe, but just ripped it out. Absolutely ripper of a pass. Really great, valiant effort from the winger there, Macy, but yeah, too fast, too good.
So another fantastic try put on by BMTA. And we don't have too long left here in the first half. Getting into that warm part of the day as we roll around lunchtime here in Rockhampton. And we're on that downhill run at the Junior State Cup. Not many games remaining. Finals well and truly here. And this is the last touch. Townsville look to go through the hands. And the pass was just a touch behind at there, and they dropped the ball. So BMTA will be back on the attack, and they look to get things moving right inside their own half. They've got plenty of speed to burn on that left-hand wing. They go coast to coast, and BMTA pick up another. It's strong signs as they turn their attention to the final.
Yeah, that's it, Josh. This is sort of what happens when you're short of subs, shorter numbers. You know, the spaces just become bigger, and as the game goes on, and it's hot out there. It was a bit cool this morning, very cool this morning, but really hot out there, and minimal subs, you know, make these kind of things quite hard, and you know, there'll be very, very tired legs out there. But BMTA being a very smart, well-coached team, that they'll be able to take those opportunities, and coaches will be identifying towards the back end of the halves. Those type of things are on. Instead of coming to the subset, just doing an away set and, you know, find some space. And, geez, they've got some legs in these BMTA girls. They're quick.
And Townsville with an opportunity here. It'll be great to see them get on the board, as they deserve some sort of reward. It's the last touch here, and they try and find a gap between the link and wing.
She looks threatening. Every time Maddie Matthews grabs that ball, she looks threatening. She's running all the right lines, and, you know, the tired legs is making it really hard to, you know, for her players to be hitting the right holes and getting into those gaps. And being in the spots that BMTA are at the moment. And, you know, I really have... No touch there? Yes, touch.
Well, it looked like she said she didn't make the touch. And there was great honesty there from Diane Priestley.
Yeah, penalty there. So she knew straight away. She may have just popped out a yes instead of a no. But penalty to BMTA. We'll see if they can finish one off.
And they turn the ball back on the inside. The gap opens up once again. BMTA will finish the half off with a try. And that is a moment there as they'll go into half-time here to reassess things. And we'll take a quick break here. The second half coming up on field 1 in the 18 girls semi-final. Catch you very, very soon.
Did you know that one Australian is diagnosed with melanoma every 30 minutes? Even incidental sun exposure can lead to skin cancer all year round. So, if you're grabbing a coffee on your way to work, hanging out the washing, or just getting a little practice in, it all adds up. That's why it's important to check your skin regularly.
And if you notice any changes, talk to your GP.
Don't let your guard down this winter. Slip, slop, slap, seek, slide.
Half-time in the 18 girls semi-final. BMTA in front at the moment as they go through their team huddle at half-time, and I'm joined by Katie Geiger in the commentary box. Katie, BMTA well and truly in control as they will begin to turn their attention to the final spot. A tough run for Townsville after making it to the semi-final. Obviously they're down on troops. However, what do you make of this BMTA side as they prepare for the big one?
They are going to be hard to beat. Absolutely going to be hard to beat. They've got talent right across the field from the coaches, right across the park. So just listening to Leanne Bauer there, coach of the 18 BMTA girls, just really wanting them to keep their eyes up. Let's just play some eyes up footy. In our defence, let's keep hunting as a pack. Let's not send someone to, on their own. Let's go together, keep working as a team and just keep doing what we're doing and have some fun. So I have no doubt the girls 7-0 up at half-time. About to have a bit of fun. Winning like this is enjoyable, but in preparation for, what looks like to be a grand final match next for them. So they'll be looking at all the little things, doing everything right, just sort of cruising their way through, maybe even trying some new things at the back end of this half just to see what works and see what can be thrown out in the grand final.
So BMTA immediately on the attack, and that's a great way to start your second half. Another try, and again, it's Olivia Georges-Moore.
Yeah, that's the eyes up footy that Leanne Bauer there, the coach of BMTA, was talking about. Just eyes up, playing a little bit of second phase. So throwing the ball, getting a shutdown touch, as we see here. Shutdown touch, knowing that we have overlaps and just taking the right opportunities. Eyes up, having a look and hitting the winger in open space. So they'll enjoy that try. Those tries are nice off a tap at halfway when they come off. They look pretty, and they really set your half up when you can get one over like that.
Now Townsville will get us restarted. Yet to get on the board. However, they have shown some signs. It's always a possibility. Now they come down that centre third as they get bodies in motion. Now they're approaching the 7 and just stalking the BMTA defence, trying to draw them out and initiate a touch. And it was a chance there. BMTA, once again, they have plenty in the energy reserves as they haven't had to do a whole lot of defending. And a drop ball here from BMTA coming out of their own end. The referee spots it and calls it.
Yeah, here's their chance. They've still got their attacking girls on in the Townsville team, so hopefully they can set something up and really shift those defenders to where they need them to be. Maddie's had a couple of dives in at the line, number 17 there with the ball. She's had a couple of dives in at the line and got close, really close. So if they can set it up and really shift the defenders, she'll give herself every chance.
Here she goes.
Great touch. Rani Hagen again. So those girls have played together probably for many, many years in higher rep teams, no doubt, and against each other. So they'll know their games. Rani will know that Maddie's going to dive in. So really well done by both girls.
And now the last touch. Townsville running out of options as they made some substitutions in that process. And BMTA, after coming up with an error in the previous set, they look to clinically work through this one as they get up over halfway very quickly and now immediately spread the ball. Here's another chance, and we've seen that a couple of times in this match. They've been able to create space on the edges and exploit the gaps.
It's a really hard one to work out. You saw Maddie Matthews run off there for a substitution right at the end of that set, and that's what they would have loved to have done. They would have all loved to have gone because they had a crack. They had a couple of chances at the line, so they were wearing themselves out. They would have loved to have gone for a sub after that, or scored the try, obviously, and they could have had some fresh legs on, but then unfortunately then you turn around, you've got to defend that midfield, and BMTA do their subbing patterns and midfield stuff so well, and they take all those opportunities by popping their eyes up like they've focused on for the second half and really taking advantages of the spaces. So Townsville, I know they're really tired, they're really, minimum subs, they're really buggered here, but if they can really turn on that midfield defence and stop the roll, then they'll stop having to defend their line so much, which is hard.
And BMTA, once again, knocking on that line. It's an opportunity here at the 7. The last touch, they try and find the gap, and they do. A bit of luck there going their way, but it's another try for BMTA.
It's a great hand. She did very well to catch that. Great line, really great line. We talk about it all the time as coaches, keeping the depth and running the correct angles and the lines to be able to get through these holes. So great ball by Kate. And what hands, amazing, well done. Under pressure, running at speed, really great setup, really great running lines. If she didn't run those right lines or wasn't as deep, that try doesn't happen. So mental note for all the young kids at home watching, stay deep, run your lines, run your spaces, and magic things happen.
And we also have confirmation of the next match here on Field 1. It was always going to be the 14 girls final in the championship, grand final that is. And the two teams toughing it out will be BMTA and Gold Coast. So that'll be next here on Field 1. Don't go anywhere as it's set to be a fantastic match in the grand final. And while we have Townsville here trying to dart their way forward, evading touches, however, BMTA were good enough to pull off the stop. They'll now run through their set. As you mentioned, Katie, they've picked up a lot of momentum and done a lot of great work in this midfield area.
And the options that they have offered, Josh, you can set your subset plan up or your direct set plan up to go up the field, but, especially in 18s, and as the maturity and the experience goes on, you have more and more options. So it doesn't matter who pops up in defence, you've got an option around it. And if all the girls on the park attacking know those options, then, so much can happen. And you can see that in their subset. It's very easy. Things are happening. The girls are in the right spaces. So to try and defend that is quite difficult at the best of times, but to defend it with minimal subs is quite difficult. So, you can see the Townsville girls here. They're really busted. They're trying so hard, and they're doing so well.
They certainly deserve a break after this one. Some Guzmani Gomez to go with it and put the feet up as they can hopefully enjoy the sights and sounds of Rockhampton while they're here. Of course, a lot of people heading back to their home after this one. It's been a fantastic Junior State Cup. Rockhampton have put on an absolute show, and we've been the lucky ones to enjoy it. As BMTA drawing on the 7 and then losing their footing. A penalty is given. They'll get a fresh set starting from the 7. And a bit of confusion there as it was touch pass, so a penalty falling the way of Townsville. that'll help things, and they'll be back with the ball.
Yeah, that was really well done by Macy in defence there. Just pop up and get it. If you sit back and wait for them to set something up, then they're going to put a move on you. So get out, put some pressure on, make them pass it. And she did really well in that instance and got the reward for it in the end. And Townsville got fresh legs on now, so they'll still want this go forward.
And Townsville making a chance there.
Yeah, good metres in the end. She picked herself up 20-odd metres, so that was good. If Townsville, when I say we, sorry, I'm from North Queensland, I'll say we. If Townsville can keep the spaces to minimum, really force BMTA to pass, then, that's really the only thing they can do at the moment is just make it as uncomfortable and as difficult as they can. And, really sort of finish the game how they want. Finish the game so they can be really happy with their efforts.
Bumping over halfway. Referee waving play on. Townsville all in sync at the moment. Looking quite good as they try and pin a try on this BMTA defence. Here's the last touch. And a penalty falling the way of Townsville. Again, offside the call. And the referee pointing to the mark where he would like them to take this touch. So, not long left here in the second half of the semi-final between Townsville and BMTA in the 18 girls. They're inside the 7, Townsville. Trying to create something here. Do they go through the hands? They do. The wing there pushing up from BMTA, making the stop. And it'll be another set of 6 that BMTA will have to defend.
It must be hard as an attacker to look up and see a couple of Aussie reps in front of you and think, which side do I go? Who do I target? Where are the spaces? So really difficult at the moment for Townsville to get themselves across the line. BMTA's defence is great, and you can see there they're all up, they're all in sync, they're all in unity. So that's what you want as your defensive line. So I'm really backing Maddie over here.
Here they go, and just turning around, trying to keep a hold of the ball. But a penalty, once again, going the way of Townsville. So here's an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. That exact same play that they just set up there, a drop back inside from Talia Condon through to Maddie. I think they would have got the rewards. So I think she's got it here.
And the referee just having a chat to the defence as they'll head back to the 7. The touch was made.
She's got it pulled up with a bit of an injury there. So they'll grab another one on and continue the set.
So Maddie Wallace heading off. And that's a temporary pause in play as Townsville get another number on. And here they go. BMTA do well to shuffle across. And now we see another lame pull-up from Townsville player.
She went over on her ankle there, Josh. You could see, when she stepped back inside, she went over, and I think the BMTA girls could see that as well. They all went to her aid and realised that one hurt a little bit.
So this is the tough part for Townsville as you come to the end of a Junior State Cup in this hot weather after doing plenty of travelling and playing a number of games. It can get quite taxing on the body.
That was the right idea. So a few times they've hit the link, and BMTA are shutting in nice and early. Wanted to go over to the wing there, but unfortunately couldn't get the pass away. But that was definitely the right idea. So the toughness and the resilience of these girls. So you just saw one go off injured, and then the very next set, another one went down injured. So the original girl that went down injured come back on.
Yes,
so
exactly.
She went, all right, well, I need to get myself back on there and help my team out. Regardless of the score, the toughness of these kids are absolutely incredible and amazing to see, and very admirable, their resilience and the efforts that they put themselves through, and the it's hard. It's really taxing on your body, your calf muscles, and every part of your body is aching after 3 days of playing. So to all the kids, right around from our under-10s right up to our 18s. They really do put themselves through a lot to play the game that they love. Here we go.
And there's a chance for Townsville. Do they get over the line? They're going to give it, so they're on the board.
There we go. Well done, Townsville. And again, they've hit that winger and they've found some space. So they've been able to play a little bit of eyes-up footy and identify that. No doubt Kelly and Dean Condon, the coaches over there on the Townsville side, would have identified that as well. Condensed them, hit the winger. There's some space out there. So, really great effort. Really good to see the girls on the board. They'll be really happy with that after what they've just endured in a couple of injuries. But, like we were just saying, that congratulations to all the kids out here playing. It is hot hot conditions, and as parents it can be nice and easy sitting on the sideline in some shade and wanting your kids to run a little bit harder, but they've put in every single effort that they've got in their body, no doubt, every single player and in every team, and coming to the back end of it, some have finished and some are still playing. So get around the girls and boys that are still playing and hitting those grand finals and cheer them all on, because they all deserve a massive round of applause.
Yeah, without a doubt, the spirit of this Junior State Cup has been sensational. And if you could bottle it up and inject it in other sporting competitions, we'll be better for it, as it's a great vibe and atmosphere here. And now Townsville once again with the ball, trying to force their way down the field as there's not too long remaining here in the second half. That is the siren. And Townsville, well done to you. You deserve a well-earned break after making it through to the semi-final stage of the 18 girls in the Junior State Cup. BMTA runaway winners, and they'll face a tough task in the grand final. Plenty more coming your way, including the post-game interview thanks to Guzmani Gomez. We'll catch you very soon.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Another post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Pinky joining you once again. And I have the president of the Rockhampton Redbacks, Gary, joining us right now. Nice to have you here.
Good, thanks for having me.
How are you enjoying seeing the Junior State Cup for the first time on home ground?
Oh, this is unbelievable. It's an unbelievable event. Like, first time, I never thought I'd see this event, but no, it's fantastic. Loving it.
How long have you been involved in touch footy and the club?
Yeah, I've probably been around touch for 40 years. And I've seen a lot of lows, but at least now we're reaping the rewards, and there's been a lot of highs in the last 10 years or so looking good.
Now, we also wanted to talk about all the catering that's happening, because there's so much food available here to feed all the very hungry athletes, but you have been working over there, working hard, cooking up burgers. You've run out of food. How many burgers do you think you've made in the last 2.5 days?
Oh, I guarantee you, I think we sold more burgers than McDonald's and Hungry Jack's put together. It's been unbelievable. I'd say looking at 5,000 burgers.
Wow, 5,000, that is enormous. Now, you've been coaching a team that's got a grand final coming up?
Yes, I'm involved with the under-16 boys, and at the present time we've just finished our semis and we play Gold Coast in the finals in about half an hour's time.
Now, as we find with a lot of our sports in Rockhampton, and particularly with touch footy, a lot of the athletes that come through love to give back, such as yourself, and keep the training, keeping the training top tier for the athletes.
Oh, exactly. Like, I can't acknowledge our senior players putting their effort they put back into our juniors. Like, we've got Australian players putting back in, and it's unbelievable what the younger players are learning these days. Like, it puts them in good stead for the future.
Yeah, so all very good things happening here today, and we'll wrap that up there. Enjoying the rest of the footy finals.
Yes, and I just can't wait till tomorrow, because I heard Tony Williams, the mayor, has said that if Rocky win the state cup, he's going to do cartwheels down the main street.
Oh, actually, I'm glad you reminded me. He did say that on my radio show. So
I'd like to keep that bet going.
Yes, we will. I'm glad you reminded me. it escaped. So we'll leave you to it. More footy finals to come.
Thank you for joining us here at the Junior State Cup. And we're just getting some last-minute notes up here in the commentary box. I'm joined by Simone as we have the 14 girls final ready to rock and roll here on Field 1 in the Championship Division. It's BMTA taking on Gold Coast. Simone, how are you going, and are you excited? I'm sure you are.
I am. I'm all finished with my team, so I am ready to watch some finals action. And I've got a bit of intel on these two teams. I think BMTA have come in as favourites, and Gold Coast have got a point to prove. They played each other at the Junior State Cup final 2 years ago in Harvey Bay, with Gold Coast coming out ahead there. And BMTA wants to take it back off them this time, but the same girls have been coming through the 12s pathway and now facing each other again, so they know each other pretty well out there.
Exactly.
This is going to be a battle.
That's what the Junior State Cup's all about, and as you mentioned, BMTA will be looking to seek some revenge on their opposition, so they roll through their hands here and it sticks well for them. BMTA as they jump over towards that sub box. Ooh. And we see a heavy touch here, so a bit of feeling and passion in the 14 girls final.
She might have caught her on her heels there as she's played the ball, but he's giving the penalty. Oh, and at some time in the bin. He didn't like that one at all. He's setting the tone early, the referee taking control of this game, and he doesn't want any more of that.
Yeah, so they'll have to make a quick swap there at Gold Coast. And now BMTA well and truly on the attack. They have a couple of touches up their sleeve, hovering around that 7. And they look to draw Gold Coast out, trying to find a way through. It's the last touch. It's a ball back towards the centre third, and it goes to ground, so Gold Coast do well to hold on.
Early minutes of the game, they're going to be testing each other and trying to lock in their patterns. That's a Gold Coast subset. Peeling on now. Looking for the centre field.
And here's the last touch. As Gold Coast pick up and drive from half. They'll get caught with it on the last, and just want to make a special mention to the referees here on Field 1 for the 14 Girls Championship Final. Alec Williams, Doug Mackey and Shobna Moore all taking place and getting this game underway, so massive congratulations to them and a big thanks for all their efforts throughout the Junior State Cup. As BMTA on the attack, they're coming across field and they'll straighten things up, hovering around that 7. This is the last touch, rolling towards the left. It's a long cutout pass and there's plenty of noise. They think they've got there.
The refs have cleared that.
It's a try to BMTA and they'll open the scoring.
Refs are happy in that corner. BMTA celebrate.
So BMTA on the board to start off this grand final.
I'm going to say that was 16, Aliyah Moss in the corner for the wing for BMTA. Well done.
So the way BMTA would have wanted to start, Gold Coast turn to hopefully turn the tables and swing momentum back their way as they here with the ball. On the 7 they go, and they find a nice little passage. Gold Coast sub-box think they've scored, but the touch was made.
They're loud on this side of the field. They're just under us in commentary.
So BMTA hold on to that 1-0 lead, and they'll get things moving out of their own end. On the 10, they go, swinging it back underneath, and the ball going to ground. So this may open the door for Gold Coast, as they'll have a chance starting inside BMTA's half. So they come across field, Gold Coast.
Looks like they're wanting to get some fresh legs on to attack the line. A few touches in hand. And on they stream.
They certainly do. So they'll be looking to orchestrate a well-worked set here, as this is the last.
Charlotte Laurie with the ball in 6.
It's a fantastic break from half. They pick the gap.
Oh, the hands.
And it just goes to ground. So a half opportunity there for Gold Coast to hit back.
So close. Charlotte Laurie, number 6 for Gold Coast, has got a beaut little half run. She's in my club team on a Monday night at Palm Beach. I'd like to say I taught her how to do that, but that's not true. She'll be one of their go-to strike players in the middle, along with Harper Eldridge and Delaney Fook and Ivy O'Brien. They've got quite a few bottom age girls.
So quite the contingent for Gold Coast as they approach the 7. BMTA's defence standing tall so far.
Whip bar for the corner.
She said Simone sweeping around and the touch was made. So this will be the last. Coming back to the 7. BMTA rush up. Gold Coast can't quite manufacture anything. And BMTA's defence at the moment keeping Gold Coast at bay and securing that 1-0 lead.
Nice roll on from BMTA. The subsets are all working nicely so far for both teams.
And try and jump over halfway. Here's a cutout ball. Ooh. It was touched from a Gold Coast member, but the ball will end up back with the Coastal side. And no, they won't. Just for a moment we thought it would. BMTA have it back. And they'll get a fresh set, starting inside Gold Coast half and immediately looking to let the ball sing over towards that right-hand channel. Now they come down the middle of the field, trying to set something up.
Tyler Orcher in 41 with the ball, working with her middle there, looking to set something up.
So, a penalty blown.
Tyler wants it back.
And BMTA, they had success down that left-hand edge, picking up their first try. Gold Coast alert to it all. And that's a heavy touch there from Gold Coast, but yes, a penalty falling the way of the Gold Coast.
Forward pass there, got them the turnover.
As now it's their chance to bring it out of their own half and try and generate some momentum, putting pressure back on this BMTA defence. With some lovely footwork.
Nice touch there, Tyler Orcher again.
As this is the last touch now, and half court trying to create something out of nothing. So 1-0 the score in this 14 girls final, the championship division. BMTA holding the lead.
Nice little fly on, see if...
And it was a promising sequence for BMTA.
The ref said it wasn't played at, and that's a ball down. Gold Coast get the turnover coming through the sub-box.
So Gold Coast leaning towards the sub-box, as you mentioned, Simone. Getting plenty of numbers on the field. Up over halfway they go. Just losing the field position battle at the moment.
And nicely read.
Yes.
We've got past their halfway. And they are probably happy with that. Happy enough with that good defence.
Yes, they just need to find a way to break down this BMTA defence.
Whoa.
So far it's been very resolute.
It's Ivy O'Brien for Gold Coast in 50 there, coming into saver middles, working hard.
So BMTA, can they double their advantage? This is the last touch. They go down the short side. Gold Coast number up. And we see a call there from the referee.
I think they were throwing the ball away. I'm not sure. Did you catch that?
I didn't.
I blinked. He knows. Whoa, they're going to...
Now the Gold Coast, yes.
Run up the far side and wait for all their subs to come this side. That's an interesting strategy.
So a peculiar set there from the Gold Coast. Potentially just getting things wrong. BMTA back on the front foot immediately.
Fresh legs coming on for BMTA. This is the place you want to be.
Exactly. They've been knocking on the door, attempting to double their advantage, stepping away. They get the gap, they get the space.
Fantastic. Step back, running lines, beautiful finish, girls, and they're celebrating hard again. A little handshake there between the girls.
As we catch it on the replay.
That looks like a NRL try finish, a little handshake between some buddies.
And it was number 22, Tiana Kiki, jumping over for BMTA.
Great release from the link. Good finish from the winger there.
Yeah, so...
Good serve try. Tidy. Comes Gold Coast, another sweeper play. Back the other way. Harper Eldridge with the ball.
And it's BMTA's defence.
Delaney Arfook, number 8, playing it there. That's Harper Eldridge, number 4, in the other middle. Look to set for her.
So
last play.
This is the last touch. It's Simone, Gold Coast. Can't quite work something there.
They're getting into field position. They just got to find their finish, and they're so close. I think they're still anyone's game. I think BMTA might have the... Ooh, I was going to say they have the ascendancy. Maybe they don't.
That's happened a few times up here in the commentary box over the 3 days.
Don't try and predict it.
However, the momentum well and truly on Gold Coast side. This is a fantastic opportunity to bite back in this match.
Charlotte Laurie with the ball. Ivy O'Brien going to half.
So they're sweeping around, and they had a nice little play there set up for Gold Coast. BMTA read it well. They just couldn't quite execute it when the time mattered.
There's a couple of the Gold Coast girls are also prominent in the rugby league sectors and looking for a potential career in the NRLW. So Ivy O'Brien's one of those in 50, just made the touch in length. She's got a potential career path there.
So the future is very bright for
you saw them here
touch
first.
and league alike. Exactly.
At the Junior State Cup.
Exactly. And now Gold Coast here on the attack. They're making things work here down the far sideline. They're going to make a break. They've got speed to burn. Moss won't get there. And Gold Coast hit back. They halved the deficit. And it was Mackenzie May with the try.
Well, definitely no ascendancy happening there. We're back even.
So we see here on the replay, it was a nice move from Gold Coast.
Wheels. Well deserved, nice finish. It's good to see them with a try on the board. That'll give them a little lift now. Nice tap-off move with a little bounce-out play. Make some good yards down the far side. It's coming open now.
As you said, Simone, that'll give them a big boost, but they now have to focus on their defence here as BMTA are coming. They reach the 7. Jumping away, BMTA, they have numbers. It's a long cutout pass.
A recycle.
Gold Coast do very
nice
well to
control.
hold on.
Last one.
They're still coming, BMTA. It's a long ball this time to the left-hand side. And Gold Coast scramble is on point as they defend their try. And 2-1 is still the scoreline. They look to run a very similar play down on this right-hand sideline. And the similar play was the one they got the try off just moments ago. Now they're picking up some space down the centre third.
Harper Eldridge in half.
Here's the last touch. Eldridge breaking from half.
Looking for the penalty for the offside, and she's got it. Now they've got their repeat set. I can see Mel McMahon, the coach, dancing along the sideline. She's getting excited. And the assistant coach, Adrian Arfook, there.
So Gold Coast finishing with a flurry here late in the first half after being down 2 tries to 0. They may find the equaliser. And they just can't make it count. It was a lovely lofted ball.
If you could see the sideline here, I just saw Mel McMahon leap into the ground there. She's right into this game. Oh, there's been a collision. Oh, 2 BMTA girls collided as they're trying to sub, and there's been a drop ball, but the ref's seen something offside, I think.
That will bring us to the end of the first half as we'll just see this touch made. It's a very tight game in the 14 Girls Championship Grand Final. BMTA holding the lead 2 tries to 1. We'll be back after the break for the second half.
Anyone's game.
It's a real finals feel on day 3 of the Junior State Cup, and this grand final in the 14 girls is delivering. BMTA 2-1 up over Gold Coast at halftime. And I'm joined by Simone Hepburn in the commentary box. Simone, we were just entertained by a fantastic first half. How do you summarise that one?
Yeah, Josh, I think it's still anyone's game. I thought early BMTA had the ascendancy. We mentioned they're coming out to avenge their loss at the last Junior State Cup against Gold Coast. Similar bunch of girls doing battle again today. But Gold Coast is not giving up. They're hanging in there. It's 2-1. It's still anyone's game. And I can't wait to see if they can lift and bring it home, or if Brisbane's going to lift and just roll on through.
Yes, they just rode this wave in the dying stages of the first half as they got a try. It turned things for them. They found a lot of momentum. BMTA was doing well to hold on as they kept on coming Gold Coast. And now we have the final 14 minutes here in the grand final. It'll be the 14 Girls Championship decided on field 1. We may need longer. A drop-off could be pending as the score and game is in the balance.
Ooh, and some pressure, and it's down. I like to see Gold Coast. They've run a couple of sweeper plays at the line and then heading back the other way. That's opened up for them. I think if they continue that, they might see some more openings on the line. I'm sure they know what they're doing.
So Gold Coast in possession, jumping up over halfway. It was BMTA to get us restarted in the second half. And they look to find some space on this right-hand side. They'll charge down the middle and the play will come unstuck there. So a penalty falling the way of BMTA.
Someone's hurt. One of the Gold Coast middles rushing off in defence, grabbing at her side. Let's hope she's okay.
So
looks like Delaney Arfoot taking a couple of deep breaths there.
Yes, they'll get a fresh girl on there as they look to replace the hole, and they'll get the ball back here. So that'll help things for Gold Coast. Down 2-1 and trying to march their way over halfway, coming towards this sub box, picking up a handy couple of metres. And on go the subs.
Sweeping on now, going open. Harper Eldridge, Ivy O'Brien.
Eldridge
Ivy wants it back.
At half.
Back the other way.
Now on the 7, this is the last touch. Eldridge jumps from half. Can she find support?
Oh, a touch from behind. What a great try saver.
It was a magnificent effort there from BMTA. Getting across inside the try line.
I think that was 42. Yep, Lily Clutton saved that one in the in goal, and now a turnover. They need to defend again.
So
that hurts.
Yes, that does hurt. Gold Coast with another opportunity. Can they make it count? They've got numbers towards this right-hand side.
Harper, Ivy. Oh, Lily.
So we're seeing some handling errors. Bring both sides unstuck. For BMTA, it's just getting out of their own end, and for Gold Coast, it's trying to bring an attack and string something together right on the 7 line. And this Gold Coast defence up and at them at the moment, doing very well to force the turnover.
That's the pressure defence that will get you a repeat set at your line to attack again. They're getting their fresh legs on, playing smart.
So a man going down over on the
holding it up
wing for BMTA.
Harper Eldridge with the ball. Wants it back.
And Eldridge with a cutout pass. It's intervened there by BMTA. And they'll start things from the 7.
That unfortunately went forward, gives BMTA a little relief now to try and get out of trouble.
Yes, they've been struggling to jump out of their own half despite having the lead. 2 tries to 1.
Wow.
And here's some lovely ball movement.
Oh, intercept.
But it's stolen by Gold Coast. They're turning defence into attack. In the blink of an eye, Gold Coast. They let the ball sing towards the left-hand side. This final is going through the gears at the moment as Gold Coast are knocking on the door. BMTA trying to rush numbers across to stop them on this far side of the field. They're going to continue to go there.
Open.
And it's fantastic defence from BMTA.
Tiani Keke 22 on that far wing for BMTA with a great try-saving touch.
And they get their rewards here, BMTA, after making the stop, denying Gold Coast of almost a certain try. They'll get the ball back. And they'll look to mount some pressure. They've been doing a lot of defending. Very energy zapping that defending can be. And now a questionable ball will be called back. So the pass called forward.
I wasn't going to say it. I'll let the refs make the call, but from our angle, that looked a touch forward.
Yes, it was a close call, but of course the referee's in the best position out there on the 100%. Field. So now Gold Coast trying to pick up where they left off in that first half.
Nice.
They came home strong, and BMTA have been just turning them away time and time again.
Eldridge on the sweep, step back.
But Eldridge does get the ball.
Charlotte down again. Watch for those two in the middle to want to strike. Link's gone for a sub.
Now this is the last.
Link has gone for a sub.
Eldridge.
And she's still found Nut. Looking for her Link there. And unfortunately, didn't quite get that away to her winger.
Yeah, Eldridge just trying to pop the ball over the top with a bit of a basketball-like pass. And didn't quite work out. So Gold Coast defence, that can't be underestimated either, as they've been holding BMTA inside their own half time and time again. Putting a lot of energy on that front. BMTA just struggling to find some momentum as they do pick up a few metres here.
Ooh!
And the touch was made on the last.
Those girls trust each other. They knew she was coming. Cool as a cucumber. Delaney Arthur got onside and made that touch. Made it look easy. These girls can keep calm and have another crack at the line. It's still 2-1 here in the girls 14s grand final. Gold Coast vs BMTA. BMTA with a tiny, tiny lead.
That's it.
She's deceptive. It's Ivy O'Brien on the far link.
Only one try at the margin. And we have 6 more coming the way of Gold Coast. So they've got to try and make it stick. They've had all the momentum here in this second half. BMTA haven't quite managed to crack halfway at times.
Oh, the passive on the round the back.
And they just go for a shot there. Just didn't quite come off.
Yeah, those little tiny errors just costing Gold Coast at the moment.
And BMTA straight away jump over to their sub box.
Grand finals are a whole different beast, with girls getting nervous and being on the main stage. And they run these plays all day, every day. They just need to put it together in one little passage.
Well, we are being entertained here as BMTA look to turn things on, and their ball goes to ground.
It's hot out there too, Josh. It started a bit chilly this morning, but I can tell you it's roasting here in Rocky. Do we know the temperature?
I believe it is in the low 20s, mid to low 20s.
20s I think was forecasted. I saw 24 I think this morning as a maximum, but
however it is
don't know what it...
blue skies here, so there's no cloud cover, quiet conditions here, but we wouldn't have it any other way, of course, Simone.
It's beautiful.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's not as hot as it as some of these girls have played. They play all over the state, and this won't bother them at all. They're working hard, though. I can see heavy breathing here in the sub box, and these girls are fit.
Yeah, we are into the final quarter of this grand final, the 14 girls championship division. 2-1 the score to BMTA. No tries in the second half yet. So this is the last touch for BMTA. And they get a lucky bounce of the ball there. 6 more coming their way.
They will take that. Tiani Keki number 12 with, Mia Clutton with the ball now in 12. Tyler Orcher in dummy half. What's going on? The ref is waiting for something.
So
he's called time for someone.
And we're back underway. So both sides have the full complement. 6 on 6. BMTA wanting to shovel across towards that left-hand side. That's where they indicate they want to go. They'll jump from half, looking for some support.
Ooh.
They do decide to launch the pass. Gold Coast do well. And they haven't had to do much defending on their line in this second half, but on that occasion, they turn this BMTA attack away.
All the way to the wing for the subs to try and make their way off in the shortest distance possible. Here come the sweepers on, and an early release to open it up in the middle of the field. Fresh legs on now for Gold Coast.
That'll help as they reach the 10, trying to march their way down the field, set a platform to attack off.
Half.
Here's the last touch.
Her favourite play. I reckon she had a little bit more running through there.
So plenty of encouragement here right in front of us on the Gold Coast sub box as they are looking to find the equaliser. It's been a to and fro match, and here we go again.
So just to mention, BMTA coach Tim Gall and assistant coach George Clutton, and as we know, Tim Gall was Junior Coach of the Year this year for the Queensland Touch Football Awards, and he takes a lot of the girls through the schools pathway as well as the club pathway, so he will be playing a smart strategy here. He's got his girls well drilled.
So Gold Coast down 2-1, jumping from half. It's a risky ball. Doesn't quite come off. BMTA hold on. They'll be coming back the other way, and we have less than 5 minutes here in the grand final of the 14 girls. So BMTA with the ball. Up over the 10. They're in the lead. They'll just be looking to manage the game out and see it through as they break away. Could this be the grand final? BMTA go 3-1 up.
43, Eden Gare. She has some wheels. I am now recognising that name. She is Jodie Gare's daughter. Jodie's a long-term representative for Queensland. And I've played with her mother. That makes me feel pretty old here, Josh.
And as we tick down in this grand final, that could be a major moment. Gold Coast with it all to do now. Down 3-1 on the scoreboard.
Aria McKessie in 11 having a go there. I'd like to see her have another go with the ball.
And just doesn't quite work out there. Hands on head stuff here on the Gold Coast sub box. They're not out of it by no means. They've still got time. However, they'll have to get moving. As I mentioned in the previous set for BMTA, they are in control at the moment, just looking to manage things towards the end. And this might be the bit of luck the Gold Coast need. So Gold Coast with possession.
They're having the opportunities, Gold Coast. I hope they can capitalise now.
Yes.
Give us an entertaining finish.
A grandstand finish.
Yes,
exactly right,
please.
Simone.
Maybe a drop-off.
That'd be good too. That'd be good too.
We love that.
Now Gold Coast inside the 7. Can they find the line? Can they find a try? The last touch was made. BMTA defence coming up big in the grand final.
Ooh.
And here it is again.
So much talent out there with these girls. They've all got such a bright future in the sport. So much athleticism in this under-14s division.
Without a doubt, these two have stood tall over the past couple of Junior State Cups. As you mentioned, Gold Coast winning the under-12s a few years ago in Harvey Bay. And now it looks like BMTA will get one towards their name. As you said, the future is bright.
It's a strike.
And here come BMTA once more on the last touch. Gold Coast hold on. It's been a fantastic final. End-to-end stuff. Both sides have had their moments. We've been the lucky ones to sit alongside and call it, Simone.
Yeah, there's a couple of, what are we up to at the time? Couple of seconds remaining.
Yes, we're just under a minute now. As BMTA with possession. Gold Coast with some defending to do. As they roll down towards the 7. Here's a touch. They look to sweep towards the left. Instead, they come back towards the right.
Great hands.
It was great athleticism there to keep the ball alive.
The clock is ticking down now. Gold Coast are not going to have a chance to get 2 tries back. Unfortunately, there it is.
And BMTA are the champions in the championship division of the under-14 girls, winning this one 3-1 against Gold Coast. Great scenes here on Field 1.
Stacks on.
And we have plenty more action coming your way. Thank you, Simone, for joining me up here. We'll head down to the post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Don't go anyway. It's just heating up here in Rockhampton.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
We good to go? Welcome everybody. We've just smashed out our very first grand final of Queensland Junior State Cup. How's it feel? Did you win? Yes! Are you happy? Yes! What an amazing game, girls. That was such a tight tussle. That was hard, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, really hard. What a game by Gold Coast and BMTA. Do you feel like BMTA might be in a few more grand finals?
Yeah!
Yeah? Yeah? How was your tournament? How was your tournament leading up to this game?
It was really exciting and amazing. It was good.
It was all really good? Were you confident right from game one?
Yeah.
Confidence is key. There you go. Confidence is key, no doubt. The rest of the grand finals that we're going to see, the confidence is key. We've heard it here first. Congratulations, BMTA! Back to you guys. Katie here, back again. Post-game or post-grand final interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Tara, do you like Guzmani Gomez?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, everybody does. Everybody does. All right, do you like the Junior State Cup?
Yes.
Yeah, we love the Junior State Cup. Josh, what about you?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. What do we love about Junior State Cup?
The playing.
The playing. Anything else?
No.
No? All right. What's your go-to move, Josh? Do you have a little go-to move? Do you have a little shimmy? Do you have a little quick step, little quickie dive?
Yeah.
Do you score?
Not much.
Not much. That's all right. We can work on that. That's all right. We'll get Dad. Dad knows what he's talking about. What about you, Bosso? Few quickies, few tries?
No.
None?
No.
I don't believe you. All right. I'm here with obviously the Gladstone crew. They are having an absolute ball. And what do you want to do? You want to give a shout out to the rest of Gladstone Touch? Yeah. Yeah? 1, 2, 3 on Gladstone. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Gladstone! Back up.
Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup. Grand final time now. 16 boys. Rockhampton taking on Gold Coast. And the two top teams have made their way through to the grand final. Gold Coast in possession. Carly Banks is with me in commentary for this one. And whenever you see Rocky and Gold Coast taking on each other in the grand final, you know it's going to be fireworks.
Absolutely. Looking forward to this one for sure, Scotty.
Gold Coast on their first possession. They go down the other end of the field. They can't quite connect up. So, yeah, like we mentioned, both teams finishing first. After they split into the championship rounds, both undefeated coming into the grand final this afternoon. A victory for the Gold Coast in the semi-final, 7-3 over Toowoomba. 6-1 victory for Rocky in their semi-final over Thuringowa. So both teams coming in top fashion. Both have the exact same differential coming into this game as well, so not much splitting them coming into the big grand final. Late penalty here to Rockhampton, and this will probably give them, after that, apart from the restart or the tap off to get the game going, their first real genuine crack here. And we see a player getting subbed early on here for the Gold Coast. Might have been a little bit of back chat as well. On the run, and they'll get a repeat set. It's all happening out there, isn't it, already?
It's happening pretty quickly.
So Rockhampton will have to play it and get things back underway. They made a replacement at the same time. They've got their full complement of 6 players back out onto the field. It's now sweeper round the back, right foot holds it up. Touch is made. Good touch as well.
Yeah, not a bad little process unfolding here for Rockhampton.
Sniping coming up out of the left link position to make the touch. As they go long and they finish it off, so after giving away the repeat set, they did a good job there. Gold Coast defensively, pretty strong on their line. It's the Coast now. Come out of their end of the field, contact there on the touch. Changes onto the park. Over the halfway line they go. We'll be looking for a good clean play. The ball now, 5th and final touch for them. A little bit of footwork, nothing available.
Yeah, early stages, Scotty, hey, ebbing and flowing, back and forth, just sort of feeling each other in these first few minutes, and it's all about set completions and getting down the other end and just setting the platform for the rest of the game.
They've been rolling down the field nicely here, Rockhampton. As they're coming into the last touch, they're going to get another penalty. So that's a couple of times towards the back end of the set. Gold Coast are giving away penalties. They'll need to tidy that up.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to give Rockhampton too much possession, too many repeat sets on that 7-metre area.
But here, there's good pressure coming from outside in. It has taken a deflection. Another set of 6. They're lucky to get away with that because they pushed the pass early. It looked like it was going to ground, but did take that little deflection along the way. Defence again, pretty strong here. The opening 2 touches. As Rockhampton try to look for a weakness here in the Gold Coast defence. Nice big bomb out early. Good one-on-one battle between the 2 wingers on the far side of the field. And good cover coming across to make the touch. And they get there in the end. Rockhampton off the hands. So a good, strong start. And the defence on the line. It continues here for the Coast.
Yeah, definitely. We're just going a little bit of end-to-end stuff here, Scott, and then just looking for the first team that's going to crack and the first chink in the armour. So both teams are just working down the field nicely, just playing out their sets. They're being content to get to the end and complete, and just trying to mount a bit of pressure. And if Gold Coast get a repeat set, it'd be interesting to see what they come up with on the line down here. And that's beautiful footwork to kick in behind the back middle.
Nice little short ball off the hip as well. They came across to make the touch. And there's a late pass. Sees the penalty go to Rockhampton as they work their way out of their end of the field. Head over towards the interchange area now. Edward Arthur in the 13. As Rockhampton get over the halfway line, and this is the last touch for them. And they crab across field, looping over the top. And they effect the touch. Bronson Carlos gets caught in possession. And they didn't punch down field too far on that occasion, just a looping ball over the top, helping them to pick up an extra couple of metres, but Gold Coast on top at the moment with ball in hand. Changes, flow on around the back. Erickson plays it, 5th and final touch for the Coast. They're flooded on the left-hand side. I don't think they know the count.
Yeah, I don't think Gold Coast coach Troy Skinner would be too impressed with the back end, with that very last play there. Just being mindful of that touch count and making sure that they're coming up with, a really good play on that strike dump touch would be obviously the preferred option, Scotty.
Yeah, lucky on the previous play there, Carter Skinner just jumping over the top of the ball, almost getting caught in the ruck. Referees say play on. Very experienced referees out here officiating the 16 boys. Now, quick play the ball, and there's players on the back foot, but they did get caught in acting half. Again, the frantic pace of this game continues.
Yeah, nice transition there from the Gold Coast and stuff. We'll see what they do with this set. So they're on touch 3 and they're already over halfway, and just a slow play the ball probably held them up a little bit there, but yeah, great running now and just trying to recycle this football a little bit more and implicate a few more defenders.
Fifth and final. Oh, off the fingertips and almost reeling it in. Did take a little bit of grass. Had a little look up at the referee just to try and convince. Between Chase Everingham.
Oh, he's a tall timber, isn't he? He's
absolutely.
A piece of work.
On 7, full set of 6. They go short side, getting down nice and low and coming in over the top to make the touch.
Yeah, close run thing there. Really nice to see what Gold Coast come up with this set close to the line.
Watson plays it. We got numbers on the right. Ball in the left hand. Another touch made. Back out to the 7-metre line they come. Jack Heppy Simon throws it in field. He's got the fluoro pink socks on. Here he goes. Plays it just shy of the 7-metre line this time around. Long ball running out into space. Good slide defence to come and make the touch there on Patrick Lamb.
Yeah, nice defence there from Rockhampton as well. We've gone end to end, and so far both teams have been fairly resolute with this line defence. Scotty.
Good work from Gold Coast. Deegan Schroeder coming up out of the line, and you can see Rocky having to go across field to try and get away from this pressing Gold Coast defence. Just over their own 10-metre line now and shy of the halfway line. They go short ball and try to thread the needle. And that's a great defensive set there for Gold Coast. They'll be happy with where they're going to start their set.
Yeah, 100%. That flat lining that they're doing after 3 is making a real difference here, because Rockhampton, as you saw, have not getting the latitude that they usually get on the latch, and so they're trying to recycle, but Gold Coast are up to it in terms of keeping that flat line and continuing to advance and press them.
Last touch. And real options here as they go across. Managed to get it out the back, losing footing. Both players losing their footing and making the touchdown on the ground. So Rockhampton over towards their box. 7 on, interchange infringement, and we've seen there's been moments where they haven't been clean, and again they were trying to make changes around behind that 10-metre line. Makes it so hard, and that's where you get those challenges trying to get players on at the right time. Full set of 6 here. They've had the better of the attacking end of the field, the coast, but haven't been able to come up with points yet. Rockhampton players retrieving off the line. There's good cover defence back on the inside. Chase Bales having to get in there and do extra work.
Yeah, close run thing there. Really gone close a few times on that static play.
Ooh, and almost opening up down the left-hand side of the field. Probably caught in 2 minds whether to switch back in or hold space. Ball ends up not hitting a target.
Been impressed so far, Scotty, with the patience that both teams are showing in terms of playing out their sets and just searching for where the opening's going to come a little bit later in the half. So really important that that they stick to their processes and they don't get panicked into something that into taking an option that they don't really want to run. So just there, I think I've put the mocker on them. But at this age, it's really nice to see the maturity. And this is what we would expect from our 2 grand finalists.
Down the left-hand side of the field they go. Say that pass was forward.
Yeah, so here we go. So that's 2 plays in a row, one either side, where push something that really didn't need to be pushed. And now it's about how well each coaching box can sort of get their players composed and go, let's be content with completing, let's stick with our process, and let's just try and out-patient them. And it's a little bit, it's much easier from up here to do that, Scotty, but definitely it would be the go.
Another penalty. We saw Gold Coast give away a couple of penalties when they did get camped down this end of the field defending their line. And while it's a shortened format, Carly, as well, there's still plenty of time, isn't it? 14 minutes in a half of football, you can still get some things done.
Absolutely.
So Rocky here looking to get the opening try of the board. Oh, there was space out there. Decided to hold on to the ball there, Bales. Not a bad option, though, when you still do have touches up your sleeve.
Absolutely.
They play it outside of the 7 as they sweep and come back in. They'll look for phase. They do get clean play of the ball. They're in trouble here, Gold Coast. And Rockhampton will be the first to score. Great smart footing. Like we said, cool heads prevailed there, getting that nice clean phase play within the 7-metre zone. That's a pretty classy way to get your first try on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. The little sweeper quarterback and then into phase. And earlier on that runner, the quarterback in the set, and then really smart recognition to know if we could get him again and get him in phase, we could definitely get the play that we wanted and get the try. So yeah, fantastic opening touchdown there from the Rockhampton combination.
So the home team strikes first and takes the early lead here in the 16 boys grand final. Gold Coast will be looking to respond here from the restart. As players retrieving on the line. They held their space nicely though, coming into the 5th touch.
Yeah, he's threatened a few times there, and he's got a beautiful extension dive, and he's one of the most creative players that the Gold Coast have got. So look to him to feature a little bit more as the game wears on.
Good metres here from Rockhampton, going through the middle on the first 2 touches before they head over towards their interchange area. And the changes come on around the back. And they're flowing in nicely, coming in towards the back end of the set. Numbers out here on the left. Having to put the brakes on and come back in. Oh, not returning the football. Still holding onto the football. It's a bit of a rugby league play, isn't it? Sometimes. Had to be a penalty.
Yeah.
And we see quite often the players don't give the ball back to the mark. That time he just didn't want to give him the ball at all.
Yeah, and this is a very smart piece of refereeing. Had the cautionary word to the young fella and just warning him about that rather than sending him from the field, which was good. But now I think he's done the silly thing.
He's got to get square.
Wow, he didn't take the tip.
Yeah, funny. It's gone the other way. I thought the young fella from Rocky might have been frustrated maybe with the call. They ran at him. It's a forced substitution. So it might have just been a little bit of a get square between the two. I'm not too sure if they were both the same players that were wrestling for the football before.
Yeah, they were. So a little bit of a rope-a-dope there. Got him.
Yeah. Now, that was the interchange play that came on, so he had to actually make it back to the line first. Oh, now he's going to get a period of time, so that's a professional. I'm not too sure if he's aware. He was going to head for a forced substitution. It's only just worked out. He's got to go down the other end. So deemed as a professional foul on that occasion. They came out from the interchange area when there was a forced substitution.
Correct decision by the referee, yep.
And Michael Landsberg controlling things out in the middle of the field. He's supported by Brianne Legrand and Giancarlo Liu on the far side. Liang on the far side of the field.
Now again, when we get in this situation, last play.
Yeah, unfortunate. The Hooter sounds in the background, and that, geez whiz. Like I said before, the 14 minutes, you've still got a lot of time, but that first half went like that. That was extremely fast. But exciting 16 boys grand final. Rockhampton go into the break with the slight lead. Only the one try here in the first half. We're going to take a break and be back with the second half action. Make sure you stay with us.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Did you know that 1 Australian is diagnosed with melanoma every 30 minutes? Even incidental sun exposure can lead to skin cancer all year round. So, if you're grabbing a coffee on your way to work, hanging out the washing, or just getting a little practice in, it all adds up. That's why it's important to check your skin regularly.
And if you notice any changes, talk to your GP.
Don't let your guard down this winter. Slip, slop, slap, seek, slide.
Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup 16 boys grand final. And you can see the Gold Coast team on screen. They're currently down on the scoreboard. But a big second half performance needed for them to get themselves back into the game. But yeah, we said going into the halftime break, that first half just flew by. And, but it was excitement galore in the first half there. Both teams had their moments. And we were just talking during the halftime break, whoever can just keep cool and composed, do the little things right, they might go the right way of taking the big title here.
Yeah, and it'll be very interesting the way that Gold Coast come out. They've got a player in the bin currently to begin the second half, so it'll be interesting to see how they choose to play. These first couple of sets after the halftime resumption.
Yeah, so the referee communicating with the coaching staff of Gold Coast, just informing that the player out the back, which is Hayden Watson, they've got 3 more sets to get through before he's able to return. And positive, though, for them, they start the second half with ball in hand. They will have to defend another set, though, when Rockhampton get possession again. 5th and final touch for them. Do they chance their hand? Oh, into the in-goal area they go. Can they find a spare body to get across? They have. Well, we've seen that a couple. It's quite rare, but it throws you off, doesn't it? When you're defending one man down, sometimes they take the foot off the throat.
Yeah,
and Gold Coast score with 5 players.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it is. It often happens in the sport that mentally there's that relax that you've got 6 players against 5, but it definitely can throw you off. And that's a fantastic start to the second half for the Gold Coast.
Big effort needed from them here. You often see the most important thing is to try to defend after scoring a try, but now they've got to defend still with a player down as Rockhampton take off. They turn it back on the inside. They make them pay. That was a tough ask. It was always going to be a tough ask there for the Gold Coast to be able to do it, but that's a good response there from Rockhampton.
Yeah, lovely little piece of play on the line here. There's nice composure. Little sweeper play, dummy sweeper and find the inside guy, and there we go. Rockhampton back in the lead, 2-1. So Rockhampton just have to, be really, really vigilant in this sort of set of 6. I mean, Gold Coast, I don't think they'll sort of make the same mistake they did off the tap. So we'll see what happens for the Coast here.
It should be the last set that they have to play with the player down. Can they go back-to-back tries with the player down on the deck? He went pretty close there, getting the ball. It's Azaria in the number 13. Here he is again. Fakes the switch, brings it out.
As I said, he's been the most likely for the Gold Coast early on in this game, Scott. I've been impressed with him. He gets to the ground so quickly with his quickie and gets right underneath the players. So, anything close to the line, Rockhampton are going to have to be, really, really vigilant whenever he's got ball in hand.
Back to their full complement of 6 players. Watson makes his way back out onto the park here for the Gold Coast. Rockhampton out of the box. Last touch on the run, skipping across, and good defence, good touch.
Latham McMeekin, he's been prominent for the Rockhampton Redbacks really early on. He's a smart player. He controls the middle third really, really well, and he's the brains of the operation. So really been impressed with him in this game so far, Scott.
As Happy Simon gets the Gold Coast over the halfway line. Nice roll coming in. Now they pick up and looking for offside players. Play on's the call. The players offside for Rockhampton. And we're on the back foot. There was a nice roll and good flow coming into the line there from Gold Coast. Carter Skinner gets himself in a half to punish down the short side straight away. Get away from the diving defence. Pops back up to his feet and comes back up, makes the touch. As the Gold Coast now put the ball through the hands, back in the middle of the park. Jack Happy Simon from half picks up, goes long, it just loops and didn't quite come out of the hands cleanly. It's going to be called a forward pass.
Yeah, right play from Happy Simon. Just needed to get the execution right. But Gold Coast will be encouraged by the fact that play was the right one. Just the execution was a little bit off, Scotty.
Rockhampton rolling forward as they get over their 10-metre line. Good run to get them over the halfway. Straight and direct. A little bit of footwork and quarters half. I'm feeling they might have had one more touch to come there. I think even it came out of the Gold Coast box saying that's 4. So a little miscommunication, not knowing the count there for Rockhampton. As Gold Coast starting to work themselves into the game nicely. Pick up Watson, gets away, slipping defender. They go back to where they came from. Might have been on just to continue to come to the open side.
Yeah, I think Gold Coast just need to be a little bit more patient with ball in hand, Scotty. They have got touches up their sleeves and they need to just basically, move the Redbacks around, the chessboard a little bit better than what they're doing currently. Just recycle the football and find the extra pass and implicate extra defenders and then, really have a crackle with that strike dump touch.
Pick up and go down the right-hand side, threading the needle. There's space down the right-hand side. Have they got the toe to be able to get there? Good cover defence. And coming up and making the touch. It's the big man in 13 again, young Azaria.
Yeah, he's been leading the way, hasn't he, for the Gold Coast. He's there in attack and he's there in defence when they need him most.
Oh, and a little juggle there. You can see that looked like there were some tired bodies there for the Coast. They come up with the error. This is a good opportunity here for Rockhampton. They're up by 1 on the scoreboard. And they go over the stripe here and push that margin out to 2. That would be the biggest margin of the game so far. Short little link ball, good hold. Hold on to that. Michael Busby comes back out to the 7-metre line to play it. Back in field they come. McMeekin from half, short ball. They've stripped him for numbers. The final pass just can't hit the target there. Over the fingertips of Edward Arthur.
Yeah, great work again from Meekin. He's asking all the right questions in there of the Gold Coast defence, and it's nice, steady, controlled attack from those guys. But this is a great driving set from the Gold Coast. Now they've got their drive going. They've got a power set here.
Couldn't pick it up cleanly on the back end of it, which was unfortunate because, like you said, Carls, it was a great lead up until that point.
And that's the ticket. If you're in that Gold Coast coaching box, that's what you're thinking. That's our way. Get on the transition quick. Let's create some great flow on the first 3 and then let's come on, with some momentum, and then we can actually ask, the right sorts of questions in the field position, that we're needing to get to really mount scoreboard pressure.
Fuller plays it open side. There's Rocky. His players potentially offside. You can hear again, play on, play on. And it was good work from Chase Bales. He was having a look at the referee.
And you just wonder if all this defence that the Gold Coast have had to do, I think from my account, there's probably 5 extra sets that they've given them, in those situations. And eventually, it can hurt you.
So Braith will come back and play it. Rocky. Can they get over? Off the right foot, ball in one hand. Again, desperation defence on the line.
What a good touch. Really, really good effort there. Gold Coast are hanging really tough in this set of 6. It's a very critical set, and I'm liking the way they're approaching it.
Looping ball. Oh, it finds the winger. Wow. It almost looked like it was going to be intended for the link. Goes over the top of the head. And Rockhampton back-to-back tries, and that margin does push out to 2.
Yeah, 100%. They'll claim that it was a set piece, but I'm with you, Scotty. I think that was going to be a link ball, but yeah, great piece of play, good opportunism, and fantastic effort there for Rockhampton, to stretch that lead out.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay. The early ball is just a throw and hope. Yeah, over the top. Even the link was jumping in the air to try to claim that. Lucky there was no hands. Great response, though, from the Coast. They needed to do that. And they keep within striking distance. Hayden Watson goes over the stripe.
Yeah, and it's about time Carter Skinner started imposing himself on this game. He's one of the most talented young players out there, and he showed just why. The architect there on that try for the Gold Coast, and more involvements from Carter will spell a little bit of danger for the Rocky combination here.
You can see the replay, the lovely little inside ball. And Watson was Johnny on the spot to go over and score the Gold Coast second try of the game. Rocky running from the restart, attacking the line. It looks good from here. Referees give it the all clear. Now all of a sudden the game's starting to open up.
Yeah, that man McMeekin, he's been the rock for Rockhampton in this grand final, and again he comes up with a big play when his team needs it most.
Have a look at the replay. Lovely quick play of the ball. Just took him on. Ball in one hand. Got on the outside shoulder of the defence. Rocky now 4-2 in front here in the 16 boys grand final. Gold Coast need to strike straight back. Can they do it? Look down the short side. I think there's players offside yet
That's
again.
a great call again.
They will point to the spot. Referees coming together.
Yeah.
Did he make the line eventually? Penalty.
I thought he was going to play through there, and he had every right to, but they've taken it back for the penalty, and this is a very exciting game now, Scotty. It's game on. You can feel the intensity lift, yeah?
Yeah. Probably lucky to stay on the field in terms of a forced substitution, because almost using the body and forcing the mistake for the Gold Coast. It's unfortunate for them. Those opportunities when you're down on the scoreboard, you've got to take them with both hands. Oh, now Rocky, lucky to probably hold on to the football here. Players are offside.
And this is really important for the Gold Coast to really step up in this set of 6, because in my view this is a make or break set here for them. They really need to curtail the drive that Rockhampton get and the field position and really come back strong, get the ball back and get down the other end. They can't let them get away in this set.
Bales rolls it forward, receives it back. Oh, strong contact coming in. Good officiating though, ball down. It's a good call.
Yeah.
It's just a chance pass. It was never going to go to anybody. It didn't look like there was hands on the ball regardless. Gold Coast, good punch coming out of the box.
This is good.
They needed that. That's Quaid in the 17. Last touch. They look like they're on the back foot again, skipping through. Referee says all good. Hampton will restart here on their 7-metre line.
Yeah, the 7 metres is the question that the Gold Coast team is sort of, asking there, and it's important that they stay composed here, because eventually it evens itself out. So they've just got to stay patient and stick with their plan, and eventually they'll get value for it.
Carlos puts it through the hands. Nice touch coming from outside in. It's not a bad place to start their set. They've got to continue to have that drive, which we saw in the last. Bit of space out here. On the right, beautiful inside ball. Kicking away from the defence. Is the touch being made? No, he says no. Nice work. Young Jeremiah Watts skipping away.
Yeah, that try's been coming for a while, Scotty. The Gold Coast felt they were hard done by the last couple of sets in terms of the 7 metres and their driving. But eventually, they got what they deserved, as I said. And if you just keep working away at your processes, it'll turn your way. And that was like a really well-deserved touchdown there for the Gold Coast.
The clock's starting to become a factor for them, but there's still time left on the clock. It's a big defensive set for them here. They have to hold out in this set. Sweep around the back. Come against the grain. Pumps it. Touch has been claimed. Must have just got it done.
Yeah.
Job done from the Gold Coast. They've got to get onto the football here. Go the full distance down the other end. Great opening first touch. Penalty for them as well.
Yeah, they've worked out. It's that direct set now. Rockhampton look extremely tired. They look a bit out on their feet here. So, yeah, the Gold Coast will come on with the power of running in them now.
Watts just has to come back to the mark. They're in the right end of the field. They have one last final crack. Can they lock up the scoring? They're down by 1 at the moment in the 16 boys grand final. The Gold Coast, can they potentially send it into extra time? Good strong contact in the touch. Just held the Gold Coast up. They'll have to reset. They'll have one final.
Yeah, massive play here now, right now, Scott.
Watts gets into half, takes off, gets into the in-goal area. The touch has been claimed back in the midfield. Gold Coast get the penalty. They've got to get onto the football. Oh, well, this is on a knife's edge here. Some from half. Early ball back on the inside. They'll get it done this time. The weight of possession was too much for Rockhampton to handle. And the Gold Coast. The hooter sounds. They scored right on the hooter to send it into extra time. They could not have got their timing any better.
Yeah, absolutely, Scotty. I thought it would go that way. And it's going to be really interesting extra time now. How exciting for the fans here at our Junior State Cup. You couldn't ask for a better finale.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we go straight to 4-on-4 for a 2-minute period. if there is a clear winner after that 2-minute period, they will win in terms of a team scoring more tries than the other. If the scores are still locked after that, we drop down to 3-on-3, and next try wins from that point. So this is really where, and you would know, being in this situation, this is where the coaches come in, don't they? They would have trained for this.
Yep. Yeah. Many times we get ourselves in these situations, and it shouldn't surprise anybody that you're in these things, and you prepare and you train, and all of these teams have put in the effort over the last 3 or 4 months and really prepared for this. And so you know what play you're going to run, you know what your starting 5 look like, and you make sure the players that you're going to use are prepared and know their role if they're going to be engaged in the play. And it's just about being nice and calm and making sure that you get the play on that you want, and you play really calm and clear touch. And it's not always easy with all the stress and the pressure and stuff that goes with it, Scott, but the team that settles down best is usually the team that manages to get the win. So we'll see what Gold Coast come up with in this very first use of the football in extra time.
Now, interesting here, the Gold Coast, they've only got 3 players on the field, I think, holding out on the sideline.
Yeah,
Maybe a little tactical play. They fooled me with the tactics as well. Even Rockhampton were having a little bit of a look around. Their wing is well up to it. And while all the momentum was with the Gold Coast towards the back end of their game, they came home strong, back-to-back tries, saw them level it up right at the death. So you feel like the momentum's with them. It's a completely different ball game now. Absolutely. It's almost like the game starts again, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Scott. It's like a complete new game, and it'll be interesting to see what they do off the tap. So, obviously, as we said, they're very well rehearsed, and they're ready to go with what they want.
And important as well, Gold Coast do have the opening possession. Here's a little slight advantage for them. So we eagerly wait on the start here of extra time. An amazing comeback from the Gold Coast. It always just felt like they were close. They were close enough. But to be able to get those back-to-back tries, and wow, that one right as the hooter sounded in the background, to take it to extra time. Dramatic scenes here in the 16 boys, and you feel like there's just a little bit left to come. Who's going to take this one out? 2 top teams from this year's competition. As Gold Coast comes straight across on their face on their first touch. Now playing through the midfield. Watts, who's been good for the Gold Coast, and try scorer in the second half. Skinner, who set up one of their second tries. Watts, footwork, tries to get on the outside. Beautiful switch in. The Gold Coast are going to score first. Advantage goes to the Coast. But there's still time on the clock here. Rockhampton will get a possession. They'll head back to the halfway line.
Yeah, smart little play there from the Gold Coast, recognising that with the 5-a-side, most people play man on defence, and a nice little late switch to do the job. And here we go. Can Rockhampton reply?
Well, they've got to score this set. They've got to score from the restart and level things back up. They might not get another possession unless they do. McMeekin, he might be the man to do it. He had the hot hand for Rockhampton in the first half. He gets himself into acting half now. Early ball. They hold. It's been picked off. Oh, and lost. Interesting call. Sideline referee. He dropped it. I think this is the right call. They've got there in the end. He had a fair crack at that. Ball went down. Rockhampton start and go straight away. And the Gold Coast caught napping. Probably just thinking about that last decision and what happened. It was the correct call in the end from the referee. Smart play. McMeekin again just goes bang.
Yeah. Come up with a big play when his team needed it most. Again, with 30 seconds to go here, Scotty around. Interesting to see what Gold Coast do. They'll work down there and they'll work for their strike dump.
Watson, ball in hand, a little bit of space they can see. And obviously the game and the field does open up a little bit when you're playing 4-on-4.
Yeah, they don't need to panic here because they'll retain possession of the ball if it goes down to the 3-on-3. So very important, it's quality shot.
Skinner feeds it. They try to get on the outside. The touch is made. Huge touch. Hooter sounds in the background. Score still level. So now we drop down to 3-on-3. Next try scorer wins this game. 1 touch to come here for the Gold Coast. Can they create something here on the last? Into the in-goal area they go, and just losing footing. The touch must have been made as well.
It couldn't be any closer. It's all about getting down there. They're trying to get their subs on here, Rockhampton. That's smart. They're bringing the ball towards their box. They're getting on the right people that they need and trying to work down there to be able to get the field position. And have the crack when you're ready.
Bales. Here we go, ball in hand. Busby hanging around in half.
Yeah, smart from Rockhampton. They're looking to get the guy live because he's much more dangerous than picking up and running from half.
Look forward from half. Yeah, referees picked it up. Oh, Rockhampton thought they had it won. Again, referees making the right call. They've been fantastic throughout this grand final.
Well, we're seeing it all here, Scotty. How exciting.
Oh, and you can probably see in the background the crowd around the field here. And they've come from all the outside fields to watch this extra time game. And the boys definitely doing it tough at the moment. Gold Coast going away from supported players. It's a little one-on-one race down the left-hand side of the field. And a big diving effort to make the touch on Watts. Did that take a little bit of gas out of his legs? Last touch. Jack Heppy-Simon from half. They've got one to come. Heppy-Simon picks it up. Early release. They go across. Ooh, repeat set. And I thought maybe Watson had come in. He might have had an opportunity to stay out, but Rockhampton get their hands on the ball. And a full set of 6.
And again, you'd just be looking to get live and make sure that you give yourself that opportunity.
Watson plays it. They've got numbers. They've got the space, and they've got the game. The Gold Coast, they get it done. And they win the 16 boys grand final. What a comeback it was for them. Down by 2. They score right on the full-time hooter to send it to extra time. And they get the job done.
Oh, what a fantastic grand final we've seen here, Scotty. Commiserations to the Redbacks team. Sometimes, there doesn't deserve to be a loser. That was an epic grand final, and feel for the Redbacks boys, but full credit to the Gold Coast. Clawed their way back from an early deficit, got themselves back in the game, kept their composure, and came up with a big play in extra time when they needed it most.
Oh, what an amazing 16 boys grand final, and I'm sure we've got plenty more epic games to come. 2 games left here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. 18 girls grand final to come. Brisbane Metro taking on Rockhampton. We're going to head down field side as well for the post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Make sure you stay with us. 18 girls grand final coming up very shortly.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
It only takes 10 minutes in the Queensland sun to permanently damage your skin. Even in winter, even on cloudy days, you're still at risk from harmful UV rays. That's why Queensland has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world. It's important to check your skin regularly, and if you notice any changes, talk to your GP about a skin check. Don't let your guard down this winter.
Fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Katie Geiger here with the victorious coach, Troy Skinner. How you feel, mate?
Relieved. Obviously, it was nervous. It was down to the wire. Could have gone either way. As a coach, being on the sideline, I don't like it. I've always been a player and been amongst it. You've got no on the outcome, but the boys got through in the end.
100% down majority of the game. The boys just kept fighting back. They looked like they were down and out, I will admit, standing from the sideline. Come back on the buzzer. Put your hand. Who scored on the buzzer of the game? Yeah. Amazing. So looked like down and out, and then they come back there and then come back in an amazing drop-off.
100%. I thought we were gone too almost, you know what I mean? But like I said to the boys, it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're down. I know we can always get one, get two, so you're never done, you know what I mean? And that just sort of showed today.
100%. You're never done in a game of touch footy. How you feel, boys? Yeah. It's always an epic battle against the Rocky boys. Congratulations. Well done. Go and enjoy it. Back to you guys. Enjoy the next game.
It's all going on here at the Junior State Cup on Field 1. And we have the 18 girls grand final between BMTA and Rockhampton ready to take place. It's Rockhampton who start us off. And they're in the red and black running from right to left. BMTA will have the first set to defend. We saw a thrilling match in the 16 boys grand final that just took place. And now Rockhampton looking to sneak over through the middle. However, the penalty is given and BMTA will start on that 7, looking to cart it out of their back end of the field as BMTA had a convincing win in the semi-final over Townsville. Townsville undermanned in that semi-final, of course. They came to the Junior State Cup with low numbers, but managing the semi-final was a fantastic feat. BMTA got on top of them, and now they're facing the home side in Rocky here on Field 1. I'm joined by Katie Geiger in the commentary box. This is going to be a good one, Katie.
Oh, my heart's racing after the last one, Josh. I love these games, love the likes of a drop-off and how close they are. They've battled for years, those two teams, so really fitting to go to a drop-off, and I'm sort of picking this game to go somewhere very similar.
As we see Rockhampton with an opportunity, the ball back on the inside, and the home fans will like that. That's the first try going the way of Rocky.
Yeah, Lainey Ingram, well done, Rocky, well set up. They're a very well-coached team, obviously, by the mastermind, Gavin Shuker, on the far side there for Rockhampton. So they've got plays coming out their ears for the Rocky team. They know each other very, very well, as do BMTA. So had the BMTA girls on a couple of hours earlier in their semi and watched their combinations and just the electricity between the team. Rockhampton have got exactly the same style. So superstars everywhere. It's going to be a really tight battle.
Now it's BMTA's turn, doing some attacking on Rocky's line. They're inside the 7. And they'll just use the ball as Rocky lurk forward. And a few dummies thrown there. BMTA still going. Now it's the last touch. They look to rip things as Rocky shuffle across. And now it's a long ball. And just couldn't manage the pass.
Yeah, Chloe Nicola there had him on the back foot. I think if she had started, I think she had her on the out there. She had gone herself and had a crack, but ripped the ball out and just went to ground. So they'll feel each other out a fair bit, these two teams, to start with. And it'll really be won in literally the last 5 minutes, I think. So they've got some really, really massive attacking weapons in these two teams right across the country, let alone the state of Queensland.
So Rocky with a nice cutout ball there. BMTA up and in defence, getting the turnover as they start. They're set from the 10 and they'll jump over halfway, getting some fresh legs on the park. A penalty is blown and offside is the call, so that'll help BMTA. Down 1-0 at the moment. In hospitable conditions, of course, up here in Rockhampton. The home side will be thanking their fans and the crowd that they'll be on their side for the majority of this match as BMTA look to get around Rockhampton there, straight down the centre third of the field. They look to have a good crack and lay a platform to attack off. Just a stumble there in the roll ball, and Rockhampton will be coming back the other way. Yet to throw a real attacking set at Rockhampton BMTA as it's been Rocky with majority of the field position, but this will help them too now. BMTA coming back the other way.
Yeah, it might be a battle of the subset. Might be definitely a battle of the midfield. These two teams are both very patient and very structured and do their midfield attack and defence so well. They love the little bash play, both teams. That's coming back towards their sideline and popping one back down their short side and taking the metres. So you saw Rockhampton do that, unfortunately drifted a little bit forward. So it's going to be a real battle right across the park. So it's going to be some really, really great, entertaining footy in the next half hour.
So BMTA falling into their systems. Here's the last touch, wrapping around. It's a lovely cutout ball, and it just can't be reeled in there on the left wing.
Another Ronnie Hagan rip to the wing. So they'll keep conditioning, those type of things. They'll keep throwing them. They'll keep taking their chances. That's the beauty of these two teams, is they never die wondering if they got half a chance on the second touch. They're going to take it. They're quite patient and quite persistent, but they will always have their eyes up and take every chance that they can get.
So another chance coming the way of BMTA. They'll be hoping to make these count as they start on the 10 in some fantastic field position. Rocky will be looking to turn them away. It's a slow restart. BMTA behind on the scoreboard to begin with, and get the ball to the mark as we have play underway once more. BMTA just hunting down the centre third of the field, looking to link up with their combinations. Now on the 7. They're slow into their movements, not wanting to rush things. They try and go now, and the touch was made, so the two middles converge.
Yeah, they'll have that no doubt covered. They'll know that Rani will come in for a dive. Lila Pratt there covering Tali Shuka underneath and keeping nice and tight, so defensive structure really good. They know each other really well, these two teams. They've just gone through the school system, the Queensland Representative School Sports System, usually your Capricornia region and your Med East region for schools in the 15s and the 18s from this team. So they know each other well. They've played each other for a long time. They know the strike weapons and what their go-to are, but you've still got to be able to defend it. So they'll know what's happening and they'll know what to do, and it'll just be whoever can come over the top and take their full advantage.
So Rockhampton look to exploit the space out wide, and now the ball intercepted there. That's a handy pickup for BMTA. As immediately they look to get on the front foot, coming wide to this sub-box. Up over halfway they go. Rockhampton up in numbers defensively as wave after wave they try and pin this BMTA attack back. That time a little too much, a heavy touch the call there. Penalty going the way of BMTA. Down on the scoreboard. What have they got? We saw them open up Townsville on a number of occasions. Can they create something here? Here's another lovely ball back on the inside, but a small handling error brings it unstuck. Rockhampton's defence well and truly hitting at the moment.
Yeah, and this is where if they can get themselves over the halfway line and give themselves the good chance on 4th or 5th and get a nice clean roll ball, they'll look to go through and finish at least on the line, if not get that try. So
that was some fantastic ball movement by Rockhampton.
Not a bad defensive set there from BMTA to keep them just over halfway. So they'll get to their sub-box in 2, get some fresh legs on, and keep the momentum going forward.
We just see a juggle there. The ball is held on to. As you said, Katie getting some fresh legs on, trying to roll through the middle third of the park. Over halfway now into the half of Rocky. They're going now, BMTA. Some lovely footwork, but the Rockhampton defence numbering up, getting across and shutting down the play.
Yeah, that's the way to keep it. Kate Hammond there running from half. She's got wheels. We saw her in the last game a couple of games ago. Once she took that space, she was able to take it, and usually on the outside. So Rocky did a really great effort there of making a step back in and having the middle stay really tight and prevent her from getting through on the outside. So really good defensive effort there. But again, BMTA keeping them to halfway. So they're definitely winning the battle at the moment, just not on the scoreboard. So you just never know.
That's exactly right. However, they're looking likely BMTA. Not on that occasion, though. Rockhampton will bring it back the other way, looking to get some momentum. Either side not really taking a full grip on this match. It's fairly even to begin with, despite Rockhampton holding the early lead. And we see a penalty here falling the way of BMTA.
Yeah, another forward pass. So they may be just getting a little bit jammed, maybe not enough space to be able to do all the offloads that they love to do on their subset pattern, Rockhampton. So that's 2 forward passes now in the subset. So I can guarantee you Gavin Shuker over there on the Rocky sideline will be addressing that at half-time and making sure that gets fixed up.
So trying to sneak underneath here, BMTA. The touch is claimed. The ball heading back to the halfway line, and it is a try. It's the equaliser. We're back level.
Yeah, mirror image of what Rani tried to do only a couple of minutes ago. Step back in and take the dive, and this time she was successful. So evens it up as we predicted, Josh. Usually commentators curse, so we'll take this one.
So this first half absolutely flying by. Under 5 minutes remaining in it. 1-1 the score. BMTA hitting back after Rockhampton holding the lead. Now Rockhampton restarting us from halfway. They look to put together a lovely sequence in attack as they swing towards the left-hand side, trying to outnumber BMTA. The defence coming across. That time it was Kaya Hillman. And BMTA hold on. Rocky running out of options on that set. So they'll continue to come BMTA. Extend the flow of Rocky's attack, and they've been picking up handy yards. Getting their work done out of this subset. Here's the last touch. They're going to break from half, trying to dance around the defenders. And then Rockhampton do well. Again, they're able to stop that momentum from BMTA out of their subset and force them to a halt in their set of sixes.
Yeah, really great defensive effort again by the middle Kalia Bob. We've heard Jamin a few times in here in commentary, so a little sis, and yeah, she done a fantastic job there by, again, just forcing her back in to where there was numbers and not allowing them to get that clear space to take off and use their speed. So great defensive effort. They just need to get down, fifth and last, just over halfway. So Rocky are really struggling to gain that really great momentum. They look dangerous when they're on the line. They're just struggling to get there at the moment.
Fantastic scenes here on field one for the 18 girls final. Crowd is well and truly filling up as BMTA are back with the ball. Up over halfway. They continue to go. And they're making moves here. So they jump from half. Thought about ripping the long pass. Still going. Looking for some support. BMTA, can they find it? Rockhampton numbering up well, and they get over.
Ronnie Hagan, once again, give her some space, and she's going to take it. She's absolutely electric. She had all the time in the world and just managed. It was a great defensive read by Rocky there, trying to screen. But, yeah, BMTA be able to score and put themselves in front. Not long to go in the first half, and 2-1, they'll be really happy with that. But, you know, in touch footy like we just saw in the game prior, it doesn't matter, 1 or 2 tries. That's nothing in a game of touch.
So Rani Hagan setting up one, scoring one herself. Fantastic first half from her account. Now Rockhampton throwing it wide. They just weren't up in time to receive the pass. BMTA will be looking to get things moving immediately now, coming out of their own end. Interchange of passing as they set up near this sub box. They do get the pass away in time. Fantastic work from the away side by default here. Now Hagan, that's a lovely ball. They get on the outside of Rockhampton, but a touch made.
That's a fantastic touch. Kate Hammond on the outside doesn't often get touched when she's got a bit of space on the outside. So that was a really, really great read. I believe it was Sammy Hancock. So it doesn't surprise me that Sammy was able to make that touch, but it also does surprise me that Kate didn't get through. She's lightning fast.
Now Rockhampton on the attack, running through their touches into the 7 they are, and they have some space if they can find the pass. We're back level. It's 2 apiece.
Kalia Bob. Any name that's got Bob in the surname, you watch them on the line, they are elusive, and that time they just sort of held off for just long enough for Kalia to take the right option here. Pop back. Great hands. And a try in the corner, Sophia Neep. So like we said, the Rocky girls have played together for a very, very long time. This age bracket has been quite successful. I don't have the numbers. I'm sure Shooks would be able to throw them at me. But they have won a few Junior State Cups. They've won plenty of titles. They're a great bunch of friends. They really work hard for each other, as do majority of the Rockhampton teams. They've got a great culture here in Rocky. But these girls work really, really hard for each other, and they're a real tight-knit group. So
So now the siren sounding, that'll close out the first half. It's a very tight affair here in the 18 girls grand final. BMTA and Rockhampton locked up at 2-2. We'll head to a quick ad break and we'll be back to decide the champion in the 18 girls division. Half-time here in the 18 girls grand final. BMTA and Rockhampton locked up at 2 tries all. I'm joined by Katie Geiger in the commentary box for the final on field 1. Katie, what was your summary of that first half?
Basically, what we predicted, Josh, 2-2, very fitting result. These teams are so well matched. You can see bottom of your screen just before Coach Leanne Bauer really giving some really strong messages of exactly what they want their girls to do. It's so even across the park. They've both got some lightning players, lightning speed, and it's really going to come down to who just takes that one perfect timed option to get the win. But dare I say it, we might just predict a drop-off when you're not playing or not coaching. It's great.
That's exactly right. From a neutral perspective, that'll be fantastic to outline a drop-off. If scores do stay the same at full time, both sides will drop to 4 on the field for a 2-minute stint, and if scores are still level, they'll drop to 3, and basically the next try wins. So we're a long way from that, 14 minutes to be precise until we require a drop-off, but things are trending in that direction. The 18 girls second half in the grand final is underway. BMTA starting us off, running from right to left. And they're inside the 7. An early opportunity, throwing the ball wide. And the touch was reached out, but it won't be counted. A try scored.
That's unfortunate. It looked like a touch here from Sophia Neep. She must have just missed. Hey, that's a great start from BMTA. They would really be happy with that. Big defensive effort here, and you start to put that scoreboard pressure on. Again, a lovely rip there from Rani Hagan. So, great call, referees. This is a great tussle. Really great start from BMTA. Rocky will want to hit one back straight away and keep it at even.
So, Rocky back on the attack. And they're right on the 7 here. BMTA shifting to the left. It's Rockhampton going to their left. And the touch was made, so that brings up the 6th touch, the end of the set. And just a quick shout out to our referees, of course, in the 18 girls grand final here on field 1. Lachlan Carey, Levi Yeaman, and Reef Gilbert Marino. So those 3 are at the helm for this match, doing a fantastic job in high pressure situations in the 18 girls grand final. And 3-2 the score. BMTA in front.
Rockhampton looked like they were going to score for all money just then. That defensive set was incredible from BMTA, and the recovery that they had to prevent that try was really good. If they go down here and put one on them, they'll be feeling really good, really comfortable and really confident.
So that defence from BMTA now reaping its rewards as they get the set restart. Now they're eating through a couple of touches. Here they are on the 7. They look to strip the numbers. They slide over, but the touch will be called. So the link and wing converging, the touch made, and BMTA will head back to the 7 to restart this set. As they look to go again, this time towards the right-hand side once more, and they do find the gap. That's their 4th, and they double their lead.
It's a really great little option play. Very low risk. Just nice little sneaky. Yeah, and was just able to hold them all in and just make the link, make a decision. And she had to decide to come in, but unfortunately the winger from Rocky didn't come with her and opened it up nicely.
So now Rocky looking to return serve to get back in this match. They are playing from behind. They're playing catch-up at the moment, and that ball bouncing into touch. Touch pass is the call. Penalty going the way of a BMTA. Starting on the 7.
So Taylor Driver there, number 6, having a crack for Rockhampton. She's originally a Bundaberg girl and playing in Rockhampton and really holding her own. She's a great, beautiful girl, a great player, and she just has won our prestigious Kerry Norman Award for 2023 at Junior State Cup in her last year. So very deserving for Taylor. Like I said, she's a wonderful girl, and she slots into this Rockhampton team nicely. She's played a lot of, Central Queensland CQ Bulls with these girls, so a nice, easy fit for her to come in and join them.
So here go BMTA, hunting up the middle of the field. This is the last touch. They're caught with it. Possession will turn over to Rockhampton, and they'll pick up an extra few metres.
Throwing the ball away just slightly. Rockhampton's ready to go. It was their ball, so if you don't give it back to them on the mark, the referees will deem it to be wasting time and give the opposition a penalty. So really great from Ella Peacock there to get herself a penalty and get her team down the end of the field. And
here's
piggyback. Yeah, piggyback penalty. So they'll really need one here, Rockhampton. Otherwise, that scoreboard pressure just builds and builds. We're roughly halfway through the second half. If not, a little bit longer to go. But at 4-2, they really need to put one on here.
So now Rockhampton swinging it wide. It's picked up by BMTA. And they breathe a sigh of relief there. The Brisbane-based side. They'll bring it out of their own now. And now Hagan with some lovely footwork. As they come through the hands. Here's BMTA on the ball, jumping up over halfway. They keep things moving. Inside over the 10 now. And they look one way, they go the other. Trying to sell a bit of deception. Rockhampton were all over it. And they put a stop to the matter. So Rockhampton down by 2. As they'll look to get going and get back on this scoreboard. What is it for Rockhampton right now, Katie? How do they get back in this game?
Basically the midfield. They get fresh legs on and they roll through. So it's getting pulled up a little bit here, but really great defensive reads from BMTA. Get this roll on. They've got some great strike weapons like we've seen from Rockhampton that they just need the space to do it.
So the set's still alive, picking it up and going. And there you go, Katie. Right on cue, 4-3 the score. Rockhampton hit the try and 1 point the difference now.
Yeah, so the two girls that just set that try up, Talia Shuka and Lila Pratt, like we said before, we saw them in massive defensive reads and defensive try-saving touches that they've done, and now they've combined together to put on a try straight through the middle. So they've definitely returned serve in that middle space. But again, last name Bob or a last name Shuka, you just can't trust them on that try line. They're electric.
So the scoreboard jumping into a 1 point margin. BMTA still have the lead, and they have the attack at the moment as they count down towards the 7. Rockhampton having to move up at a reasonable pace now. Here's the last touch. They're going to rip it towards the left, trying to get around the outside of Rockhampton, but the touch was made, so they'll head back towards the 7. And Rockhampton doing well to turn them away.
Yeah, I thought she had her there. Rani on Taylor. I thought she had her measure, but Taylor made a great touch there and a try saver. Unfortunately, heading towards their sub-box, just that roll ball error. So they're the little tiny 1%ers that a lot of coaches talk about. Get the 1%ers right so we don't lose possession early in the touch count.
So these are the little things that could add up to form the bigger picture in the 18 girls grand final. We saw a thriller in the 16 boys. The 18 boys to come after this. And it's Rani Hagan trying to work her way through. And the touch was made. So back to the 7 they go. BMTA looking to create something here in this set. They still have the lead, of course. But another try will be very handy. They try to come back inside. some great cover defence from Rockhampton. However, a penalty is blown offside the call, so a fresh set starting right here, right now for BMTA.
They've got their superstar attackers there in Chloe Nicola and Rani Hagan, so we'll see what they can put together. They nearly put one on there, so two Aussie representative players know exactly what they're doing, and Rani's so electric on her feet. She's so, in that instance, she's so elusive. You just never know she's going to go herself. She can rip those balls like we've seen, so she really is a whole package on the touch field. She's electric on the rugby union field as well, but we're very happy that she's still hanging around in the touch footy space, and we hope she really continues to do that because she's magic to watch.
So BMTA jump back out to a 2-try lead. Rockhampton with it all to do here at the home Junior State Cup. Grand final of the 18 girls. Rockhampton coming in towards the 7. They try to set something up. BMTA's defence resolute. However, a penalty blown.
Just needed to hit some holes there. You could see the link out wide. Dom Saunders just needed to chop in and hit that hole. And they would have gone over, got themselves a penalty. Another one, and another one here. So that'd be 2 penalties, both for offside. So it's just so fast that you sometimes have to guess where that try line is. Or majority of the time, you've got to guess and have a feel as an attacker for where the try line is, as a defender, sorry. And they've done really well here. However, I believe, that's 3 penalties in a row. So 3 penalties in a row when you're defending your try line, you have to drop someone off. So if you're unfortunately the one that gave away, opened up there, gave away that penalty, then you need to sit back behind the try line until you regain possession. So she's jumped back in now, so they've done really well. They really dodged a bullet there, BMTA.
Yes, they certainly have. Rockhampton had an opportunity. They had the extra number. They just couldn't make it count. And that was their moment there. They still have some time remaining, though, for Rockhampton. They'll need a lot of things to go their way. They're certainly capable of pulling it out of the fire, but BMTA at the moment coming very strong, going through their hands towards that right-hand side. They've got the pace there. Will they go all the way? They won't. The touch was made. It's a fantastic effort. Rockhampton there holding on, keeping themselves in this game.
It's potentially a game saver. Dive effort from Talia Shuka down the sideline, so great cover defence in getting the ball back for her team. So as we saw in the last game, Josh, 2 tries is nothing. You got a couple of minutes, you got a couple of tries in you, so anything is possible, but Rocky really need to get that ball down the other end and really fix up those little 1%ers roll ball, just like, what happened just then. So it's giving BMTA another opportunity when they're up by 2 to really cement the grand final win. So big defensive effort here from Rockhampton, and then they need to get on the ball and drive it straight up the middle and get themselves down there to score another try.
Yes, so Rockhampton's main focus now is on their defence. BMTA looking to get over, they do. It's another try. That helps their cause.
100%. Rani Hagan again, people are probably sick of me saying her name, but you just can't help it when she's just got her prints all over this game and all over those tries. She's incredible to watch, and one-on-one little punish play on the link is that's her bread and butter. Well done, Rani.
So the score now 6-3. They are well and truly in front at the moment. BMTA both on the scoreboard and in the field of play, and now Rockhampton looking to get one back and get things going for them after scoring the first try of the match and holding a 1-0 lead. That storyline has changed over time, and BMTA pick it off again defensively with an interception.
Yeah, that's the scoreboard pressure that we talk about. So that was nothing really sort of happening there for the Rocky girls, and it was just a throw and hope moment, and that's what scoreboard pressure does. So BMTA will get the roll on here and look to finish it back on this side. So making it difficult for Rockhampton to get all the way over to their sub-box and get their fresh legs on, and BMTA will just put some pressure on and just try to punish and force the pass and hopefully hold Rockhampton away from the try line.
Yeah, they'll look to manage things here, BMTA, as they want to see out this game. The grand final, of course, the one they've been working towards over the last 3 days to reach this match here on field 1 in front of a packed crowd, and now Rockhampton turning the ball over. BMTA, they're not letting up either. They want to get moving as they look to go through the gears. Coming towards this sub box, and they get caught there. Some great defence from Rockhampton.
Probably their messiest subset, I suppose, of the whole tournament, that one there. But it all comes down to this last roll ball and the last strike dump and the options that come off it.
So we see the long ball floated out here. It just didn't come off for him in the end. And Rockhampton will have a set start, starting from the 10. They let the ball fly. Through the hands they go from sideline to sideline, looking to pick up as much pace in the set as possible. But BMTA just coming out there, trying to make a touch as they work their way across field, Rockhampton. The set's still alive for them, so they maybe have one try left for them as the siren sounds, and BMTA have done it. They win the 18 girls grand final here at the 2023 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. A fantastic effort from the BMTA side.
What an amazing tournament for these BMTA girls. They looked sharp right from the start, and they've just improved and improved and improved, if that's even possible for these girls to get any better. But they really did. They had an amazing tournament, and it's really fitting that they get up by a couple of tries. Rockhampton equally as amazing and an equally amazing tournament. So really great grand final. Very, very happy for all the girls out there, and big congratulations to BMTA.
So BMTA knocked this one off, and don't go anywhere. We have one more match left here on field 1. The 18 boys grand final coming your way. Hang around for that. Thank you for your company right here, right now, and we'll be back very shortly.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
It only takes 10 minutes in the Queensland sun to permanently damage your skin. Even in winter, even on cloudy days, you're still at risk from harmful UV rays. That's why Queensland has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world. It's important to check your skin regularly, and if you notice any changes, talk to your GP about a skin check. Don't let your guard down this winter.
Welcome everybody, post-game interview, post-game grand final interview, again fueled by the wonderful Guzmani Gomez. Chloe Nicola, what a game, what a game. You must be so proud of all your team.
Yeah, I'm definitely incredibly proud of the girls. We had a really great fight, and obviously against such a strong opposition such as Rocky. So yeah, it was also so amazing to get the win, and yeah, really proud of the girls.
So this would have been a year-long battle between a lot of you girls, a lot of the Rocky girls. Now, we had a little promo with yourself early in the tournament and with Lilla Pratt. So Chloe just played against Lilla, one-on-one, 1v1, but at the start of a tournament before the first ball even got tapped off, these girls were hanging out. So you're good mates with a lot of the Rocky girls?
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to play with a lot of the girls in Queensland and Aussie teams. So yeah, we've definitely got a really great bond. It's always hard to come up against them. And yeah, they're such a quality side and such a great bunch of girls off the field. So yeah, it's definitely a hard one having to come up against them.
hard, but you're pretty happy you won, yeah?
Yeah, definitely happy with the win. That's always the goal, and to get it in my last state cup as well is really special.
Yeah, absolutely special. Well done. Congratulations. Enjoy every minute of it in your last Junior State Cup. Well done. Enjoy the boys, 18 boys grand final next. Over to you guys.
Well, it all comes down to this. The final game here of the 2023 Queensland Junior State Cup 18 boys grand final. The Gold Coast will be taking on Rockhampton. You can see the two team lists up on screen now for this championship final. Adam Pride's with me in commentary for the final game here of the Queensland Junior State Cup. And these two top teams make their way through to the grand final. This is going to be a cracker.
Yeah, two of the favourites. Big rivalry in the male division between Gold Coast and Rockhampton. We've already seen the 16 boys. Gold Coast getting up in a drop-off. I saw a little bit of the 16 boys semi-final. Rocky were down against Toowoomba and actually came from behind to storm home for a victory. So we'll see if the home crowd and that momentum they've got from that semi really plays a part in this final.
Well, you saw the scenes on field then. A big tunnel as the Rockhampton boys made their way out onto the field. Huge crowd around the field here to watch the 18 boys grand final. Now, like you said, Rockhampton making their way through to the grand final after that victory against Toowoomba 7-5. For the Gold Coast, they beat Townsville 8-5, so that was stretched as well. They're undefeated coming into this grand final, 6 wins, 0 losses against their name. These two teams played each other in the round. Gold Coast won that fixture 6-4. Let's see how this unfolds. It's Rockhampton who have the opening possession here in the 18 boys grand final. Hone rolls forward. Syrup. Oh, they play out the back, switching. Nice running here from Rockhampton. As Gold Coast have to punch up out of the line to get their hands in the ball.
Yeah, nice play. Curtis Syrup there at Ling. Well renowned for his left to right pass and overread there from the Gold Coast boys. But good knockdown in defence. Good start here from Rocky.
Clancy holds things up from half and plays out the back to Liam Barnes. Looking for players to be offside and punching forward. Rockhampton, they do earn themselves the penalty.
Yeah, for those not familiar, once the defenders go inside that 7-metre line, they need to move forward. So in a forward positive direction is little quickie now. Good strike again from Link. That's been 2 good stops there from McDonald.
Now 3 referees for this game. Zoe Jenrick, who's on field at the moment, Campbell Muir and John Hamstra. Syrup. Open side, ball in one hand, down it, looked pretty clean. Cover defence comes across and makes a touch for the Coast.
Yeah, Kai Tika there at Link for Gold Coast, just shooting out. So some good attack, but equally good defence at the moment.
Syrup will get himself into half as Barnes sweeps around. He props, comes off the right foot, loops it over the top. Nice back to Clancy. He comes back. Oh, picked off. And the Gold Coast now steady the ship. Smart football there from the Gold Coast. Keep a cool head. And now they head over towards their interchange area to get some fresh players out on the field for what's been an electric start here to this GF.
That it has 2 or 3 sets in a row they have defended. And now a bit of momentum out of half. You look for Lennox Tika here in the 10.
Here he goes, picks up, scoops it with the right hand. They managed to try and get that ball away. Just goes out in front. There's a nice recovery set there. First possession for the Gold Coast, and they go pretty much coast to coast down the other end.
Yeah, they'll be happy with their start. We mentioned there's a number of members of both teams here, Scotty, recent members at the Australian youth level. So we've got Clancy Hone, the 10 who just passed off. You've also got Liam Barnes, an Australian 18 boys representative for Rocky, and you've got Lennox Tika, the 10 for the Gold Coast. They're probably the players to watch out for.
The Gold Coast now, beautiful little short ball into the link and stretching away to get the opening try of the game. Cody Laurywell is a beautiful ball just off the hip and a lovely line run as well to get the opening try of the game.
Yeah, just something out of nothing here. They come to their box and then head back towards the middle, and just a nice little pop-out play. Lennox Tika just lost his player, and Rockhampton just make the most of it. A nice try there for Larry, as you can see, back short side. Just stripped him of numbers, and Larry showed a good turn of pace here to finish in the corner.
Rockhampton strike first. here in the grand final. Gold Coast from the restart. They've got numbers on the left. Oh, huge dummy. Fooled the defence. Fooled me up here as well. And a great response for the Coast. Rockhampton go down the other end and score, and from the restart, the Coast do exactly the same.
I don't know about you, Scotty, but I've just pulled a neck muscle falling for that dummy. Kayatika just absolutely rips a dummy. Everyone fell for it and just shows a good athleticism there to get low and finish. So what we expected, plenty of attack in this 18 boys final. It's 1-1.
Good minutes from the restart there. Hone getting a little bit of footwork going. On the outside of the defence, gets them up and about. They come back on the inside now. Hone forced to retrieve. Good defence from the Coast. As Rockhampton have to reset. Stewart plays, steps in, has a look up, goes long, this time dips away.
A bit of space there for Rocky. Curtis Syrup, as we said, known for his left to right, so it would be a pattern they'll look to go for, but in the end for the Coast, they're well defended.
Gold Coast now down their sideline as the changes come on. Tika plays it. Rolling through now, fifth and final. And they have a little look up. That's Lennox. Let's see whether the Rockhampton players were onside. Zoe Jenrick says all good. Rockhampton down the left-hand side of the field. The changes come on. Taste Black plays it, pops out to the right link position. Barnes from half has a look up. Oh, picked off here. Lennox, open space, no one around. He's looking for support straight away. No touch has been made. Now puts it through the hands. Oh, having to stretch to reach for that. Bryson Smith.
Yeah, would like to see Lennox back himself there. He looked almost like he was carrying injury just out in first gear, cruising out. But good defence from Lennox there up in the lane. Picked off the pass from Barnes.
Jokoso in an attacking position. Trying to skip away from the defence. Keelan Needham-Brown comes back to the mark and plays it. The Coast now come back in towards the middle of the field. Ball out in front. Kalani Sione couldn't pull that one in.
Yeah, they're looking to set the play where the dumper splits really hard to the short side. Tries to catch a link unawares, but Taste Black was well and truly onto that for Rocky.
As Rockhampton now put it through the hands. A little bit flat-footed. Good opportunity for the Gold Coast to try and get up and make it hard for Rockhampton to make their changes. Syrup over the halfway line. They needed that to punch forward, but this is the last touch for them now. Trying to thread it through. Comes off the chest there of Rockhampton. Forward pass as well. Took it right to the line. Tried to thread it behind the defenders.
A forward pass, the call.
So the Gold Coast now from the restart. Half in place, losing his footing as well. Good calm head though. They're flat-footed as the changes are coming onto the park here for the Coast. Not the greatest set for them so far. Again, another two players coming back on. Flat ball back on the inside. So they pick up and go. Kayatika again couldn't pick it up, and that just summed up their whole set there from start to finish. Just wasn't clean from the Coast.
Yeah, that it did. Just a bit clunky, a little bit, just a bit too relaxed. You can see the difference with the intent here from Rocky, just out of the box with foot speed, and they're going to get the reward with a penalty. It's a touch contact on the head. And you can hear, I don't even hear through the effects mic, but they're a very intense animated sub box at the moment. You've got some serious men's open experience in the Rocky box. You've got Jaden Bembo, the head coach. Mal Kenny's out there. David Zanetti, I'm sure we can definitely hear in the effects mic.
Oh yeah, you can definitely be able to hear Z. He's trying to pump the boys up as Clancy Hone tries to skip in between two Gold Coast defenders. He gets caught in possession as they come back. Earnshaw plays it inside the 7. Hone goes long, and they will get it done. It was a beautiful ball, just held up in the breeze enough, and it gave the opportunity for the Rockhampton winger out here on the left-hand side to get on the outside of the Gold Coast defence, and they cross over for the second try of the game.
Yeah, just a little gentle dump on the 7. You can see very little passive dump, and Hone just 2 or 3 steps, hits long, soft try in the overall scheme of things, and Rocky take the lead.
You can see getting the ball down before the cover defence came across. Gold Coast now, Lennox Tika. Nice ball out to the link. Slide defence there from Rockhampton. Gilly comes over to make the touch. Van McDonald plays it. Lennox rips one. Repeat set. Out to the 7 metre line they'll come for a full set of 6 here, the Gold Coast.
Yeah, instructions there. Jermaine Daybog-Muir, another person with great men's open experience in the sub box, giving Kai Tika some instructions.
Bit of communication going on here in the midfield. Referee now blows a penalty, John Hamstra. Another full set. Kai Tika working with Lennox here in the middle. No touch as of yet. Rockhampton got to push forward off their line. They do that now and come up and make the touch. Footwork there from Lennox. Still touches to work with here for the Coast. Lennox plays it, receives it back, has a look at the defensive line, goes early out to the left wing, and force Campbell Hartley to come back and play it on the 7 metre line. Back into the midfield. Callum Clarkin switches. And a touch has been made. As Kai does a little show and go.
Yeah, some serious work there from the Rocky Middles. Green and Barnes just staying strong in defence. Both Tika brothers, probably two of the sharper boys in this division, asking lots of questions. I'd like to see them get on a sweep a little bit more, try and get a little bit more live and use their footwork.
Rockhampton pick up. Nothing new. It falls into the hands. And again, they pull on the brakes. It was a little bit more cover defence this time around there for Rockhampton to go across and make the touch. And Bryson Smith coming up with the intercept there for the Gold Coast. As McDonald makes his way back out onto the field. Gold Coast going laterally though, out of their box. They'll readjust now and punch forward. Taylor Clark, and here he is in the number 82. Ball in one hand. They pick up and go. Rockhampton retrieving. Lankered ball over the top, nicely picked off there from Rockhampton.
Yeah, you see the difference between the two teams at the moment, that intent with their driving set. Gold Coast were in a decent position. They got an intercept at halfway on touch 0, and we only cruised down to the 7 for one touch. You can see Rocky now with absolute foot speed and intent out of the box. That's the difference at the moment.
They come back to Hone. Short ball. Oh, good wing defence. Coming in. The referee, John Hamstra, will say touch and pass, so did come across and make the touch. Forced them to throw it, though, as well, and that's what you want from your wing.
Yeah, they got away with the danger signs there, though. Clancy Hone on that little open side quickie back towards the box. Absolute danger signs. So Gold Coast need to stop this roll at the moment.
As they roll into Rockhampton's end of the field, just losing footing. And a good clean play of the ball here, coming into the end. Oh, inside ball. And that was the final touch. Home takes him forward on the first. Syrup's been good, particularly getting metres here for Rockhampton and getting them going forward. As Gooley comes out of the box, and they go to the far right-hand side of the field. Skipping away from the defence, Tommy Green. There's Barnes, gets him on the 7 metre line. Has a look up, loops it over the top. Bit of space to work with out there for Rockhampton. And they're going to get back-to-back tries. And they push up to a 2-try lead. And 3-1 here in the 18 boys grand final.
Yeah, some silky skills here. Liam Barnes gets static in the middle, and just Gold Coast just giving a little bit too much time. You see he was able to double pump, and then the nice pass and vision over the top from Barnes, and it's a great finish from the Rockhampton winger in the corner. See, he was able to double pump, and then that quick release. Some great skills on show. 2-try lead now for the Redbacks.
As the clock starts to wind down in the first half, Gold Coast, they need to continue to go hit with Rockhampton. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Lennox has set that one up perfectly. And that's a great response after having a try scored on them down the other end.
Yeah, definitely what you need there. Tika comes in, and it's little ninja or boy play, depending what you call it, and just some separation there between the Rockhampton middles and links, and you give Lennox half a step. That's all he needs to take.
Big defensive set here for the Gold Coast. They'll be looking to try and hold out after scoring down the other end. 3-2 on the scoreboard here in the 18 boys grand final. Barnes steps out, footwork, and look for phase. Didn't look clean on the play of the ball, and it wasn't. Just hesitated a second. It was good defence just to hold their position before coming up and making the touch. Great defence from the Coast.
Yeah, Kaitika there at link exactly called 100% right there, Scott. He was able to hold up, just delayed the momentum for Rocky, which they had. They need a 7-on penalty though here. Rocky, as you said, just balked a little bit, which is enough to disrupt the roll and force the error.
So penalty on the halfway here for Rockhampton. Just looking to wrangle a bit of momentum back in this game as the first half starts to wind down. Stewart gets him going forward.
So the call from the box here is for Barnes. They're looking static, so look for the Barnes and Hone combination.
Stewart burns a touch as they come back infield. Hone looking to strike now. Looping ball over the top. Didn't get that one cleanly. Out of the hands forward. Halftime hooter sounds in the background. The penalty has been given. One play here for the Gold Coast. They take the tap. And they're not going to chance their hand. Both teams will head over to their substitution areas for a quick breather. And they need one after the speed of that first half. Rockhampton going into the halftime break up by the 1 try. It was a nice fight back, though, from the Gold Coast, wasn't it? It was all Rockhampton early. And they got themselves back into the game nicely.
Yeah, that they did. Rockhampton definitely controlling the midfield at the moment, and that's the reason why they're rewarded with a lead coming to this halftime break.
Yeah, Rockhampton currently up by 1 try, 3 tries to 2 over the Gold Coast here in the 18 Boys Grand Final. We'll take a quick breather ourselves and be back with the second half here in the 18 Boys Grand Final from the Queensland Junior State Cup.
It only takes 10 minutes in the Queensland sun to permanently damage your skin. Even in winter, even on cloudy days, you're still at risk from harmful UV rays. That's why Queensland has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world. It's important to check your skin regularly, and if you notice any changes, talk to your GP about a skin check. Don't let your guard down this winter.
Welcome back. Final 14 minutes here of the 2023 Queensland Junior State Cup. It's not far from getting underway. You can see Rockhampton here getting their last minute instructions. And their coaching staff, Dave Zanetti, very vocal. He'll definitely get the boys fired up and pumped up here for the second half. And like we said, it was a great response from the Gold Coast. While there's 1 try separating the 2 teams on the scoreboard, it seems like it's a lot closer than what that is at the moment.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I was listening to that halftime speech. I'm a little bit excited. I reckon I could run out at the moment. Inspiring human being, Dave Zanetti, just calling for every ounce of energy that the boys have. As we said, Rocky probably a little bit on top in the midfield. So Gold Coast, I imagine the message would be a little bit more intent with their drive. They know they're getting the reward when they get down there, but they need to come and meet Rocky with that battle.
So Gold Coast will tap and get us underway here in the second half. Tynan Clarkin takes the tap and has another hit up as well. Kaitika gets himself in a half. Good contact there in the touch from Rockhampton. Looking to be physical straight out of the gates here in the second half, and eventually come up and make the touch on Lennox Tika. Here it is, ball in hand, working with Kaya in the middle. Just a little bit too much on that occasion. Really trying to disrupt that short static game there between the 2 Tika boys.
Yeah, big chance now for the Coast. 4th touch, they hadn't really asked the question, so fortunate penalty here for the Gold Coast.
Lennox goes down the right-hand side of the field. Kai comes off the right foot, puts the ball in the left hand.
Yeah, Rocky done a really good job defending this static play at the moment. As I said, towards the end of the first half, I'd love to see them sweep and more, and right on cue, here we go.
Just slinging a ball out to the right-hand side. Could see the unmarked winger out there just did everything to try to get the ball out to Campbell Hartley. Just didn't come out of the hands cleanly. Oh, smart football here. No, they did claim the touches made. Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's a rule that annoys me the most. It is that no-touch kind of rule, and there's nothing nicer than seeing someone do a no-touch and get their pants pulled down when someone runs the length of the field.
Again, Syrup strong. Out of the box, getting them going forward. Barnes feeds it. Good kick away from Tommy Green. Gives a good platform here to Barnes. Feeds it early, out in front. Flick back on the inside. Did it come backwards? I think they're going to come back for a touch and pass first. Forward is the call.
Yeah, nice play there. Green, good drive. Thought that might have gone either way. That one. Muir's gone the favour of Gold Coast this time, but he's worked really hard defensively and almost deserves a try, young Green in the middle.
The Gold Coast just have to hold up the ball for a quick second as the replacement players make their way out into the park. Keeper Tamati plays it. So roll forward now. Murray. It's the same. Flick out the back there from McDonald. No target. Back into the middle of the field here for the restart. Rockhampton strong on the first touch. Barnes does the same on the second. They kick out to their right-hand side of the field now. It's Black and plays it over the halfway line. Hone on the Gold Coast 10-metre. And this is the last touch for them. I've only just realised now, almost created a little bit of space. Black turns it on to Dine, and the touch is made. McDonald comes up to shut the final play down. A little bit disjointed towards the back end of that one there, Rockhampton.
Yeah, they thought they had another touch in hand. They didn't. Here's a big chance now for the Redbacks. There's a call here from the sub-box. So Barnes coming on. Wouldn't be surprised if he's on there for a static play middle here for the Redbacks.
Lowry sends it over to Holmes. Hone, right foot, has a look up. It's away from one defender, puts the brakes on. Lowry shapes to throw, plays it on the 7, receives it back, right foot, has a look up, goes long to an unmarked winger who just held up, looked to possibly pop it back on the inside. Penrose.
Yeah, Hartley did a really good job chasing out there. He was called in a long way, the Gold Coast winger.
Early ball from half. Hone puts it in the right hand, comes off the right foot. They say touch. Ooh. Looked like for all money, the referees were going to point to the spot. And can only imagine there might have been some communication from the sideline. Campbell Muir, he was in position to get into the defensive line.
Referee Hamstrom might have thought there was a missed call initially, and after checking with the player, they've gone with the touch. Everyone thought it was a try. There was a punt, I think, from the try scorer back to the dead ball line, so I'm glad we got the ball back eventually.
Rockhampton turning defence into attack, and they force the mistake. Back-to-back sets here for the Gold Coast. Well, they've come up with an error.
Yeah, and they've kicked the ball away, so Rocky probably did have a chance to go quickly then, content to get subs on. Once again, Barnes is out there.
Hovering around in the middle of the park here for Rockhampton. Here he is, ball in hand. Skipping across. Syrup has a look up, goes short through the middle. Touch made there on Gooley. Rockhampton reset. Again on the 7-metre line, pumping. Short ball this time. McDonald's there to make the touch.
Yeah, good defence from the Gold Coast on this occasion. Look for Syrup here, left to right.
Barnes steps in. He has a look right to left. Again, bit of space. They try to turn it back on the inside. Ball hits the deck. Gold Coast, they continue to hold on. They've got to get down the other end. They need to complete their full set of 6 here. That's probably priority number 1 for them. They're off to a decent start this time around.
Oh, looking for the sneak on the short side. Well done, Penrose there on the wing for Rocky.
Still touches to come here. They can have one last final crack. Lennox picks it up, goes, has a look. Nice footwork, flat and hard at the line. And couldn't be reeled in there from Callan Clarkin.
It's good defence from Rocky. They didn't panic there on that strike time. Just kind of slid out with the pass, and then they get another penalty here, disrupting the roll ball there, the Gold Coast.
Okay, Murray just using a little bit too much body in the touch. Leaving penalty will help Rockhampton get downfield. We're going across in the face there Seth Carpenter. They look to straighten up the point of attack. Gold Coast take a little slip, back up onto their feet. Hone gets himself into half. Has a look, comes off the left foot. Out ball, and we're in position. So able to pop it back in. The ball hits the deck regardless. Off the hands there of Charlie Harris.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of an arm wrestle at the start of this second half. I feel like first try scorer could be really crucial here, Scotty. We've got that one try margin. If the Coast can manage to get one, I think momentum's going to really help them. But if they're chasing more than 2 or 3 against this well-drilled Rocky team, it's going to be a big challenge.
Clarkin just loses his footing. Oh, nice little bat-on play over the top. McDonald sends it over the sideline. Both teams just take an opportunity. They get a quick breather as they retrieve the ball. Game back underway. The pace of this game continues. Oh, little, yeah. Off the first touch. It was clear as day, that one. One characteristic error there from Rockhampton. They give the football back to the Gold Coast. And searching for the first try here in the second half and to potentially level up the scoring. Down by 1 at the moment, 3-2, still in favour of Rockhampton.
Yeah, big opportunity here. You've got the 2 strike weapons out there, the 2 Tika boys. One sitting at left link, one sitting at right link.
Clarkin plays it. Oh, they go outside in. They catch them napping. And it is the Gold Coast who are the next team to score. And we are locked up here in the 18 boys grand final, 3 tries apiece.
Oh, they got me too, the Gold Coast. You had the eyes on the Tika boys. Kyle was sweeping around. They use him as decoy, go short side, and it's a little middle play. A great line there from the Gold Coast winger. Dylan May is the try scorer.
Lovely constructed try there from the Coast to lock up the scores. Oh yeah, it's got a feel about it this game. Rockhampton, can they respond? Yeah, the big bomb out to the right-hand side. Not sure if that was the play.
Yeah, good defence from the Gold Coast. Their big challenge now is to complete this set. They haven't been as clinical coming off the line as they would have liked in the last 5 or 6 minutes. If they can get to a 6 touch here, that would be a massive help for them.
Put the ball through the hands. Right hand side they go. Beautiful little inside ball. Just picks up those extra valuable meters. Now they can get some flow coming out of their interchange area off the back of it. Great set here so far from the Gold Coast. They're running into the line nicely. Got to get it down there though on the 5th.
Yeah, missed opportunity there for the Coast. Tika's still away though.
Nice little switching of play. Rockhampton, they hold strong. They force the Gold Coast to finish it off in the corner. And it is on the right side of the field here for Rocky. Nice cool heads in defence. And the Gold Coast now coming up. They try and put some pressure on. But Rockhampton was strongly. And they earn themselves a penalty. Just a little bit too short there in defence in the Gold Coast.
Yeah, 2 or 3 touches in a row caught behind the roll ball. Really important getting in front. So Rocky now, decent chance to attack. Clancy Hone on with the ball.
Receives it back from Chase Black, who sweeps it round. Hone now goes to him. Nice quick play the ball within the 7. Early release from half. They come back to Hone, who holds things up yet again. Plays it, steps in. Comes off the right foot, takes him on himself, diving effort. And Hartley is there to make the touch. And he's clutching at the shoulder. I think he might be actually informing the referee that he didn't make a touch. Great sportsmanship shown there from Campbell Hartley. He took a little knock trying to stop that try, and Rocky reclaimed the lead.
Yeah, Clancy Hone, bit of a scattered setup on the attack, but got the counties, went back short side, and you see the Coast shutting in late, and some good honesty there from the Gold Coast winger. And Rocky reclaimed this 1 try lead.
Can the Coast hit them straight back from the restart? They've managed to continue to claw their way throughout this game. Lennox, open side, down the short side I should say. 1 touch to make. They come back to Tika, goes footwork, just lost his feet.
Yeah, big set now for Rocky. They want to finish the ball down that far end of the field.
Lennox comes up out of the line and just disrupts the flow there from Rockhampton. Gold Coast, they respond off the back of it. Oh, nice work getting away. And this time around, Gold Coast are on the back foot. They're still getting their players back into the defensive line. 5th touch now, Hone picks off. Looping ball. Again, they bat it back on the inside. It was forward off the hands.
Yeah, the bat back on the inside was forward. I will say we don't talk about the officials too much, but they've done a great job in this game. It's been really fast. There was nervous moments for Gold Coast.
Very nervous, jittery. Good job to hold on to the footy. And Keeper Tamani had work to do. They hold on to possession. Gold Coast going nowhere at the moment. They've only got the 2 players to work with as they're still getting their replacement players in position. Forward off the rock. It was dead in front of us here. And they were just an absolute rabble throughout that set and they never recovered.
Yeah, big chance here for Rocky, particularly as the clock's now winding down. They go 2 up here. It's a long way towards getting that hand on the trophy.
Barnes is out on the park as well. He's been fantastic for the Redbacks here in this game, as is this young man, Hone, feeds it to him. Barnes props, flying through the air. McDonald coming from the left link position.
I thought if they got phased there, the Gold Coast were in all sorts of trouble.
Barnes and Hone again work together. Hone sends it out wide. It looks like it was lost over the line. Probably there to make the touch as well.
A big set here from the Coast. So you can see they're quite animated on that sideline. They need some flow here.
Juggling the footy. Again, this is where sets can start to fall apart. There's a good effort there from McDonald just to go forward and hard. Coming into the 5th and final touch now. Short ball punching a nice hole. Scramble defence there from Rockhampton. Coming across to make the touch. Rockhampton, they are up and about the box.
Sub-box is intense. Dave Zanetti's on the field, 10 metres out of the sub-box. He's riding them home like the final race at the races.
Gold Coast claiming no touch. They're starting to look a little bit tired. They're rolling. Lennox is out of the line, trying to claim the over the mark penalty. There's a diving effort to make the touch on the boot. Callum Clarkin.
Yeah, they want the ball on this edge.
Skipping, getting into the in-goal area. There's Rockhampton players. Probably hit the wrong target. Gold Coast, though, good intent. They pick the ball up. Oh, it's off the chest. Roll Kalani, Sione. Showing good intent to try and get onto the football straight away. Might have had a little look up at the defensive line. Hooter sounds in the background. They'll come up and make the touch. Rockhampton have got the job done. They win the 18 boys grand final here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. What an amazing record they have in this division. They've been in the grand final every year since 2014. They claim the victory and they do it on home soil.
Yeah, very proud moment here for the Rockhampton Touch Football Club. It's been a fantastic Junior State Cup. It's hard enough to win one or make one grand final, but every year since 2014 is an achievement that will never be matched. Yeah, proud of their achievement. They didn't have it their own way. As we said, semi-final, they were down by 3 against Toowoomba. So to come home, come over the top and ride that momentum home in front of a home crowd, be a very special victory this for the Rockhampton club.
Yeah, congratulations to the Gold Coast as well. They pushed Rockhampton the whole distance in that game. The only defeat, unfortunately for them, of the tournament comes in the grand final. They can hold their hands up high, and that one will probably hurt for a little while for them, but again, it's no mean feat being runner-up, and particularly to this strong Rockhampton team in the 18 boys. That'll wrap us for the coverage here. We're going to head down on field, though, to get all the words from one of the players here from the victorious Gold Coast team for the post-game interview, fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Stay with us, more action to come here from the Queensland Junior State Cup.
And we're back for a post-match interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. What about that? What a way to end 2023 Junior State Cup. The 18s game, Rocky Redbacks taking it out, and I've got the captain here, Connor Gooley. Connor, how do you feel, mate?
Very incredible, eh? Like this whole campaign, like last one, it's just an amazing feeling. Can't describe it, eh?
So you're saying that the last one, but what about this? So Junior State Cup here in Rockhampton, your last Junior State Cup, your last one, moving on. It's a Cinderella story. There's plenty of people with a tear in their eye out there. How are you feeling, and how are your team feeling?
Very incredible, eh? Like we had a couple tough games in the tough games in like the round games, but like we just picked it up today, eh? And like we just talked about what it meant to our families, like playing on home ground. Like I didn't think it would happen here, like at all in my junior career. So it's pretty amazing, eh?
So you're talking about that, as you said, you've got home ground advantage, your friends, your family, they're all here cheering for you. What about the rest of the team, like all the boys? How long have you been together? And as you said, I'm sure you've travelled to many junior state carnivals.
Yeah, this age group happens like once every 2 years. We're such a tight group, usually play together like a lot. We won it 2 years ago. It's like, I don't know, our bonds just hit its fucking peak, eh, from winning. It's pretty cool. All
right, and what about the coaches? You've got a couple of good coaches there that know how to play the game, yeah? How does the respect work throughout the team, and especially what the coaches are telling you?
Oh, we just know their experience, eh? Like a lot of Queensland Australian representative games that they've played, like they know what they're talking about. So whenever they've got to say something to us, we just listen, eh?
So you got, Mel Kenny, Jaden Bembo. You got the Z man there. He's intense, isn't he? How do you deal with that?
I don't know. It just brings the team up. I think we all deal with it pretty well. Like, gets us fired for this game. Like, bringing tears to my eyes before the game, eh?
Mate, fantastic.
He's a great man.
All right, Connor. One final thing. What do you want to say to everybody out there about the Rocky Junior State Cup here and yous being champions?
Come next year.
You're not going to be there. Hey, there it is. Connor Gooley, captain of the Rockhampton Redbacks, winners of the 18s. So that brings it on up. Justin Luman's here. Not much else more for me to do except wrap it on up, put a big bow on top, and let me tell you, a big thank you to everyone out there. I hope you enjoyed the Junior State Cup here in Rockhampton, Cyril Connell Fields for 2023. We can't wait for the next one. Stay tuned. We're going to do it all again. Thank you.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.